Namaste. Namaste with me, my friends, for the next series of hours and hours and hours for episode 6 of our Around the World Global Town Hall virtual check-in. I'm honored to spend some time with you. If you're dropping by, I invite you to put in your comments hashtag fitnessworks, cause hashtag I was here. You can also leave your mark by saying where you are tuning in from. Our episode 6 is super special because it's our first one in June. It's our first one with Strawberry Moon, and it's our first one with the kickoff International Pet Appreciation Week. What? Biscuit will be coming by, I promise. It's our most diverse show ever. It's our most heartfelt show ever. We have countries, we have continents, we have ideas, and we have inspiration. In addition to bringing an invitation to each and every one of you to make comments, please do us a favor. Fitness works when we share fitness, right? So if you're watching this on my timeline and you have a device, or as the Asians say, a gadget, please click share and then share now on your timeline to double our exposure just by 2 clicks that I invite you to do with us. And then all our comments will still be seen collectively around our world. To get all of this episode to you automatically when we're done, all you have to do is remember this. findlawrence.com/fitnessworks. You see it up there, but not for long, because we're going to be going around the world to check in with hearts and minds and touch and feeling and spirit and what connects us all, which is love. In addition to going around the world, I'd like to tell you that the most common thing that we all do is smile in the same language. And to begin our Around the World, it's important that I explain to you my questions, because we've been over 3 months in this now, which is almost over 4 months, actually, which almost rounds up to almost half a year. Guess what? If you're in a quarantine or if you're in a retreat, however you choose to look at this, because my questions are the same, it's like research. When you have a control group, you see what changes by keeping something the same. My questions stay the same, and my guests bring their wisdom based on what's going on where they are at any given point in time. We're going to begin, my friends, all the way going to, I think it's very fitting that we start as far east as we can go and keep ourselves in June 7. We're going to go to Africa. We're going to go to Kenya. And I'm going to promote up here with us a humanitarian, a friend for many, many years from meeting in Africa. She's made gifts for Biscuit. She's done community outreach, and she's super inspirational. My dear friend, Morgan. Hello, Nova. Nova is an inspirational name because a nova is a rising star. You are a rising star. You are a humanitarian, and you did give out to so many people what you're doing. Hi.
Hi, Lawrence. How are you?
I'm lovely. I'm grateful. I'm thrilled that you are with us. Thank you for the gift of agreeing. What time is it where you are, and where specifically are you?
I'm in the area of Nyale on the coastline of Kenya in Mombasa on the Indian Ocean.
And how long have you lived?
I'm sitting at my dining table, and the time is 9:45 in the evening.
And how long have you lived there, Nova?
33 years.
Could you please tell us, as we're checking in with you and you're our first global check-in, what's your current state of mind?
I'm quite happy, actually, today. You find me happy and positive because we've been in a curfew situation for 10 weeks. But yesterday, the president, he gave us a little bit more curfew time, but he's given me some hope that in the next 15 days, if I can get my clearance from the Ministry of Health with a COVID-19 certification to say that the Ministry of Health are happy with my facility and they will allow me to open, I have to be COVID-19 tested, and all of my staff have to be tested. So it's going to take about 2 weeks for us to be able to get ready for that. And then I'm hoping that sometime close to the end of June, we'll be able to finally reopen after 13 weeks of closure.
Bless your
So
heart,
quite
Nova.
happy,
And for
really
those of us
positive.
who are going to follow you on Facebook, your Facebook profile picture alone is inspirational now more than ever. Your Facebook name is exactly as we see you here, Nova Morgan Dash Woods. And in addition to
Yeah.
that, can you tell us a little bit about what you do in fitness and what kind of outreach you do?
Okay. 33 years ago, when I first came with my husband to live in Kenya, I'd come from San Diego. So it was a bit of a cultural shock to start with when I arrived here. I very quickly found out that there was quite a few health clubs, particularly in private hotels, but no one had any real education in fitness. So I'd been introduced to some people at IDEA back in 84, 85, and then
Right?
it became ACE for the educational side. So I contacted ACE and I asked them how I could go about setting up some kind of foundation, particularly for the 18 to 25 age group,
Right?
starting with group fitness instruction. Personal training wasn't really a big thing back in those days.
Right.
And the reason I wanted to target that market is because 54 million people living in Kenya, but our average age is 18. And
Okay.
most of those are coming out of school of some description or a community college of some description with no prospect of work. And this
Are,
seemed like a really good time to start that.
Nova, are you loving my flag for you?
I love that. It's perfect. Thank you so much.
The
Really
least
cool.
I could do. Can you show us anything about your classes or clients or the people that you train? Because you inspire me from all of the Aboriginal or Indigenous gifts you've always ever handmade for Biscuit in terms of collars and coats. And I've always followed what you've done with the people there. What can you share with us that is your inspirational? How fitness works there
I
in
have a
Kenya?
couple of photographs.
Here we go.
Can you see the,
Yes, we
okay,
can.
this is one. You can see me in this photograph, yeah,
Yes, we
right
can.
there. Whenever
Yeah.
I post anything on Facebook, the first comment is always Nova amongst her giants. And I believe that's their hearts, yeah? It's got nothing to do with their height. But I think,
Aw,
yes, Nova amongst giants. And you can't really see me too well in this one, in this crowd.
it's
But
okay.
in
It's what you do,
this
not
photograph, you can see quite a lot of girls. And
right.
that's a very recent thing, yeah?
Average age
And
18.
it was
Right.
18 to 25, really. That's the age group that I target. And
Okay.
as I've been doing this for 33 years, I'm now also taking some of the children of the people that came to me initially for training back in the day,
What
which
a
is lovely.
wonderful country to start on, and I thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
Nova, let me ask, what are you finding inspiration from anywhere in the world during these very trying, tumultuous times? What's
I need
inspiring?
to share something with you, really, that's related to Kenya.
Sure.
A couple of people that are in one of these photographs, actually, spinning instructors that came through ACE, got ACE certified quite a while ago. Then they took spinning and they loved spinning and they became independent contractors, going out to clubs and teaching in their spinning rooms.
Right?
But of course, all of the clubs closed. Every single club closed 13 weeks ago. And
Right?
so anybody that was an independent contractor didn't have any work.
Right?
So I saw a small piece about one of my trainees in the
Right?
newspaper, and I called him and I said, I saw the piece about you and I'd like you to send a photograph of what it is that you're doing now so that I can show it to Lawrence. Okay, so this is the photograph that he sent to me. This is what he's doing now
Oh,
for a living. This is called a boda boda. It's a taxi service provided in the villages. He said, I said to him, how does it feel to have been a spinning instructor in a major club, in a major
right?
city in Nairobi, to now be in your home village, cycling people around? And he said anything that he can do to help his family. So him and his brother are also running this taxi service. Yeah, can you see this one?
From cycling
That's his,
instruction to this.
that's his mum. Yeah, yeah. So
That's
that's what
inspiring
he's doing
you.
right now to make
Look at the
his
standards and
daily living.
guidelines,
Yeah.
the standards and guidelines you brought into your country, and now look how you have done ripples and ripples and ripples. So symbolic to your name, Anova. Anova is a star that gives light that others can profit from. I I love you. You are a
You're
child
such
of
a
God.
poetic way of putting things. Thank you.
I don't know that. I'm reflecting what you do.
It's
I've
poetic.
followed you for years, and I hope everybody friend requests you and follows you because your Facebook timeline, most recent pictures always alone are really inspirational. Thank you for sharing that your inspiration comes
Oh,
from your
thank you.
clients who are stepping up to stay on a bike, but now produce some income because you know what?
Yes.
Fitness works.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Nova, is there something in your life now that you really like from your new life of being inside that you've discovered?
I get 1 day off a week from work. That's so nice. Yeah. So
That's
Saturday's my day off. I
that's
was hoping you
awesome.
were going to ask me, how was your weekend? So I could say, oh, great, because I took a day off yesterday. Went to the
Sure.
hairdressers. Yeah,
Is
that
there
was good.
anything
It was
is
a nice day.
good that you're allowed out to do the hairdressers? I've been trying to make
Yeah.
appointments, but nobody will take me. Tell me,
Sorry.
are you finding anything that you don't miss from life before? Something you don't really want to go back to?
Traffic, crowds of people,
Sure.
traffic mainly.
Right.
Yeah.
And you
Yeah.
teach
I
always
mean,
in a
it's
gym?
picking up a
Or,
little bit now. It was very, very quiet when we first started. We had
right?
our first case quite late on, actually. March the 12th was our first case. But the president of this country did a sterling, fantastic job. Immediately, everyone had to wear a mask. Immediately, everybody had to have a temperature check. It's really, really helped us enormously. Very few cases, very few deaths, thank the Lord.
Oh, wonderful.
So the mask wearing, the sanitizing, the hand washing, and the curfew, I think also really helped enormously.
What is your
So
curfew? What time?
great
Day
job.
and night or just nighttime?
We started off having the curfew run from 7 p.m. until 5 a.m. But now he's extended that curfew time to 9 p.m. until 4 a.m. Yeah.
Okay.
But that's mainly so because he's trying to reintroduce businesses to get back to work. Yeah.
Right. When you go back
Most
to
people
work,
work a full
Nova,
day.
speaking of getting back to work, when you go back, will you be
Uh-huh.
only in gyms or do you actually do some outdoor training as well?
We don't do any outdoor training, actually. No, it's very hot in Mombasa, as I'm sure you appreciate, most of the year. Right now it's the wet season, so it's fairly cool, but we can't be
Right.
outdoors because it's too wet.
Sure.
So we're a fully air-conditioned facility, and that's kind of how we sell ourselves.
We actually met in Cape Town,
So not
correct?
much
It was
outdoor training.
we met in Joburg or Cape Town, one of those two, I think. Didn't we?
No, we met in,
A convention
gosh,
in
I
the
can't even
US?
remember. It's somewhere in California.
I
Somewhere in
thought it was
California I met you for the
somewhere
first
in
time.
Okay, but I know we've met at several different places at
It's
several
probably
different times.
another Nova you met.
No, 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 no. You're the only one that
Oh.
gives me handmade gifts for Biscuit and has inspired me with the people that you train. Average age of 18, so inspirational. Is there anyone you might be watching that you want to make a shout out to?
Oh, there's a couple of people. Can I do a
Okay.
couple of people? Do you mind?
Sure. We got 3 minutes.
The lady that introduced me to fitness and to aerobics instruction back in 1981, 82, Sharon, who lives in San Diego, is still one of my best friends in the world. And Sue Chandler from ACE, because she's my go-to person. She arranges all of my ACE exams. She's patient. I love her to pieces. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for those two shout outs. We'll actually have Anthony Wall from ACE visiting us
I know.
on
I
this
saw
when
in
we
your
get
list. Yeah.
to California. I'm thrilled that someone from
Yeah.
ACE now will be with us, especially Anthony, because we've worked together on many, many times. Is there any final word of inspiration that you're finding that's going on in your area that maybe you didn't get to share us now, that in addition to what you've shared with us, and this picture is brilliant, but anything that else people are doing in terms of streaming or creating classes or getting into the gym alone and streaming or streaming from their homes, or any of your students doing anything inspirational?
Um, my yoga instructors, I think, are my inspiration. We decided not to go the Zoom, I'll call it, the Zoom way as a
Right,
club. The
right,
trainers just weren't happy doing
right.
that. So, but the yoga instructors all took it on board.
Huh,
And so 2 classes a day, every day. Yeah.
right.
And they're using the studio
Wonderful.
in my gym. They're using the studio. And so I'm
Wonderful.
facilitating that for them, but they're doing it. We've got 6 yoga instructors. So they're teaching 2 classes a day, which is great because that's kept some interest alive also. in the health club and the fitness, and because we don't want people
Wonderful.
to forget us,
Sure.
and we'd really like people to come back when we finally open.
Of course.
Yeah,
And
they're doing a great job.
look at the validity of what you bring. You don't just say, let's get together and do some movement. You bring credentialed and certified and valid programming into your country.
Yeah,
If it weren't for you,
yeah.
Nova, I'm not sure where standards of fitness would be in Kenya, because I've known you for years and I've known your relationships with the organizing bodies of the exams and the
Yep.
big people providers. And thank you for what you do, especially to the people that you do it with. I think you're visionary. I think you're humanitarian. And I know that you have raised the standards and continue to spread wellness in your country because you're such an example of when I close my eyes with gratitude and think of people, of how fitness works. And I'm so glad to kick off this episode 6 in Kenya with you. I'd like to thank you for the present of your wisdom with all of us, how much you have given us, your time and energy. Please stay connected with us. And how can we find you in addition to Facebook on the name that we see here under you? Any other social media forms like WhatsApp and Instagram?
I'm on most things and all under the name of Nova Morgan Woods.
Right. Thank you
Easy to
very
find.
much. I think it's important
No,
that we all
thank
try
you.
to look for you and find you because it's another continent that we want to find and it's another continent we want to follow because fitness works all over our world. I love
Yep.
you. I send you my gratitude.
Thank you so much for having me here. It's been a pleasure. Lovely to
Thank you.
see you because it's been a while since I saw you.
It's been such a long time since we've seen each other.
Yeah.
Thank you for staying up for our viewers. I really appreciate you. Bye. My friends, as we're going to start on our hour and continue around the world going north and west from Kenya, I'd like to say if you're just joining us, hey, please. It's nice to stay on my timeline, but I'm actually going to invite you not to. Please click share and then share now so you are watching this as a individual on your own timeline. All our comments we will still see through the magic of social media and Facebook live streams. However, let's get off of mine and get onto yours. I'm referring to our live feed, of course, so that you can make a comment, hashtag fitnessworks, because hashtag I was here, all together, IWASHERE, and maybe where you're watching from to get this whole show all hours and hours and hours in your back pocket. As soon as we're finished, findlawrence.com/fitnessworks. My questions remain the same to everyone because to make a show valid, I think it's important to say times may change, situations may change, and conflict and chaos may change. However, if questions remain the same, we get to see how we evolve and react and adapt, and most importantly, spread love and respond. We're going now to this country. What? We're going to check out the shield. We're going to Portugal. Not because someone was born there, but our next guest is there. What? My dear friend, Tony Stone is synonymous with humanitarian work, is synonymous with being a mover and a shaker, from choreographing Madonna to working with Beyonce to being all over the world in demand. His heart, the only thing better moving than his feet and body, is how humanitarian his heart is. He is a dear. He is a sweetheart. We have met on countries and continents in so many places. My dear friend, Tony Stone, welcome. Let me unmute you, and I'll say it again. I'm going to ask you to unmute yourself. Maybe you have that control.
Got it?
Hi.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Are you loving the flag?
Okay, I'm just like all over that. Especially everybody that's here that knows that, I'm American, he's American, they're going to love this. Absolutely. Love it. Thank you.
Well, for how long have you been in Portugal? Because we know you associated with Italy for a while.
I was in Sicily for 5 years, and then I moved here 2 years ago with my wife.
Okay, congratulations on that as well. For people who don't know that the guy is taken. Tony, tell us, where are you? What time is it?
It's right now. It's 8:02, and just I'm in Lisbon, but just outside of Lisbon. I'm across if anyone knows, I'm across the Freedom Bridge, which is the main bridge that looks just like the Golden State Bridge, by the way. And I'm in an area called Koros.
What's your current state of mind that our viewers will really learn from?
Wow, that's a big one because of everything that's going on.
Right.
How it's affecting my family, how it's bringing back and my friends, and how it's bringing me back to my times in the States of what I went through and what I dealt with. So really, my state of mind is it's heavy yet hopeful and positive. It's to a point where now I'm seeing that we are, I mean, we are engaged. We are literally fully engaged like we've never been before, actually, since I was a kid. And that's super, super good to see.
I love your word engage because more than ever, I am listening quickly and openly and deeply, much more than I am speaking, because I need to open my heart and open my ears so that I can look, listen, and feel to the situation. And even if I make mistakes, come at situation by saying, I care, I support. Discrimination is not possible in 2020, yet we have it. So what can I do? And if I use the wrong words, then I expect all of you to help guide me on the right things to do. But opening communication is the most important thing. So I love your word engaging. Can you characterize, because you're there in Portugal, what's the state of mind of the Lisbonian, of all the people in Portugal?
The Portuguese people are I mean, well, anybody that's been here, that's passed through here, that's spent any time here knows these are they're wonderful people. They're friendly. They're giving. They're 100% in the moment. So yeah, seeing it's been really wild because I've been here. Like I said, I've been here for 2 years,
Right?
and actually getting my neighbors coming in front of my house and saying hey, and getting to know, actually, and speak to my neighbors on a daily. So yeah, the Portuguese people, I would say, have been very cautious, very respectful of the necessary guidelines. They went into this 100% head deep into it, understanding the severity of it, and yet
Right.
they have been. It's of course because they're used to being outside. This is this is an outdoors country. It's like they want
Right.
to be on beaches. So
Right.
while it's been tough for them to deal with that, and they've been like chomping at the bit, to get back to the beach. They've still been very respectful, and they've been very engaging. Again, engaging with everyone in their immediate surrounding, which has really, really,
Right.
really been great.
Tony, what is the status of fitness? You're our first interview in Portugal, so let us know what's going now. Clubs open, closed, or streaming, or outdoor park classes. You're so connected. I'm sure you know what's sort of the litmus test is there, or what the current environment is.
We're still cautiously opening up. The only things that have really opened now are certain restaurants, clubs, and bars. That's all still closed. They're looking at opening the border with Spain 1st of July. So they're, like I said, they've been very methodical in dealing with this, very smooth, very deliberate. So they're doing it little by little. So yeah, clubs and gyms and that. And for me, that's tough because not that I personally, because of being an athlete my whole life, I hate going to the gym. That's just me. But
We've talked about that in Asia, in Bangkok.
but the thing I absolutely adore, and I still do to this very day, is I compete playing basketball. I miss playing ball like you have no idea, and I don't know what that's going to look like when that finally happens.
Yeah. Well, I guess we have two things that I can say to you. I don't know what it's like to be you. Number one, I have to look to you for guidance as a white boy slim in this whole tumultuous times. And number two, when you say that part of your life was the basketball thing, again, I can't relate. Yet when we're ever together, we find so many commonalities. We have fun. What's
Absolutely.
inspiring you these days there in Portugal
Well,
or
it's
beyond?
yeah, because I was just going to say both here in Portugal and the world right now. Um,
Right.
it's the fact that people want to communicate. Okay, I put this on my IG, on my Instagram, and I said, look, guys, if you want to know what it's like to be a black person in America, then speak to a black person in America. Or that's American. We'll be more than happy to talk to you. Now, I was saying that, it was really funny because I'm saying that as, you know, as anecdotal advice to say, look, get out there and engage, get out there. Don't be afraid. We're
Right.
out there to communicate. I didn't expect it to actually come back to me full throttle. So I've been spending, I'm not kidding you, this past week, I've been spending so much time on communicating in DMs in IG, DMs in Messenger, just
Sure.
having those conversations with people saying, hey, would you mind having that conversation with me? So that has been super, super motivating for me.
Great. People reaching out based on your posts and suggestions, coming back to you saying, can we open up a communication? You mentioned you're also doing a couple different kinds of Zoom calls and meetings because committees are great too and panels are great too. For those of us that don't know where to start, I think it's great to start to say, I'd love to check in, not only because of COVID, but because of current events. And I don't know the words to use except I care, I'm ignorant, and I'm reaching out. And then, depending on what level of activism you subscribe to, you might expect more from me, or you might respect that, or you might ignore that. I've had a lot of different kind of options when I've been reaching out happening. The most important thing, as to come back to your word, is engage.
Yeah, yeah, you know, and I have to tell you, because of what my background is in dance, the dance community and the dance fitness community has really stepped up. They've really pulled
Aw.
up. I gotta say, they really pulled up. So I have to give a shout out to that as well.
Can you give me one example so we know, for those of us who might be in fitness but in yoga or Pilates or not know the whole
Sure.
hip hop thing and
In
what you
fact,
do?
it's really funny. Right before I came on the interview here, I got a message from a good friend of mine that I haven't talked to in a good maybe 12, 13, 14 years. We just haven't, you know, just life has happened. And he put out this beautiful vid post of exactly the people that have inspired him, have motivated him throughout his dance career. And he asked me to take a look at it. And my picture and my name was one of the first things that came up. That he said when he was
Wow.
12 years old, I touched him on his shoulder. I gave him a necklace I was wearing and said, keep doing this because you're going to be something. And he did. And he spoke about the Pepper Vons and the Angie Bunches and these people that were just magnanimous, just, you know, bigger than life in the dance community in Los Angeles when I was coming up and coming through. So
So
it's stuff like
beautiful.
that. And he said it's important that people recognize the contribution. You know, that's so important. That's given on a regular for decades. And so yeah,
Right.
I just fully appreciate it.
So the good news is that I don't have to ask you about shout outs because you just made a few, and that really inspires me because I know all those people and I've looked up to them for years. Even if I have two left feet, still, I might go to the back of your room because the tunes are great and I don't ever have to worry about right or left because you point. And you had that nailed years ago. Tony,
Wait, I do want to say something, one thing though, for shout
uh-huh.
out, because I thought this was really important because I
Sure.
want you to move away from this. I need to give you a shout out, my man. You,
Why?
because of, I mean, creating stuff like this, I mean, I've watched you for years. We've been friends for a long, long time. And I've watched you do things that are so out the box, so next gen, so necessary. And so I need to give you a shout out.
Thank you very much. I hope someone's going to tag hashtag next gen. I guess that means next generation. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh, I never heard that. And that I've heard something that I want to write down used by you towards me. Thank you. Not at all. I'm supposed to say thank you, and I'm not supposed to. If somebody gives you a compliment, take away your compliment. You're very kind. Thank you. I appreciate you. This is about collecting communities of inspirational people. You put yourself around people that make you feel stupid and that you know are so much smarter and more successful. And that's what I've done. And I just ask the same questions and I'm taking notes because I got people taking notes for us. Tony, what's something from life before this pandemic or this retreat or this quarantine that you don't miss at all? Is there anything you don't miss?
I don't miss because I travel a lot. I'm on tour. You know, I'm on tour a lot as well as you. So I don't
Really?
miss the long flights. I do not miss those 16, 14, 12-hour flights. That I don't miss at all. I don't miss being in my hotel room and still doing a little choreography to finish and, you know, get a little sleep to get ready for the next day when I'm super jet lagged. So that's some of the things that I've
Right. And I've seen you teach soaking wet, having 2 hours to fly on a 16-hour flight and having to board sweat from top to bottom, and all the bits and pieces were probably just as soaked as the parts that we saw. I know what that's like and been there, done that. Is there something that you have now in your life that you want to keep going with, a new unexpected treasure that you're loving?
Well, no, I mean, yeah, I just know that it's not going to be possible because both my wife and I travel for business. And I have to say, what's really funny is that I have never spent this much time in a space with another human being at home this long. So this has been nice to see that, you know what, because I always wondered, because I've traveled so much for so long, I wonder what it would be like if I had to just be at home. So yeah, it's been nice. I've been enjoying it. Now I know it's not going to be like that, but I've come to appreciate this for this time.
Right. You have regards from Dr. Suzanne Hosley of AFC in Bangkok. She was so happy that we finally were able to get you for this around the world check-in. I don't know that you have a bigger fan than I am. However, she made sure that I made a shout out to you when it was time on our Saturday night parties at AFC to invite people to headline, to start off the dance, to work with the DJ. You were the first person ever to say, sure, I can handle that. And then you brought in Sasha and some of the people you've brought us. You're such a team player, and as we know, not everyone is. I appreciate you. I'd like to publicly express my gratitude for all you've done for your, my, and our fitness and humanitarian community. I apologize for anything that's never gone well, knowingly or not knowingly, by my past and present, and I can concentrate on your word, engage. So from one child of God to another, as I look at you, I can say I am filled with inspiration. Thank you so much for the gift that you've given all of us by making time to be with us.
My pleasure, and thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
And remember, we're going to find you on Facebook and Instagram. And where else are you? You've alluded to one more thing. Are you doing the TikTok thing?
I have a new dance fitness program starting out called Dance Glam. You can find the website at DANZ, which is DANZ, fitnation.com.
Dan's with a Z, fitnation.com. And are you also on doing the TikTok thing or not yet?
I just got on TikTok. Yeah, I just messed around with it. It was so funny because I got on because my buddy, I've seen my buddy Sean T and all those other guys on. I'm like, let me get on there and see and check it out.
Wait, you got buddies? What? Not to name drop. Listen, well, since he's your buddy, could you ask him please to check his spam? Because it's 5 episodes that I'm like, hello, we'd love to check in with you. So not to put you on the spot in front of all of our viewers.
I'll shout at him for sure. So, yeah,
Thank you.
I'm on Instagram as Tony Stone Dance as well as Facebook. So.
Tony, I love you. Bye. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lawrence. Have a great day. Bye.
Goodbye to the legendary Tony Stone. Hey, if you're just joining us, my friends, instead of watching me on my timeline, please click share and share now so all of your views and friends and followers will come to your wall. We spread our message, #fitnessworks. To get this whole episode immediately when we're finished, findlawrence.com/fitnessworks. Free, of course. All my questions remain same since episode 1 as we go around the world. Now, we've been talking about dance and we've been talking about cycling. Of course, one of the things that can help us in these tumultuous times is the power of yoga. And I don't know anyone during tumultuous times and not who's made yoga more of a household word than our next guest. Coming into us, squeezing such time as a humanitarian, our legendary Beth Shaw, creator of so much of an empire of wellness, health, and relaxation through changing our consciousness. I'm going to invite her to come up. I'm going to invite her to share with us and tell us where she is, because this one is like Starbucks. She's everywhere, and where she was today, she might not be tomorrow. Namaste.
Namaste, Lauren.
Thank you for being with us. Thank you for squeezing us in, and thank you for the gift of your presence here. Where are we finding you, and what time is it?
Well, I'm in New York. You can see the city in the backdrop.
Yay! How's that for a quick flag change?
Yeah.
And I had no idea.
Yeah, I'm actually in Brooklyn in Dumbo, and I've been here pretty much the entire pandemic.
Oh, okay. And what's your current state of mind, Beth?
My current state of mind is inquiry as to how I can help make a bigger difference in the world right now and bring peace and calm and unity to as many people as possible.
How well said. I loved your post today or recently about ahimsa, non-injury to self and others. Let's continue to sort of engage, like Tony Stone told us, and do it, whatever it is, non-violently. When you find yourself in Brooklyn now, what would you say is the characteristic feeling of New Yorkers as you're there?
You know, New Yorkers, we're resilient people. It's mixed. I think people are sad. I think some people are fearful. But some people really seem to be taking it in stride, even though it seems like it's going to take several years to rebuild our city.
Right. Right. And as we rebuild not only our city and outside, as you and so many people have suggested, what a great time to look inside and rebuild maybe broken relationships or relationships that we may have thought were okay, that we really could make better. I'm asking myself all the time, how could I deepen my sense and understanding of diversity, my relationship with self and relationship to the world, right? Yamas and niyamas. I think you have a very timely book that is now so more important than ever. Can you please tell us about this, letting us see that beautiful backdrop? Thank you. It's so nice to see New York on a fun day. Healing Trauma with Yoga.
Healing Trauma with Yoga.
Yes.
It just came out at the end of last year, and I didn't realize how timely this book would be.
Because you're a visionary. What's the takeaway from this? You need to get this book because it will help you.
It will help you manage your moods, your depression, your anxiety, your trauma, yourself on a day-by-day basis. And they're tools that anyone can implement that don't cost any money.
Oh, I'm loving that.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Okay, and we can find it on Amazon?
Yes.
Okay.
At barnesandnoble.com. It's also on yogafit.com.
What's going on at YogaFit? Not to put you on the spot, but I know you all have instructors all over the world, and you have outreach, and you have a very much country, city, and continent-wide mentality, not just your zip code. Can you tell us maybe what's going on or what may be coming as a little...
Fortunate to move all of our trainings online, within 2 weeks in March. And because people aren't working or they were at home, we've been able to run training 7 days a week. We've actually trained quite a bit of people in the past few months, and we're getting people from all over the world now taking our trainings just for personal growth and education, which is really nice.
I have found that more people are interested in healing yoga than ever, haven't you? I get questions, Lawrence, I think I want to now that I'm home start the yoga journey. Where do I start? And I feel a little bit of pressure because, as you know, if you don't know their background or their age just from an email, and do you send them to Ashtanga? Do you send them to Hatha? Do you send them to restorative? Do you just start breathing? Their first impression can be made or broken based on where we send them. So I'm finding, no pressure, no pressure. Where do I start with yoga? In addition to finding a future teacher training, there's nobody more ubiquitous than Yoga Fit. Can you tell us what's inspiring you? Because you're a visionary, so if something's inspiring you, we need to watch it too.
Well, I started at the end of last year a nonprofit called the Center for Conscious Healing. And my vision was, after spending a few weeks at school in February, I was going to come back, raise investment money, build some brick and mortar healing centers. Now with coronavirus, that vision has shifted a little, but my vision is for my network of yoga instructors and light workers to go into disenfranchised neighborhoods and really bring the Center for Conscious Healing to the people who need to heal. And that's my personal goal. I'm going to be going on a road trip and teaching classes starting next Friday. I'm going to drive to Florida and stop along the way, DC, Atlanta, and give classes to raise funds for the Center for Conscious Healing.
And book signing, right?
I didn't even think of that, but yes, I suppose I'll have as many books as I can fit in my car.
Yeah, and let's have a marketing chat about that. Hello, there are so many people who would need this book because, like I'm telling you, the outreach. Lawrence, where do I start with yoga? Well, that's a book where you don't even have to bend over, and you're already going to transform your life. Not to mention if you have us bending over in your book or not. In addition to going on the road, and congratulations with that, that's groundbreaking. You mentioned your nonprofit. Can you say it again so we could find it, including if
Well,
it has a
the
website?
centerforconscioushealing.org.
Thank you. The
Yeah.
Center for Conscious Healing.
Yes, just centerforconscioushealing.org.
Thank you very much for telling us. And that will have where you're going to be on your road trip and how
That
we can.
won't, but people can find me on Instagram, Beth Shaw Mind Body. They can find me on Facebook at the Yoga Fit Facebook page. All you need to do is like the page, and everything will be there. And we'll be kind of doing maybe some videos from the road.
I love your videos because you tell us such short, inspirational, and motivational messages. And in some ways, you're a leader, and in some ways, you're a guru. No one has been more successful with the yoga business as well as message around our world that I know. I can't call out anybody who's traveled in more continents. And when I program conventions or assist in programming conventions, the name that comes up is she available? And the she is always the Shaw, Beth Shaw. Tell me if you think there's any part of your life now in Brooklyn, because you said you've been here for a while. Is there any undiscovered new surprise that you're loving about your life here? Like a positive part of this retreat?
Look, I mean, this retreat has given me more of an opportunity for introspection. I realize that there's nothing that I want to do work-wise,
Right?
unless it's really supporting the planet and supporting people. I'm very crystal clear on that. It's given me the opportunity to be able to take my supplements on a very regular basis. You know, when you're on the road, they're all in little baggies, and sometimes you take them, sometimes you don't.
Or leave them at TSA.
Yeah, yeah, or they take them if it's London. So
Right.
it's given me an opportunity for a lot more reflection and to do some deeper work, and that's been beneficial. And also, I travel so much, and I go to school a week, 3 weeks a year. Then I was in India, so now I get a chance to be with my dog for the past 4 months, which is nice.
And it's national. Today's the kickoff of Pet Appreciation Day. What's your dog's name?
His name is Bentley, and he's a rescue Labradoodle.
Lovely. I always tag you when there's something I think it's important about traveling with dogs or just dogs in general, and I've never known the name of your dog, but I always try to forward you something when I think that you should see. I sort of mention you in a post. I hope you don't mind that, but I just think
I'm
as
a huge animal advocate. My other passion is doing work for spay and neuter and
right.
animal rescue and getting rid of puppy mills and dog breeders. And so that's something I'm also equally passionate about besides yoga. So thanks anytime you can give a shout out to people adopting
Sure.
dogs. That's awesome.
You're a humanitarian. One great thing from my New York bound friends like Kathy, who might be watching, she was on a wait list since December for adopting a cat because hers unfortunately passed after many, many years. And a great thing that came out of the pandemic for New York is all the cat shelters were depleted. People
That's
decided now's the time to
dog.
adopt. So there was a waiting list for the waiting list of all adoption of New York, which is really kind of nice.
Yeah.
Beth, is there something that you don't miss from life before? We've mentioned missing vitamins or going through London or the travel of TSA. Anything else you don't really want to go back to?
I am rather performance oriented as an individual. I'm very type A. So I found
No, I had no idea.
thank God for yoga because I'm a New Yorker and triple type A, and I would just be a disaster without yoga and meditation. So, you teach what you need to learn on a continued basis. Um,
Well said. Well said.
I I don't miss kind of hurling myself through my life with breakneck speed, and drinking 10 cans of green tea a day and just propping myself up with whatever's possible just to get stuff done.
Right?
Um, Letting go of the need to be productive has been very difficult for me.
Sure.
I'm super self-critical and hard on myself. So I think just letting go of the to-do list and being a little bit more than doing has been very beneficial.
Aw, Thank you for sharing that, because when we look up to you and you come to us at the level of your humanity, I am so much more invested in your book and your nonprofit and your message and what you do. We have a few other guests tonight that may spur up some names, some people that you might remember because I met them through their work with you at Yoga Fit. So there's a little shout out. Any other shout outs you want to make to people who might be watching of your team?
I'd like to give a huge shout out to Jenny Baldwin, our vice president, and our team of trainers at Yoga Fit, and everyone in our Toronto office. And our team has worked very cohesively and very hard, and they've been a lot of them have been working 7 days a week to help everybody get online, to help them make sure that they're in their correct classes. We have an amazing, you know, we're a small organization, but we have an amazingly strong, willful team that has come together in a beautiful way to support each other and support other people getting educated and getting information that's so important right now. We have so many trauma-based yoga programs, from our Warriors program to healing physical and emotional trauma, and you know, obviously healthcare trainings like yoga for heart health and yoga for diabetes. So we're really trying to get out there in the world at large and help more people help themselves, because we're not taught in the US, we're not taught anything about health. We're not taught to take care of ourselves. We're not taught to eat healthy. You know, they feed junk food in the school cafeterias, and the big food companies are profiting off of poisoning us. So people need to learn the truth and learn how to take care of themselves, because the coronavirus pandemic really showed us that people who were not taking care of themselves, people who were part of that 44% of obesity rate in the US, people who had underlying conditions, and we all know that 80% of all disease is self-created. So we would just like to make people healthier physically, mentally, spiritually, and energetically.
Thank you for your message of inclusion, because now more than ever, we're thinking about inclusion and diversity. And thank you for saying that there are lots of different ways to sort of approach yoga, like you said, physically and spiritually. Can I ask you please to show us your book one more time? Because I'm really excited about you coming out with a book that is even beyond just the physical, healing trauma with yoga. And if you published that and that came out in December, can you imagine now the people that don't even know they're going to have PTSD? Wait till we start going around.
Seriously. I've been, you know, watching New York every single day from my windows. I've been going out in the streets that were once bustling with tourists and neighbors. I've seen small businesses destroyed either via the coronavirus or, you know, looters. Many small business owners, you know, who work their whole lives, and I know what that's like. I've seen their businesses just taken out. And it's sad, you know. It takes a lot of meditation and standing on one's head with a red light in my face to keep my spirits high, you know.
I'll do something in between those two extremes. I'd like to thank you on behalf of all of our viewers for the present you're giving all of us of your wisdom. I really appreciate you squeezing us in, because I remember you mentioned to me that you might be traveling on today, and I'm grateful to see you after we last were seated next to each other.
It's been a while.
It's Canada. We were sitting next to each other at a Human Kinetics dinner. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you for everything you're doing, Lawrence. Namaste.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Bye. Namaste. Bye. All right, my friends, that is the legendary Beth Shaw. Hey, if you're just joining us, 3 announcements. I'm not a fan of quick questions or quick announcements, but these are quick. Number 1, please share, and share now. 2 clicks you make so that you are watching this on your timeline on whatever gadget or device from which you're streaming, so that you are making comments that we'll all see, but from your device, spreading our message. What is our message? Fitness works around our world. Number 2, when you're just joining us, please make a comment, hashtag fitness works, hashtag I was here, and where is your here? Where are you watching us from? And number 3, to get all of this when we're done, all 6 and hours and hours and hours, findlawrence.com/fitnessworks, and you'll get something that you could share with your classes and clients and spread our inspiration. For the first time ever on our show, my friends, I'm going to show you a flag, and you tell me where we're going. First time ever. Invited were several. Saying yes, our dear, wonderful. Where? Croissant? What? Poisson? What? Hee hee hon hon hon. We are going to go to Paris, my friends, and our dear humanitarian, Teresa Wakamatsu P. Parthenod is going to join us from Paris. And she'll be coming up to us and sharing a little bit about what's going on there in this part of the world. And we haven't checked in to France as long as we've been going through this whole series, episode 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 yet. So we're going to be able to get a little bit now from Teresa. I'm going to start her video so we can see her. In honor of where we are, we'll have our French flag. And Teresa, if you could see 2 invitations. One is to unmute yourself, and one is to start your camera, and then maybe start speaking, and we'll be able to hear you.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
Welcome. Are you digging the flag?
Yes, I am.
It's just a
Great.
little bit of respect to the people and logging in from different places and times. Thank you for joining us. Tell us, where are you exactly and what time is it?
Actually, I am in France. I'm in the south of France. So I'm not in Paris right now,
Okay.
and it's around 9:30.
Wonderful. And what's your current state of mind?
Oh, it's been going like this because, on June 2nd, the lockdown was finished. So everyone was out and everything was going great. And then with everything happening in the United States, it's just been, and all over the world, it's been a very emotional time, extremely
Sure.
emotional time for me. Yes.
Okay, so
So,
a plethora of emotions going through. I hear
yes.
you. Wonderful. Okay. And
Yes.
what would you say characterizes the French where you are?
The French where I am, they are happy to be out. Business is going. Everything is opening. You can see there's life coming back into France. The beaches are open, the lakes are open, the gyms are opening. So, and a lot of people are exercising outside, still keeping the distancing and everything. So there
Masks?
is this uplift of spirit and everything coming back. So.
Is there a requirement of masks or gloves anywhere in any
Oh
way?
yes, masks. Yes, for sure, for
You
sure.
mentioned gyms are open there. That's great news to hear. Cautiously, at reduced capacity, or full on? How would you characterize that?
It's interesting because the gyms are open, but I have not seen that many gyms opening yet. So it means that they're really trying to make it work to be safe, and to be with the law, with the regulations. So it's there's a lot of work that needs to be done on that. But for the Pilates studios, it's a bit easier because they can have small groups for mat class, keeping their distance, mask, gloves, and then you have to clean everything afterwards and everything.
Sure. With our
Yeah.
physical distancing. Are you back to teaching? Are you teaching in any physical facilities or streaming or both?
I've been working with Zoom, so from the beginning I started teaching on Zoom. So yeah, and that was nice. I was teaching big groups, but then I decided that the thing for me was really smaller groups and privates. So I
Okay.
could really give feedback. I could really teach, keeping some bigger groups going at the same time. But
Wonderful.
yeah, now that I work with the studio in Aix-en-Provence. And what happens now is she's at the owner has opened the studio, and there's people coming in. But there's also this, they still want to have their Zoom classes,
Right.
So we're continuing with that, and we're starting this week. So we have 3 classes that are going to be starting Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So
Thank
it'll
you.
keep
What I'm
going.
finding that's inspiring me is the club open-minded enough to have 4 memberships. 4, which you've just addressed 3. Number 1, the people who are going to go back when they physically can go back. Number 2, the people that either froze or unfroze, but they want to belong and not be back physically. Number 3, the people in the demographic who don't want to go to the club, but might want to drop in on classes because now there's a camera zooming at such an angle that participants aren't in camera, but instructors are. And number 4, memberships that are virtual at deeply discounted rates for anyone in the world who wants to join these classes, because we all have connections now. Our world is flat. Good for you for bringing, you have a huge draw in Asia, because at AFC, how many times have you been back, right? you're on
Right.
our committee and teaching standing and floor and yoga and Pilates and fusion, and up there with Kathleen Murakami, one of our top presenters who's so creative. Can you tell us a little bit about your background and where your whole name is from, your ethnicity, and what got you to Paris or what got you to France?
Okay, my whole name. Teresa Wakamatsu Partino. Well, Wakamatsu is Japanese, Partino is French. Okay, my father was Japanese and my husband is French. So there we go on that one. Yeah.
And fluent in all of those languages that you just mentioned?
Unfortunately, I do not speak Japanese, but I speak Chinese. So it's a
Mandarin? Ni hao ma. Mandarin
Ni hao.
or Mandarin, or the other one is
Mandarin, there's Cantonese,
Cantonese, yeah.
other dialects. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And some English and a few words in French like croissant, I'm sure.
Oh, sure. I'm teaching in French. So this has been a challenge, a huge challenge, but I'm
Teresa,
doing
you're in France, you've done lots of work in Asia, you've traveled the world, you've been very successful in America. What is inspiring you these days that maybe our fitness community watching at home could get some ideas from?
Well, the thing that I have been inspired by many things throughout this whole movement, everything going on. So, it changes all the time.
Sure.
Now is really how to continue these video classes, these online classes, what I want to say, and to also keep the studio running, at a good rate. So it's quite a challenge, and how to get back to doing workshops with students, and to get the community coming back to doing workshops. Some people do not want to do workshops online. Other people are just waiting for the studio to really be able to open to more people. So, and that is just inspiring me on how to figure that out. Like, how are we going to do it? And I've been working with other teachers on talking about that, and about maybe collaborating with workshops and, doing different sections.
Smart.
Yeah. So, yeah.
All of us, I think, are
A lot of
repurposing.
collaboration.
Right, repurposing and recollaborating what we're doing. So if you're teaching to fitness consumers, also think about connecting that same sweat equity to the people who are current or future teachers for or for not continuing education, but to be in the same Zoom room as you, live or later. We're sometimes forgetting the fact that we can multi-purpose everything we're doing now because it's recorded. So that's a little thing I'm finding that's inspiring me. Anything else inspiring you about anything you've seen from the world over in fitness?
Everything. I would say everything. And the creativity of all the instructors that I've seen, and just the attitude, and like I said, coming together, finding people coming together. It's really nice. And I have to say, in France, the Pilates community really came together, and that was from the French, the French Federation for Pilates Professionals. They right away they got on Zoom, and they got teachers coming, every Tuesday to teach class, to share what they were teaching, to share their experiences, and how to meetings on how to save your studio, what we can do, how do we need to address the Ministry of Sports and things like that. So
I'm so glad you have that kind of an organization that seems so supportive.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Really.
Wonderful. Is there any shout out you want to make to anyone who might be watching?
Oh, there's two, not four, two. I could find four too, but one is Portia Page, because from Balanced Body, she has always supported me, and she was the one who really was like, Teresa, you've got to do this, get into Pilates, and you're going to take off. I was like, okay, I'll do it. She was my mentor for a long time. And the other one is the woman that I work with, Marguerite Stern, and she's the owner of the studio, L'Atelier du Pilates in Aix-en-Provence. And I've only been in France 2 years, and she just took me in and told me everything I needed to do, how everything works, and made me feel very
Lovely.
comfortable. And
Because it's June and now we know geographically where you are in the south and X, you're going to have the Luberon and you're going to have all the lavender fields and all
oh
the beauty of the purple. I hope you can get out and, masked or not, get some beautiful photos because I had to experience that twice in my life. I went once and the day I was going out to the country, I got a call from America and had to return immediately.
oh. Mhm.
30 minutes away from the fields, and I had to
Oh
go get
no.
right back to the Marseille airport or wherever that was. And
Uh-huh.
is there anything that you thank you for your shout outs? That's really, I hope they're watching now or in delay. Is there
Yes.
anything from your life now that you love, an unexpected joy that's come up during this time?
I just really began to appreciate where I am.
Right.
And when everything started to happen, I live in a small village
Right.
and everyone just came together. What do you need? And it was cold because we're in the mountains. It was still a little bit winter. And
Sure.
people were asking, do you need firewood? Do you need pellets? I'm going to the grocery store. Do you need anything? So everyone worked together and it just made me realize how I was actually a
Oh,
part of the community. It's
right.
it was just so much being together and
Oh, that's
helping each
lovely.
other. Yeah.
From your life before, is there anything you don't miss?
Oh yeah. It's like,
Life?
oh, yeah. Well, because I live up in the mountains, I have to drive. When I drive to Aix-en-Provence to work, it's a 2-hour drive. So, and when I'm working with, yes, I work with Balanced Body for certifications. I go to Lyon, which could be a 5-hour drive, but I take the train. So, and I was doing that quite often and getting into this
Oh
rhythm
my
of doing it.
gosh.
And that break maybe just see, maybe I need to, I
Yeah, yeah,
continue,
yeah, yeah,
but
yeah,
change something.
yeah. Teresa, I'll tell you, hashtag no more. Done. I want to say that your shout outs really meant something to me because a mentor, when people shout out to their mentors and our next guest, I have something to say about that as well as your current gym visionary who's open and making opportunities for wellness. You prove
Mhm.
that hashtag fitness works around the world. Just before I let you go, can you tell all our viewers how we can find you socially?
Oh, I'm on Facebook, okay? And my Facebook name is Teresa Wakamatsu Partano. And you can also find me on the website of L'Atelier du Pilates in Aix-en-Provence.
Sure, and that's so easy to say and easy to spell because French is one of those languages where when you see it, you say it. Nuh-uh, not at all. I'd like to
Look,
say, yeah?
look, look.
Oh, so sweet. You wrote it out for us. Hold that for a
Yeah.
few more seconds. While you're holding that up, I want to say, Teresa, for a long time, you don't know this, I have admired you and I have loved you from afar, but sometimes people don't come up to you and speak to you because they're just scared in the presence of greatness. And that was I for a long time. And now I'd like to say I admire you, and because you're here, I love you from up close. Thank you for the present of your wisdom.
Me
I hope to
too,
see you
Lawrence.
in Bangkok. Thank you. God bless. Carry on.
You
Bye.
too. Bye.
Such a visionary. My friends, we are going to say, just if you're joining us, please make sure you click share and share now. So if you're not watching this from my timeline, I love you even more because you're watching from yours. You spread our message that we are in our profession for outcomes, but we have to have somehow some incomes. And fitness works not for free. So we watch and spread our message. Make a comment anywhere after you've shared. Please, hashtag I was here, hashtag fitness works, and where is your here? Where are you watching from? To get this whole show bundled and packaged for free, sent to you, just findlawrence.com/fitnessworks. I'm going to show you now our next flag. It's something you can eat. It's something you can drink. I love maple syrup. We are going to go to Canada. And when we go to Canada, I'm going to promote here and introduce to you a humanitarian, an award-winning, current reigning star from CanFit Pro, the current reigning instructor of the year, someone who is inspirational to me. Dion, welcome.
Well, thank you for having me, Lawrence. I'm so excited.
I'm thrilled you're here for so many reasons. Finally, that we're able to have you. I think timing is really great. Although you and I have been working together for over 2 years, when you won your award in CanFit Pro as Instructor of the Year and hashtag One to Watch and hashtag Rising Star, you made a shout out in your acceptance speech to me, and I will forever be grateful for that because it's nice to be seen. It's nice to work with you, and we've had check-ins together and collaborating under wing. I don't know if I really love that expression, under my wing, but we're equals, and you've sent me your classes and you asked for tips, and we've worked together. The fact that you are full of gratitude showed me who you were inside, although from your professional life, I've always known who you are on your outside. I am in the presence of greatness, humbled and grateful that I know you.
Oh,
Tell
thank
me,
you, Lawrence.
where are you watching from and what time is it?
Well, I'm here from Toronto, Ontario, and I think we're at this, I don't know for the same time zone, but it's now 3:45 Eastern Standard Time.
Thank you for joining us on a Sunday. And what's your current state of mind, Dion?
Whew, that's a deep question. I think because over the past 2 weeks, physically I'm well. I'm staying active. I feel physically great, but mentally it's been a bit of an emotional roller coaster, to be very honest. The murder of George Floyd has been very triggering. As a Black woman, as somebody who has been the brunt of discrimination, I've experienced it myself.
I know you have.
I've seen it, so I understand when I see these images, it's triggering because I remember times when I could have been a George Floyd, or I remember times when I could have been the family of George Floyd. So during this time, you'll be hard pressed not to come across a person of color who has not in some way and capacity experienced this, and it's very triggering. So to answer your question, yeah, it's been mostly up and down. But on the upside is I've also been drawing from strength and recognizing how things are changing and how people are opening up and waking up and seeing that, we all have to come together to make this a better place. And it's not just cliche. We have to put actions. We have to, work towards something that's better.
Thank you. The most important thing is for us to be able to say, I might not say the right words, but I care and I love, and start a conversation together, can we? And when you come back to us, then I think we can step up and learn what we need to learn, because clearly we have a lot to learn. Thank you for sharing that. I can imagine that it's crazy time, and also in these tumultuous times, how wonderful to have your award, because everybody's watching and listening. Cool.
Thank you. Can I just say something on that, Lawrence?
Sure.
That we may not say the right words. For those who may have not been directly impacted, but you want to lend a hand, you want to help, listen, a drowning victim is not concerned if you scratch their arm when you're trying to save them, right? If you're performing CPR and you crack a couple ribs, trust me, they're not too concerned about that. It's just doing something, just doing what you can do in your capacity. It's appreciated. So I wouldn't be too worried about being politically correct or whatever. It's about your intention and putting those intentions to action.
Thank you for saying that, because from your mouth to all of your community's ears, because not everyone will reach out of fear. I'd much rather apologize than ask for permission. So thank you for saying that. And I'm so glad that you, as I was saying, that you have this award. I normally ask at the end, but I think it's so important now for people with your voice to follow you. How can we find you socially and listen to your posts and watch your posts and feel your posts?
Mm-hmm. Well, a lot of my posts, of course, are from the fitness perspective. I really believe that from my area, again, we have to kind of add to what we can from our capacity. So as a fitness professional, I know there's a direct connection between our physical health and our mental health.
Right.
So you can just type my name, Dion Mason, in Google. You'll find me on Instagram.
We see it here. So that's on Facebook. I've just, through the magic of technology, made it appear. Awesome. And that's also your Instagram. And are you doing the TikTok thing and Twitter thing?
I'm not quite there yet. I'm not as fully technically savvy as many.
No, but I'm to tell everybody, all of our viewers around the world, that they need to follow you, because it's not just your posts of fitness, but your message is imbued into your posts of fitness, right? You've mentioned that now you are thinking and feeling the roller coaster of emotions and getting inspiration. Key word. What's inspiring you? Can you give us some examples of maybe our fitness community, that things that are in other countries or in your country that's inspiring Dion?
Well, I'm going to give a shout out, as I like to always give honor. And I always believe gratitude, and always take a time. Anyone that has spent even 5 minutes with me and given me their thoughts, their kindness, I like to always show my appreciation. So I was just overwhelmed when I saw people like Mo Hagan and Tosca Reno and Natila Lacombe saying, you know what, we recognize that we need to listen. And I was like, wow. So I'm inspired by the fact that there are people out there who are saying, what can we do? How can we help for better progress? What changes can we make? And I would like to listen. So I'm inspired by that. Absolutely.
On
I'm
social,
also
right? Just as
on
posts
social.
saying, what can I do?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm also inspired by the other people out there that are actually giving me some inspiration and kicking my butt. I love how, as a fellow fitness professionals who are posting their stuff and different challenges going on, I'm like, you know what? Get off your butt, Dion. You got to keep moving, and also inspiring your own participants to keep moving too. So there's so many. I don't want to call a whole bunch of names because I'll miss somebody and they'll cuss me out. So I'm just saying that those of you who are out there doing your challenges and motivating other people, nominating them to participate, that's very inspiring as well for me.
No one's going to cuss you out because your heart is full and your heart is always in your right place. And when it's in the right place, people will get over an omission of something. I was not at CamFit Pro when you won and you made your shout out, but my phone has rarely in my life gone off the way it has when people, including Mo Hagan, were telling me, shout out from Dion who just won. I was actually watching someone's stream, but the way she sent it to me was so charming, and it showed so much to me who you are. Your inspiration comes from your community. You also inspired others because you were one of the first people to say, what's Zoom? I'm not sure, but I'm going to go there and we're going to figure it out. And I was there watching your post. Zoom fail, Zoom trial. We've nailed the music. Well, now we're doing this, and now it's become a part of your life, right?
Absolutely. I'm not afraid to say, listen, I can't, if I don't know something and I'm going to say, I don't know how to do this. Can somebody help me? So I do appreciate my participants who were so gracious and understanding through the process, and also watching me through the evolution. Like, I've got to a point where it's like, I see it as a great tool. It's in my toolbox, but also there's other things I want to add as well to give people a good experience and
Right.
that it's great for them.
Before all this happened, is there anything from life that you don't miss at all, that you don't really have to return to?
Absolutely. I don't miss people being up on my body all the time in the transit system and, coughing and sneezing on me. And I don't miss
Right?
that. It's like, hey, back off. Like,
Right.
space, right? So I don't miss that. I also just don't miss the traffic. I think most professionals who've answered that question, I think we all echo that. Like, even your presenter before, I'm like, what, 5 hours? Like, you know,
Sure.
I don't miss, in Toronto, there's no such thing. I used to laugh when I would watch episodes of 24,
Right.
that show. And Jack was like, yeah, I'll be there in 15 minutes. And like, in Toronto, there's no 15 minutes to get anywhere, right?
Right.
It doesn't happen. So I don't miss that commute time. And just rushing all the time. And at the same time, there's so many things I want to do and products I want to work on that I just didn't have the time because I was always in transit, getting to a client, getting to a class. So I don't miss that.
So is that something that you really are loving about your unexpected find, maybe time to work on the projects that you just alluded to?
Yes. And I'm one of those people that, I know some people can't wait to kind of get back to things. I'm actually in no rush because I have so many things on my desk and things I want to do and accomplish before I get back to teaching. So one of the things I've done, again, thanks to you and our coaching sessions, is I recently became ACE certified during the quarantine period. So that was one of the
Perfect segue for our next guest, because Anthony Wall will be so happy to hear, yes, Lawrence recommended, she did it, Canada Instructor of the Year from CanFit Pro, reigning 2019 to 2020. Good for you. How was the test experience?
Nerve-wracking, but but I did it. It was again, one of the things I wanted to get done, and I'm like, you know what? I'm off. Let's get it done. So at the same time, it was also very humbling and teaching, because sometimes I think in our professions, others that don't know the behind the scenes stuff may not know or appreciate that this is a profession and we have to know stuff.
Right.
So my exam by no way was a walk in the park. No, there was a lot of stuff back to anatomy and human kinetics, all this stuff. So I really appreciated deeper our profession, the stuff that we need.
But now remember, our marketing talk, when we do schedule that, is you are so much more marketable now because there's continuing education. There's the fees that you do charge. Fitnessworks and not for free. And now that you have this internationally accepted certification that requires continuing ed, is on par with surgeons board certified exams, right? NCC exam. How wonderful is that now you didn't just do something and mail in a mail order test online that took 30 seconds, right? Good for you for raising your standards for yourself and your business. Dion, what's in addition to working on stuff, this question you could choose. Tell us about something that's coming that you're working on in this new time, or a new other discovery of your life now that you never had time or energy to do that's pretty unexpected.
Well, which one do I pick? Well, you know what? I'll tell you what's coming, a few different projects. So there are a couple small projects where I'm working on refining my transformation challenges. I do have a 6-day transformation challenge that I have, and I'm now refining it to a 30-day transformation challenge. So I'm working on that. And you can check my social media and my website soon, which will post that. But
Right.
Another bigger project I'm working on, which COVID kind of exposed, is really working with fitness professionals and uniting us together for us to be treated on a better scale. So one thing that I noticed that when COVID hit is that when the gyms closed down, of course we understood that, but very few offered financial support to the fitness professionals, even though in many cases they offered financial support to other staff members within the gym. So I'm actually currently working on a project, which I'll soon reveal, to really help to bring together fitness professionals and help to fight for better treatment, and to work with the gyms, not against them, but with them, to really help them to appreciate us, to pay us properly. Many of us have not gotten wage increases in years, to
Right.
ensure that we have things like sick days, things like that. So this is a
Thank
project
you.
that I'm passionate about right now, I'm working on, and I'm going to be revealing in the upcoming weeks.
When I think of you, I think of award winner as some of the words that come to mind. I think of activist. I think of inspirational rising star. I think one to watch, and I definitely know humanitarian. You've had so many projects that are culturally sensitive and appropriate and close to your heart over the years that you've worked on, and how you tie those into fitness. I'd love to go into if we had more of our time together, except now I encourage everybody to follow you and see how you link fitness to your heritage, to your life, and now with your upcoming projects. I thank you for the present of your wisdom. You know I've loved you from afar, and you've known I've loved you from up close. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much, Lawrence. Be blessed.
Award winner Dion. My friends, if you are just joining us, please make sure you click share and share now so you're watching our show from your Facebook timeline. Make a comment if you haven't. Hashtag I was here, and tell us where your here is, from where are you watching, and hashtag fitnessworks, because around the globe, when we're certified, when we're credentialed, when we are creating clarity in chaos, we are together as a community. A tribe? Maybe. A community? Sure. I call us a fitness trimunity. What? Yes, from Canada, we're going to go now down to our first time for this show, our American flag, because New York is kind of like America, and I've always said New York is kind of its own place. We're going to go to San Diego, to the center of all things certification, American Council on Exercise. Chief, I find him the inspirational guy. I find him the motivating guy, the great public speaker. I've gone to his sessions at conventions around the world. A dear friend, a humanitarian. He's been in the industry for so long with a virtual background. Hi, Anthony.
Lawrence, how are you, my friend? Great to see you, and hi to everybody.
I'm optimistic. That's my one word. Where are we finding you, and what time is it? And
I'm in San Diego. This backdrop is somewhere we went on vacation a couple years ago, so it's the view from our campsite, so we'll get there. This is up in Diamond Lake in Oregon, but today I'm in San Diego, California. And
where you've been for a while, right?
Yeah, been here for eight and a half years now.
Yeah, but I mean, through all this, you haven't probably...
Yeah. I wish I was right here in the backdrop. That's fine.
Right. Oh my goodness. Can you tell me this, please? What is your current state of mind? It's our loaded question of the evening, from all the way from California to Alana watching in Greece to all the way to my friends in Asia just waking up. We follow you because we know you're a mover and a shaker. In addition to working at ACE, for those people who don't know, ACE certification is ubiquitous and you line up so many things and have lots of people that report to you at ACE, but you're also a speaker and you're also content developer, and I've reported to you for so many things over the years. You're the big boss. What's your state of mind?
Well, it's been an interesting 3.5 months. I think everyone is had the conversation this time last year, or even this time, coming out into the new year. We weren't expecting this. I'm ready to start thinking about how we can progress to the new normal, both personally and professionally. And I think all of us are at this point now, current topics aside, what's going on around the world, but just with the COVID disruption, I think we're all at a point where everyone's gone through that process of having to reevaluate perhaps what their priorities are at home, what their work priorities are. We've had to think about our business model for work. All of us have been faced with that. And I think many of us are in that point thinking, okay, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and it's not going to be easy. It's an uphill battle for all of us, for many of us. I feel like that's coming though, and I'm in a good state of mind for that.
Thank you for that, because it was very complete, and I think it's inspiring because you've shown that even ACE is reimagining what's relevant now and what's coming, which is sort of the hardest thing. You're on so many task forces. We get asked all the time, what are the top 10 trends next year? Well, remember when they came out in December of last year? Are we laughing now when we look at what we thought those trends of 2020 were going to be?
Yeah.
Where you are in San Diego, what's the current state of mind of people there? Are people obedient? Are there masks? Are they going out? Are the beaches open?
We're starting to open up a little bit. Some of the shops just opened up in the last week. We've had curbside pickup, and we've had obviously essential places have been open for a while, or some of them have been open the whole time. In the last couple of weeks, some of the restaurants have opened now. Yesterday, I took one of my daughters to a pet store to pick up a little toy for a pet that we got recently. And the store next to it, which was a clothing store, had opened up, and they had a line of people outside. So apparently people are waiting to buy clothes. I finally got a haircut, which was really needed. You won't remember that experience, or maybe you do, Lawrence.
Yeah.
So people are doing okay here. People are okay in Poway.
Okay, good. Going out, reserved. What's the state of fitness? Are any gyms open or opening under certain new laws?
In California, we haven't been given the okay for clubs to open up yet. That's for phase 3. We don't know when that's coming, although, a lot of people are hoping it's going to be before the end of this month.
Okay.
In our office, we're all working remotely at the moment.
Right.
And we have we have a gym on site. We're looking at the plans now for what we're calling the re-entry. And one of those re-entry plans is to keep our gym, our on-site gym, closed until we are given the okay by the state to open it up as well. Because like everyone else, we're a business and we have a fitness facility in that business. We want to make sure that we're following the CDC recommendations too.
Wonderful, as ACE will. And with Scott and with Cedric and with your team, you're constantly putting your finger on where is the pulse and what's here and what's coming.
Yeah.
During all of this, as ACE reimagines, what on your level, is inspiring you, Anthony? Or has inspired you from maybe another country, from what your company's doing as an initiative, because you were some of the first people to put out sort of the downloadable papers on music, the papers on insurance, the papers of make sure you cover these bases as we're all sort of figuring things out. That's a thank you to ACE from me for putting together that survival kit, if you will. My question is, what's inspiring you during all this that makes your eyes open and say, whoa?
It's a bit of humble pie for us. Thank you for what you said, and thank you for everyone out there who's continuing to, create these exercise experiences. When we got a few weeks into this, we're talking back in March now, we started to have the conversations, and we were hearing from exercise professionals around the world, hey, we're struggling, we need some help. And we went into the what can we do today mode. What is it that we can do today? What is it that we can do this week? And so we started to put some of those things together. We are constantly awed. We're constantly humbled by a couple of things, Lawrence. It's just the industry as a whole is really banding together. We're supporting each other. We're sharing stories. but it's been really amazing to watch what's going online, some of the different challenges. Many of us have done personal challenges. Some of us have done work-related challenges, and seeing the connection through that, through Instagram and Facebook and some of the different mediums we use. That's been kind of fascinating to see that. And, I think of one particular individual who I met at a conference, actually it was AFC last year, and I follow them on Instagram. And, this individual's creating weights. I think he's in India now, creating weights from, whatever he can find, blocks, all kinds of different things. So we're seeing a lot of creativeness come out of whether they're tools that are existing or what they're using. I've seen people do, the workouts with their kids. Jackie the other day did one at our office, and I think she did a get up with a pet at the end there. So we're seeing a lot of fun and a lot of creativeness and opportunities that people are using to learn different things.
Wonderful. You mentioned your outing recently with one of your daughters for the pet store. Today is the kickoff of Pet Appreciation Week. So that's a wonderful thing that coincides with our first show of June and also full moon. And in addition to that, let me say that something that you said inspires me is the India shout out that you made, right? Because you see someone creatively doing stuff. I'd like to, in addition to thanking you for the ACE survival kit that you put together, thank you for another guest on our show has been Shannon Fable. Allowing Shannon Fable, or putting together the vision of Shannon Fable's Facebook group called Ace Group Fit that allows people in who may not even have yet the ACE group or PT or any certification. She's been so full of resources, and that's been inspiring me as we go forward, because she has really great speakers on there, except for some crazy Italian. And she puts out resources that people need. I think that's cool.
Yeah.
So thank you for that.
Yeah, thanks, Shannon. And congratulations to Dion, by the way, while we're talking about certification and things. I mean, that's amazing. Well done, Dion. Thanks for being part of the family, and welcome to the family.
For the people who might be thinking of certification during this time, they don't have to wait until things are open up to start getting preparatory materials, because now's a great time to think about it before they actually have to find a testing center that might be open and take an exam at some place.
Well, it depends where you live. I mean, you can always study, right? Around the world, we can do it virtually.
Really?
Yeah, you can. You don't have to go into a bricks and mortar right now. So that's great. But, our resources, as you mentioned on our page, on our COVID-19 page, have a ton of resources on exam tips, how to study for the exam, what the actual exam is going to entail, not the answers, by the way, but just little tips to help you work through it. And something that's really neat is we've been involved in a pilot study. A number of different organizations have been involved in a pilot study, which we just launched last week. Actually, it'll be this week for us now. And that's remote proctoring and taking the exam from your house, from your home. That's something that for high stakes testing hasn't been done, at least in our industry. The NCCA has allowed testing organization to permit that under certain circumstances. So
I've seen that. That sounds fascinating. I just have to take my camera and show my space, and then the proctor trusts my space?
Right now, only in the US and Canada. So those of you who are in those places, yes, you could sit for your exam in July, August. Yeah. So there you go.
Anthony, something from your life before all of this started that you don't miss at all, that you don't really need to rush back to?
I guess we have slowed down a little bit in some instances of our lives, and I've used this as an opportunity to reconnect with my family. As you know, I do travel a lot I did travel a lot in my pre-COVID days. I've not traveled now. This is the longest I've ever been home since I've been.
How's that working for you?
It's great. We'll ask the family, see what they say. I think they want me to go. The other day, packed my lunch in a road map. So that might have been a key that they were looking for me to leave. But I don't miss the travel, although I enjoy traveling and I enjoy those opportunities. It's been nice to spend some quality time at home. That's something I haven't missed.
Corollary to that question, Anthony, any newfound unexpected discovery that you want to keep going at?
I've tried to really focus on personal health because I've not traveled as much. I've tried to focus on getting out, being more active, walks during the day, which I do. We do them at ACE, but not to the extent that I've tried to do them here. So it's really about that, trying to create a good balanced work day. Initially, that was hard for me. It was easy for me to stay at the computer all day long. Now I've got a good schedule, and that's made a difference. I'm enjoying that part of it.
You're a competitive athlete too. Let's say that.
Yeah, I've been doing some good training sessions, not on the track, but I can say that right now I'm injury free, and I'm getting some good running sessions at the park on some of the trails that are opening up around us.
Is your wife joining you? Because I know you've done some stuff
Uh-huh.
in movement
Yes,
together.
she's
Okay, great.
joining me. In fact, we typically go out on the weekends. The girls will take their bikes and ride, and we'll run around the park or do some different exercises there as a group. Sometimes
Right.
the kids join in, sometimes they sit and look at their social media.
Sure. You mentioned the shout out to the individual that you follow in India who's making creative weights for classes that he's doing in his country. Are there any other shout outs of anyone that might be watching that you want to just call out to by any chance?
You know, I would give a shout out to all of our international folks. I do get to see a lot more about what's going on here in the US, but our international folks, folks in Europe, Asia, Australia, New Zealand, hi to all of you. Love having you part of the family and love having you guys send us messages. So I don't want to single out people, except you, Lawrence, of course. Thank you for everything that you do. I'm going to make sure we say that. But it's really great being part of international community. And that is something that we're more aware of with the current disruption, is how international we are as an industry. And that's pretty amazing to be part of that.
Oh, give my best to your family, please, and thank them for sharing you with us on our Around the World Town Hall, so you could check in. And on behalf of ACE and on behalf of where you are in San Diego, I really appreciate that you were able to get a haircut first and then show up now. Was it pretty serious? Was it pretty drama? Or sorry?
Yeah, I had to wait this long until I could get my haircut.
I know. Is there anywhere you really want to go first when you go out and you can actually leave California?
You know, I'm not kidding, but as you know, I love Greece. My favorite island there is Naxos, which is not far from you.
Best potatoes. I bring my potatoes from Naxos.
Oh my gosh, I could do Greece right now for the food and the beach, and then for the food would be also Beirut, where our friend Patrick is. Yeah.
Right. In Beirut, I had the best dark chocolate I ever had. And Mykonos is Greece is still off limits to Americans without a 14-day quarantine, but everything will change in July. So you can come visit when I'm there, but I have no plans yet to get back there. On behalf of all of our viewers, Anthony, I'd like to thank you from my heart to yours for just the business, for the wisdom, for the humanitarian, and the personal aspect of wisdom that you brought us. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Lawrence, and thanks to everybody. Keep up the great work. We're a tribe. We're part of a great team, so keep on going.
God bless. Be well. Thank you, Anthony. Bye. My friends, if you're just joining us, please, I invite you to share and share now. Share our Around the World Global Episode 6 Town Hall on your social media. Please, you just click share, and I invite you as comment. If you're just joining us, hashtag I was here, and tell us where is you're here, watching from blank. Hashtag fitnessworks, and to get this whole show, my friend, all you have to do is remember this. findlawrence.com/fitnessworks. Our next guest in the United States of America is coming to us from Oklahoma, I believe. Hello, Jordan.
Hello, Lawrence. Oklahoma's right, where the wind comes sweeping down the plains.
And with your Broadway background, would you be able to sing that for us? No, I'm not going to put you on the spot, but sorry?
I would be able to, yes. Will I? Will I? No.
For those of us, I didn't introduce you anything other than humanitarian, a friend for years, around the world. If people are familiar with Pure Barre, it's probably because, in no small part, you've been associated and pushed that message because it's a convincingly conviction of yours. If people have heard of Piloxing or Certified from them, it's in no small part through how you have taken those programs around the world. If people know you from your entertainment and Broadway history, years before that you gave up when you went into fitness, then they know Jordan Ballard's name from that too. Where are we finding you in Oklahoma, and what time is it?
I'm an hour behind you, so 3:15 here, and thank you for your intro. And Oklahoma City, which is where I was raised. I'm quarantining with Mama.
All right, wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. In addition to that, what is your current state of mind, Jordan?
Oh, well, I gather similar to most. This would have been different about a week ago had you asked me, but
Sure.
heavy, very heavy. It's like a collective, grief here in the U.S. I'm sure we have obviously people joining from across the world, but it's a really heavy time for us, and it's hard not to be affected and
Sure.
want to jump in and help and fight right now. So that's obviously compounded by what has been going on for the past couple of months globally, with I think a kind of a collective grief associated with that too. So to answer your question, heavy.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you being candid about your answer instead of anything other than who you are, because I know you and I've seen you on stage and I've seen you be just as authentic, even in a pre-choreographed program, because that's what sells, right? At the end of the day, we want to fall in love with you as much as we might want to fall in love with any kind of program, gym, or Pure Barre. Jordan,
Yeah.
what is the status or state of mind of the people in Oklahoma City where you are? Obedient, rebellious, wearing masks?
I think denial would be a good word to use. You'll find both extremes. I've found a daily coffee shop where I go in and I come out and sit and work on the patio, work in the grass, and everyone there is masked and staying socially distant. And then I was around last night in a different area of Oklahoma City where no masks are found. Everyone's sort of proceeding back to daily life without any changes. So it's interesting.
I see. Okay. Well, you got to get those people obedient because you got followers all over the world. Because you have followers all over the world and you've spread all the programs like I mentioned, and people associate you as a mover and a shaker, could you take a few minutes and tell us about what's inspiring you or where you're drawing your inspiration from, regardless of the source, please?
Of course. So I think I can answer this in a few ways. I would want to start by spreading something that's called breath work. It's a form of meditation. I'm not sure if anyone here is familiar, but in case you have not, it's something that I have found just this year in 2020. And it's called breath work. It's a form of meditation that is a 3-part breath. And, through my friendship with Lawrence and with Yuri over the years, I was definitely not not the first person to jump into meditation, definitely the person saying, I've tried, it doesn't quite work. And breathwork is something that really helped me kind of learn a bit more about meditation and get into a place of stillness and go inward. And really that has helped me deal with grief, a lot of grief that came prior to right now. And of course has grown exponentially in the past couple of months and in the past week, really. So that's something that has really helped me. I'm so intrigued by it. I've been really looking at certifications and looking at different people to take this from and with. But one thing that I really am empowered by is that when you take a breathwork class, you feel like you are part of a collective of people who, of course, are experiencing their own individual experience of the meditation and of the practice, but you kind of feel the collective pain and the collective healing in that moment. And I've been really moved by that. I think that is something that, have you tried it before? Are you familiar with it at all?
I'm not at all, but that sounds fascinating. I mean, yoga and breathing and pranayama, but the way you're discussing it is kind of fascinating. And
I think it is maybe a bit trendy. It's coming up in the, on the scene, if you will. But I've tried it a few places in LA and I've been doing it online. And, I hope to not only practice it, but maybe teach it. And, in conjunction with the other, I've of course shifted into virtual classes for 8 weeks now, and 4 to 5 days a week with my crew virtually. Keeping that up has been really helpful to connect with people. But this has been a way, I think, to really stay present during the time.
Wow, you've really taken inspiration as a time to actually do some new stuff that you'll actually channel into new or current things you're doing. Are you using Zoom on everything it is that you're doing?
No, so actually Pure Barre has chosen to use Facebook Live in a private setting, a group. But all of my personal classes are for piloxing and for other methods are on Zoom.
So you're doing the best of everything. So you've had to do music and microphone and the differences of legal and royalty free and whether it's public domain and private domain. And oh my gosh, are you singing anything live for your people? Because I know you're so great at what you do.
It's really difficult for me not to sing ever. So,
Right.
and you know, what's interesting about Facebook Live, I really don't prefer it. I prefer Zoom for classes because you can't see people, you
Wow.
can't correct, you can't help, you can't motivate as effectively. But I also sometimes forget I'm not alone. So I'm singing out loud and forgetting that. So feel free to join and experience that, anyone, if you'd like. You'll catch yourself in a moment of, right, this is like, it's hard not to have that energy of people.
Sure. But that's one of your huge reasons of your international drop. Because you brought it up now, following or dropping in on your song and inspiration, how do we find you? We see here your name, Jordan Ballard.
Yes, I'm not too present on social media, but I do have an Instagram. It's Jordan Kate Ballard on Instagram. I'm on Facebook, but something happens where you get too many friends and then you have to get a public page, and then I couldn't quite figure that out, and I gave up.
Oh, you won't give up because we already have a call scheduled for next week. So make sure that you remind me about that. Yeah, because you have such a message and you have such a following, and just from your trips around the globe for all the companies we mentioned so far, now you also have your own draw and your own personality. You want to be maximizing your social media, especially now. We're hashtag physically distanced, but hashtag socially connected. Jordan,
Yeah.
from your time before, is there something you don't miss from that life of TSA and flights and
Oh, sure,
at 3
sure.
a.m. with no luggage that arrived and my gloves aren't here?
Right, exactly. My full oxygen gloves haven't arrived. I think what I miss, or what I don't miss the most, honestly, is the kind of the rat race of it all, of feeling that constant. I'm a perfectionist. I'm not doing enough. I'm not doing good enough. And I think
Sure.
that feeling, that constant pressure, I have not missed. And I think maybe I've been able to find a way to combat that better as I transition back into whatever our new normal is.
Right, right. I
Uh,
think when people talk about the new normal, I just say, let's think of it as a new reality because it takes a long time for something to become a normal. And while we're under a lockdown, or we call it a pandemic, or we call it a quarantine, or we call it a retreat now, I think it's my new reality. And I don't know what that's going to be next. And I don't know what normal is, clearly. Normal's a setting on the washing machine. And look at me, I live on 3 islands, and I'm not really sure where I am at any given time. And now with Zoom, we can be anywhere. Look at you. All the difference between you and taking your time and talent anywhere is a Zoom link, right? Now people don't have your expenses, people don't have your travel, people don't have your accommodation, people don't have business class, people don't, all they have is to give you a Zoom link and you negotiate something and ka-ching, right?
Bob's your uncle.
Sorry?
I said, and Bob's your uncle.
Bob's
You know,
your
thank you.
uncle. Yeah. Wonderful. What's part of your new life now, in addition to the breath work that you're studying and will be teaching and imparting, that you love? Perhaps an unexpected discovery.
I think the ability to connect with people, to continue connecting with people globally, like you just said, from the comfort of here. There has been such a community feel to specifically within Piloxing. So many people, faces I've never seen before, that see I'm teaching and want to join. I do weekly donation classes every Monday or Wednesday, and we choose a different charity. And I think the highlight is not only the connection with those people, because I thrive on connection across the world, but also to see the generosity of spirit that comes out in times like this.
Can you tell us in like a minute a little bit about your charity and donation classes? Because I'd so love that you have community, social good, and outreach connected. I so love, your time will start when I throw it to you. I so love that you're also using the word donation and charity. When we're doing something for a 501c3, like say Salvation Army, we ask for donations. But when I see fitness professionals saying, if you'd like to make a donation, we are submarining ourselves because we're professionals. I don't go to my dentist or my hygienist or any kind of a therapist and then make a donation. I contribute to all or a partial payment of my fees, right? So I think it's great. I've learned from my drag queen friends on Zoom tips. Tips are great, right? Tipping is not a city in China. And if you'd like to make a contribution to the classes today, that's wonderful. When it's social good, we should call it a donation because it's for someone else. What are you doing? Tell us about that, please.
So I am every week, on either Mondays or Wednesdays, I am doing a weekly donation class, and I just ask the group who, where could I do some of my own donating. Tomorrow, one of my regular clients, it's the anniversary of her mother's death. She died. She had lupus. So tomorrow is a donation this week for lupus. Next week will likely be Black Lives Matter or one of those. And it changes weekly, just where we can be of service, which is my greatest goal.
Wonderful. And Jordan, do you put a link for donations, and after they made any kind of a donation, then they get the meeting? Or is it once you're in and there's classes done, you say, oh, please go donate something?
Well, I wish I was that organized, Lawrence. I give them, and in the email with the link, right, thank you. It seems we've got some talking to do. I give them my personal Venmo, PayPal. And nice. I do a collective donation, and I send off the amount to everyone. And I think I've asked people which they prefer. That seems to be preferred because I think it's an accountability as well.
Easy. I took 3 minutes with one of my mentoring groups, and on Wednesdays we do Zoom at noon. We went live to my PayPal. I logged in. I hid the balance. I showed them how to create a PayPal me link and a PayPal button. 3 minutes, boom. Once you have that, you don't even have to have a website. People can donate to you in any currency from all over the world, and even tip above that suggested contribution. So yeah, we'll talk. Once you have a system in place, congratulations to you for doing social good and community outreach. I'm not surprised, but I am impressed. And I'm so inspired. Thank you for sharing that, because in addition to everybody just fitness works, we got to step up and we got to pay our bills. Yes, every mission, and we have a mission of fitness making the world a better place, has to have a margin. And it's okay, but we feel so guilty about asking for donations and money and contributions. So good for you for being a leading example that it's not Pure Barre, it's not Piloxing, it's Jordan, and you're helping your community worldwide, starting locally, thinking globally, take action. Good for you.
Thank you, Lawrence. I appreciate it. It's
important.
It is time for radical empathy right now. So
I love those words, radical empathy. I want to be quick to listen and slow to judge, because there's so much I don't understand right now. True. And therefore I just keep my eyes and heart and ears open, and I remember that my tongue is now in quarantine. I need to speak less, which is why I'm just asking all of you the same questions, and you're flooding me and enriching me with your wisdom. Thank you very much for the present you're giving us of your wisdom. We will connect to you, Jordan Ballard or Jordan Kate Ballard, through social media. I am super grateful.
Thank you, Lawrence.
Peace out. Yay, bye-bye. My friends, from Jordan in Oklahoma City, we're now going to go to the East Coast of the United States. We're going to stay in the U.S., and here is my American flag. Yes, American flag stands for a lot of different things to a lot of people. One of the things it can stand for is pride, and I don't know anyone that's taught me about more pride in the community of fitness from convention experience decades and decades ago than our next guest. Suzanne is an inspiration. She is a humanitarian. She is a visionary, one of the first females coming up with fitness conventions on the East Coast, DCAC. She's going to come up to us, and she's going to be sharing her time. When she speaks, you'll listen, and I'll tell you why. This woman has her finger on the pulse of what's here, what's coming. When anyone has convention experience and used to be able to put together conventions and hire and contract what trends are, to be able to tell what is just something that is a tendency versus a long coming trend in fitness and wellness, this is what Suzanne did. Hello, Suzanne. Let me unmute you. Hold on. I'm going to invite you to unmute yourself. I can't unmute you. Can you unmute yourself by chance? I'm going to put your name there. Do you see? I have no button to unmute you. I can only stop your video, but I see that you're here as you're in my waiting room with 2 different accounts. Do you know that you have another device maybe? Wait, now I see your unmute. Hold on. Can I speak to me? No. Hold on. Can you mute and unmute yourself one more time, please? This is like Winnie the Pooh before honey. Okay, hold on. Touch nothing. You're muted, and I'm going to unmute you. I invited you to unmute yourself. Go ahead. Now? No. Cannot hear you. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. These things happen. Welcome to live TV. All my friends, if you're joining us, please make sure you share and follow us on your own timeline. Ask to unmute because you are muted. I'll let you take control of unmuting yourself. You're going to love her voice. I hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes. It's like an old-fashioned TV cell phone commercial. Can you hear me now? Namaste. God bless you. How are you and where are you?
I'm great. I'm in outside Philadelphia. I'm hearing a lot of echo.
Yeah,
There's
I hear a loud echo too. Do you have another device that's on? By any chance?
My
I
phone?
see you. Yeah, do you want to turn that off? Just because I think that whatever you're streaming, whatever I'm seeing you on is great. And if there's something else, because I see you as another account listening in, you might want to turn that off because that might be causing an echo. I'm not sure. I can mute myself when you speak in case that makes any difference. You're on the East Coast. You're very close to Philadelphia, right? How far are you from the Philadelphia airport?
Right. I'm a few miles outside Philadelphia on the main line.
Okay,
Yeah.
relax about the echo. These things happen. I'm so happy and honored to be in your presence that I'll take you and I'll take an echo. There's a pandemic.
Am I still echoing?
Just a little, but I kind of like it. It's like an effect I could choose on iMovie. What's your current state of mind, Suzanne?
You know what, Lawrence? I'm grateful to have this time and take a pause in my life. I have all three of my boys. They're home from college. And so that's been just wonderful to have them around.
Wonderful.
Yeah, since March 13th, we were shut down. Yeah.
A long time ago.
I feel grateful. I feel like I've been in a race since college. You know, I moved to DC. I opened up studios, the conferences, had the triplets, raised my children. Then
ran
opened up another studio
conventions,
here.
hired me, DCA.
That's right.
Right. What is the state of mind of people in Philadelphia? Because I have no idea. Even though I was born, I haven't been back. What's it like there? Anything open? Any fitness facilities open? Are people out with masks or not so much?
Yeah, we were hit hard, and our numbers were not good. We've been in the red. I mean, everything's been shut down except for essential businesses.
Okay.
Curbside takeout. And then we just went into the yellow, the next phase. And
Right.
that was this past Friday.
Okay.
So outdoor dining, have a restaurant that we're going to tonight. So I'm psyched about that. Tennis courts are open, so number one for me. Fitness clubs, studios are not. They'll be in the last phase. I think it may be probably another month or so.
Another month. And are you Zooming yourself or Facebook private groups or Teachable or Google Hangouts? What are you doing?
So I am doing some Zooming for private groups, especially bar. We have a bar conditioning group that we grew on Facebook to around 500 participants. I'm doing bar classes for that.
Get you.
And some other private organizations too. Yeah.
Wonderful. Yeah, you are
And trying
always
to
going to be a
support.
teacher. You are a born teacher. You gave me that cue, angel your arms towards the heavens and angel your arms towards the earth years ago. I'm not going to get rid of that. That's just all your cues, all your inspiration, and you program conventions, so you know what it takes to become successful and connect to your people. As someone who did all of that and is still teaching and still visual and still connected, what's inspiring you in our fitness world these days?
You know, a few things come to mind. I do think our industry has pulled together, and I'm so incredibly proud of everyone. I've seen a lot of the instructors that taught with me at Lifetime have pivoted, and they're doing online. They're growing their communities, far reaching, and they're seeing their communities are growing beyond their classes, which is pretty exciting. Some are doing this for free, some are not. Some are asking for contributions, or donations to a charity, which I find, really wonderful. But the organizations too have been doing a great job. Bar Intensity, who I'm a master trainer for, they had a great idea. Name your price. Name your price for an online certification, and they did tremendous.
Take away. Name your price. There you go.
Name your price. Name your price. I think that Peter and Kathy Davis have done with they sold idea, but they're doing a foundation, and they established the Fit Pro Relief Fund. How cool is that? Lifetime has done a similar thing. They've done 7,000 grants to team members, $5.3 million to our team members at Lifetime. Yeah. So the organizations are coming together to lift this industry up. One other thing that I've been kind of working on and consulting over the last couple of years is an app called Sweat Now. And it's a perfect timing. An app.
Sweat Now.
Sweat Now. Perfect timing, because it enables an instructor to put their entire schedule. They can, whether they're teaching at a club, virtual, a park, their followers can always know where they are, and you can also, as instructors, send out any kind of notifications. A participant can search an instructor, they can search a level, they can search a location, and this is going to be a great thing in the future for instructors, not Mind Body like Mind Body is for clubs. This is for instructors, which I think is is very cool.
Thank you
Payment
for sharing.
Wall is being developed as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can't get your app yet. Sweat Now.
Yes.
We can.
Now.
Okay.
Yeah,
On iTunes.
Sweat Now, Health and Fitness. Download it from the App Store.
Thank you. I'm so interested.
It's free.
We'll have to talk about that. I'm happy to tell more people, but I don't know how to tell more people than right now all the countries and continents tuning in to you debuting your news. You have really had a lot of inspirational answers. Thank you. Anything else before I move on?
Yeah, no, that's good. And also, what's really cool about this, instructors can get rated. So when a participant takes a class, they can rate the instructor, and then you can go, I want to have a 5-star instructor. Yeah.
No pressure. You know about evaluations for years at DCAC. Do you want your evaluations now or later? Sure. I'd love to read my evaluations between classes and sessions. Whoa, I've learned so much about evaluations over the years. Suzanne, for this whole unexpected retreat, is there anything you don't miss about life before that you don't really have to go back to?
You know what? I've had such an incredible time, a lot of time to organize my house, redecorate, purge, get really organized, focusing on my workouts, taking different people's classes, and that's been incredible. I've discovered other instructors around the country and that I really adore. But the thing is, I don't feel now that every minute does not have to be productive.
Right.
And I don't need to be answering emails at 11 o'clock at night.
Right. You've got your 3 boys. Now you've got time to spend with them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit on the spot, and you can say just a few. Do you want to share any of the instructors that you've discovered that you're following around the world? Only because I trust your opinion. And maybe if there's somebody, it's sort of like a shout out to somebody that maybe was undiscovered before that you would bring to your convention.
Well, these are people that you don't see at conferences or
Right.
whatever, but just searching around, like
Right.
Leah Barth, who's a great Pilates instructor out of New York.
Spell the last name, please.
Barth.
Thank
And
you.
I've
Oh,
been
yes.
following Kara Stokes. Do you know who
Right.
she is?
Yeah.
Love her. And you know why? She knows her stuff. Her cueing, her understanding of body mechanics, incredible. Yeah. So
Good.
those are the
Thank
few
you.
kind of stick out in my mind. Plus, I've been hanging out with all our local instructors, taking their live classes and supporting them.
Our Valerie Grant.
Valerie Grant's she's zooming away. I know.
She is. I remember when she said we're supposed to Zoom, but my husband decided now we're going to change our internet system and we're going to change our Wi-Fi system. Yeah, there was that. So that's
Yeah.
something that you might not miss. What that you love now with the not having to plan and more time with your boys and being able to take classes with your instructors that you didn't know before. Is there anything else about life that you either love now or don't miss at all and you don't have to go back to, like traffic?
Well, yeah, traffic. Definitely, traffic is one. I just think that being overscheduled.
Yeah.
That's what. Yeah, I just think that we need to breathe and appreciate and accept, be kind, and
Right.
I'm
Right.
hoping that with everything that went on, that we're learning from all these sad circumstances.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. What gives us the trying times are for trying. And we can use this test that we have both in politics and in our careers. We can use these tests to go forward and have a testimony. Because you can have something to say. You can't have a testimony without a test. And therefore, I'm studying from what we're seeing and I'm learning each day, even the questions to ask to my friends of other colors and say, gosh, I have so much to learn. Can you help me learn? And it is not their job to help me learn, but I hope to be able to open up more communications, even within our fitness community, because who's more diverse, right? So to celebrate diversity among us is really a up and coming potential.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you
Yeah.
for your time with us. Any shout outs you want to make that you haven't made to anybody who might be watching that you might want to say anything?
I feel like I should feel like it should interviewing you. You're the you've always been future ready, and you have, and cutting edge,
Me?
and wellness
This bucket
without
of
walls.
shyness?
Yeah, wellness without walls. Just think about how we are wellness without walls now. There are so many choices, and for individuals who don't want to
Right.
walk into a
Right.
club, they
Right.
can hop online and
Absolutely.
enjoy classes. Yeah.
You're right. I don't even
Yeah.
need to go back to a brick and mortar place because now the
No.
world's my wall, if you will. Thank you for sharing with all of our viewers on our Around the World, Suzanne, your wisdom, because you are so connected. And when you speak, I've always taken not just to my ears, but to my heart. I'm very much appreciative of your wisdom.
Thank you, Lawrence. It's been a pleasure.
Bye.
See ya.
Yeah, when people say see ya, I'm always thinking yes, and I hope it's really true this time. I used to have a prayer going into this whole worldwide pandemic. My prayer is that we all stay safe so that when we come out, none of us is missing. And I've said a couple times as things happen, it's a little too late for that. So we have to keep on keeping on. Hey, my friends, if you're just joining as we are about to go into our last of this hour interview in the United States, please, if you're on my Facebook wall, I don't want you to stay there. I never thought I'd say that. Please share so we're watching this from your wall and comment hashtag I was here. From where are you watching? And hashtag fitnessworks to get all of this bundled up. findlawrence.com/fitnessworks and you'll get this whole series of shows, episodes and episodes of over 100 inspirational characters from around the world. Speaking of character, one of the first people to jump onto the virtual stream of TV, Mr. John Gary of John Gary TV, where? In the United States. Mr. John Gary of John Gary TV. Hello, good afternoon, or good evening, namaste, Pilates, hello, like the 100 arms. I'm inviting you up. Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can.
Yay! Hi, Lawrence. How are you?
Passionately optimistic like a fireball underwater.
Wow.
How are you, John?
I'm not going to match that, but I am really optimistic as well. I'm doing great.
Where are we finding you, and what time is it?
It is 3:45-ish, and I am ish.
I'm is.
And I'm in Wheaton, Illinois, about 30 miles outside of Chicago. We're in the western suburbs.
Your closest airport is still ORD?
It sure is. Yeah, it's
Okay.
between us and the city.
Which apparently is open, but not much, right?
Yeah, it's open, but unfortunately, not a lot going on.
Have to ask, behind you is a virtual background, or is that you?
This is my backyard.
Wow. And
I
your
know.
dog? Do you know it's officially Pet Appreciation Week starting today?
And I'm so excited to say that yesterday we adopted a new dog.
Wow.
I'm
Show and
so-
tell.
I'm-
Show and tell.
Yeah,
New question. No.
he's not ready to show. He's a little out of control.
So am I. I'm the same way, but it doesn't stop me from turning on the little green light in my Zoom. John, can you share with all our viewers who respect you in the field of Pilates and more, and one of the first people going online way before there was the pandemic need, what is your current state of mind?
As I said, I really am optimistic, and I see so much opportunity for us. And I really have learned so much through this process, not just about me, but about the world. And
Sure.
oddly enough, I feel more connected to so many more people around the world because we're able to connect through the internet. And I think that's really an amazing thing that so many of us have been able to take advantage of. And so that most of all, that makes me optimistic.
That's
And the other thing
beautiful.
is, I'm in a little town really now. I've been a city boy my whole life. And then my partner, Mike, and I moved out here to Wheaton about a little under 3 years ago. And, we really did want to be like what you see in the background. We wanted a lot of land. We have a forest preserve across the street. There's not a lot of people around. But what I have experienced is that the people, we're doing a lot more over the fence talking with our neighbors. We've gotten to know our neighbors so much more than before this happened. And it's been wonderful. You're social distancing, but
Sure.
we're all home and we're in our yards, and it's really, really cool. It feels like the old days, way back when I was growing up, and you would see all your friends in your backyard. So it's that has been a really cool thing for me to experience.
Thank you for sharing. Not that anybody's asked, but I've recently shared with we'll call a neighbor. There's been a trade of some fresh papayas for some Chinese MSG, but that's all I'm saying in the matter because I just observed it, of course, and I have no neighbors, and I'm sticking to that fact, where I've been since January 1 here in Puerto Rico. And earthquakes, but we have Wi-Fi today, so I'm so glad on a global around the world we got Wi-Fi. Where
You guys
you
have
are,
been through it.
outside of Chicago, in a small place, what are the people doing? Obedient, scared, polite, going out with masks, not going out, what's open in fitness? Can you give us your local global snapshot of what it's like out?
Yeah, so we are in what they're calling phase 3 in Illinois, and phase 3, yeah. So that means that some people are going back to work. Some restaurants have opened up with outdoor seating, which is great that we're in this time of year when you do want to sit outdoors.
Sure.
The gyms are not yet open yet. I think it's further along in phase 3 or phase 4, but they are not open yet. And in terms of how people are they're being really, really kind.
Great.
Yeah. I mean, I really make it a point in every time I go to the grocery store to thank the people who are cleaning the shopping carts. And, it's just amazing what people have done to be able to let us really go and get food and do all the essential things that we need to do. And,
Right.
and it's such I think an important thing to remember, that, everybody really is pulling together. And, I have gone the wrong way down the grocery store aisle. I don't know if you guys have arrows, like which way you're supposed to go. And when it first started, I found myself in the middle of the aisle facing people coming my way. And they were so nice. I was like, I'm so sorry. Okay. Turn around and go the other way. But, you live and you learn.
Right.
What does Oprah say? Or Maya Angelou, as you know more, you do better, or as you know better, you do better. So exactly, that's
As we're learning, even with all the political tumultuous
Yes.
times, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
What's inspiring you as someone who's putting out so much content on Facebook? We'll talk about again, John Gary TV. We see your name here. We'll talk about social media now. What are you following or finding that's inspiring the John Gary?
Well, I'll tell you the thing that's inspiring the most. There's two things that I want to mention. And one is the young people in our industry that are really blowing it up. And I don't want to mess up her name, but Jenna Zaffino, I don't know if you know her. She has a Pilates podcast that she does. And she also has an organization called Move from the Heart. And she is amazing if you have an opportunity to follow her. She's right on top of everything going on with us socially. And she does a lot of stuff, a lot of posts, and offers a lot of resources, and is really, really active. She's really amazing. And then I also follow, her Instagram is Hip Healthy Chick, Tasha Edwards. And
I know Tasha Edwards. Yes.
Awesome. I just love her to death. And, I love following these really young and up and coming. It is their world now. It is their world. And it's so fun to see and so fun to watch. I'm really enjoying that a lot.
Well, it's still your world because you've got the whole TV studio set. And are you...
I'm hanging on.
You are doing it. We're all hanging on, right? I mean, when I first started, I had 3 other colleagues, and they were Julius Caesar and Cleopatra and Cher, right? And now I'm still doing breathing because that's all this body does anymore. But John, can you tell us one specific thing that each of those is doing that's inspiring you? Because you've led us all in the field of barefoot and mindful and Pilates. For example, you mentioned that Tasha's podcast, and maybe the other one.
Jenna Zaffino has the podcast.
Jenna's podcast, and something Tasha's doing that Tasha Edwards?
She's just posting amazing stuff, and she's doing, live Instagram in her story, and just, talking about what it's like going through the current political, the whole craziness, the whole racial thing that's happening now, which it's about time. And I'm really happy to see it. And, I know that I don't know. So I am just watching these people and learning as much as I can on how I can be more helpful. And I just listening to them, and just hearing their stories and seeing and really feeling their passion. I love it. I really love it. It's amazing.
Thank you for sharing that. It's important because I don't know the right things to say, and I want to learn what not to say before I say I love, I'm interested, I care. And my fear is not only that I say the right thing, but it's too late or too little too late to some people. And there'll always be some people that might think that, but I can keep asking. I care. What can I do? How can I support you regardless of my skin color?
And
John,
I have learned that nothing teaches you that there are always going to be people that are going to disagree with you more than putting yourself out on the internet.
Thank you for that. John Gary TV, right? Oh my gosh, you were one of the first. Are you doing that in your studio at home through Zoom or a Facebook group or everything? What are you doing? The short version of where's your virtual TV?
Okay, so we have a website, which is johngarytv.com, and we are hosted by an organization that I didn't start with, but I signed on with 3 years ago. They're called IntelliVideo. And they have really exploded. Their business has really exploded since this has happened. And they have like a quick start program for instructors who might want to do this, and a lot of them might want to do this ongoing. So they host all of our videos and they provide the website. I mean, we have to put the content on the website, and
Sure.
they have
Right.
themes that you can use, different themes and stuff. And
Lovely.
we also have apps. We're everywhere. So we're on Amazon TV, we're Fire Stick, we're, everything. And you just look up John Gary TV and you can download our app and find us right there. And we have been doing it for 5 years. I'm on the set right now. This is the backdrop for our reformer workouts. And so we've got over 600 workouts in our library, and we've got a lot of programs too. So there's a beginner reformer series, there's intermediate. So and there's mat. So not everybody has a reformer at home, so they can work out on the mat.
And most of them with your dogs making appearances.
Yes, the dogs love to make appearance. Now Rex needs some training. Bam Bam is like, he's on, he knows he's gonna hit the bed and he's gonna sleep. And when I'm done filming, he gets a treat. So he's all set for that.
Gosh, I finish things. I don't get a treat when I'm done. The least thing I give me is my last interview on this 6-hour plus show is a glass of wine for whoever gets me the last half hour. God help them, because that's
props to you, kid, because I've been watching it. You are amazing. I can't believe
you're kind. I just ask questions. You're inspiring us.
Oh no, you're the huge inspiration here. Thank you.
I was watching you salivating I was watching you and I was salivating at conventions from years when you didn't even know my exist, because I didn't even know what the fudge I was teaching as a green rookie, and you were such established with your minions behind you. It was so incredible. Who's that God, and who are all these people following him? John, what do you not miss from life before all this craziness?
Well, I was talking about that with my partner Mike, just to kind of come up.
Wait, you guys still speak during this whole quarantine?
What's that?
You guys still speak during this whole quarantine?
Yeah, he's working from home, and it's actually been great.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah, no, it's been really good. I mean, there are moments where I'm like, I need to go down and do some work in the studio.
Sure.
But they're rare.
Bye-bye.
They're rare.
Yeah.
And we're lucky.
Okay.
We have space. So,
right.
Yeah. I feel really bad for people who are in a 1-bedroom apartment and, you can't kind of escape. That's rough.
In the little time we have left, tell us something you don't miss.
There isn't anything, because that's why we moved here, is because we wanted to get away from all the things. So the things that I don't miss from moving here 3 years ago are things like traffic and stuff like that.
Sure.
And we just don't have that here. We didn't have it before this, and we don't have it now. So I'm really in a good place with that.
For those of us wanting to find you, anyone that you might be watching that you want to call a shout out to?
Yeah, absolutely. So in a couple of weeks, I have Sherry Long coming, and Sherry Long is a fantastic Pilates instructor, and she's out in LA. And she's going to be our first guest instructor on John Gary TV, and I'm super excited about that. She's coming out to stay, and we're going to film for a week now that we're able to do that, now that we're able to be open. Yeah, we've got a lot of stuff planned, and I'm super excited about that.
Peanut butter and jealous. How do we find you on social media? John Gary, we see it here. John Gary TV.
Yep, John Gary on Instagram and John Gary TV on Facebook.
On behalf of all of our viewers, I'd like to say thank you for the present you've given all of us, of your years of wisdom, sharing and connecting and really building communities, not just through Pilates, but through fitness, because fitness works. Thank you so much, John Gary.
You're a rock star. Thank you.
Bye. Oh, what an icon in the industry. When I go back and I sit and I say, do you know who you talked to over the last 6 hours? I don't even think about that, because these are so many towering giants in the industry, not the least of which my next guest is. Oh my goodness, I have to pull up our American flag. Super patriotic. I'm going to bring up by saying he's a humanitarian. He is one of the most sought after speakers, waiting list almost, for podcasts. When he listens, it's with his heart. When he speaks, he captures the world. My dear friend, I haven't seen in a long time in the same space, Mr. Icon Todd Durkin, to help us get our mind right. Hi, Todd.
Lawrence, hello. How are you? It's good to see you.
Namaste. Thank you for the gift of your time. Where are you and what time is it?
I am in San Diego, and it is 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
So just like Anthony was in San Diego, how long have you been there? I mean, that's your home now, right?
It is my home. I've been here since, well, been living here for 22 years now. I'm originally from New Jersey, and been here for 22 years. I started my gym, Fitness Quest, 20 years ago. So it's been a short while.
East Coaster, yay, yay. One of the things I admire about you is, in addition to being highly sought after and super successful, anybody who definitely has shown anyone how in personal training and movement, how to be in demand by IDEA and other organizations, but make money big time and have huge mastermind groups. The other thing, in addition to all that, that's what you do, but who you are is someone who puts your faith out there. And at times I've been told by conventions even, we don't let you even play a song that's slightly inspirational. Thank you for putting that out there and being honest about what motivates you to get your mind right, to use your quote. Todd, tell all our viewers, what is your current state of mind?
It's an interesting time right now, Lawrence. Man, I have been, speaking of faith, just been going deep on my own self of how can I best serve right now. Our country is certainly in a very, very interesting, challenging, unprecedented time. And I'm being called to act, man. I'm being called to act. And inside my spirit, man, is stirring. I want to know how I can continue to get better, how I could serve deeper. I view myself as a coach and a teacher, and lately it's been even going way beyond that. It's been going beyond coaching. It's really how can I touch spirits way more than just those in the fitness industry. And you know, Lawrence, and you know this, you've been doing this for a long time. Whenever you put yourself, and you and John were just talking about this, when you put yourself out there, you open yourself up. And I'm you know, it's something every single day I just ask for strength, that I have the wisdom and the strength to continue to serve my purpose, and I can be obedient to my purpose. So it's very interesting, and I'm feeling called to serve right now. And I really believe that my best work is yet to come. I really believe that anything that I've done up to this point right now is a huge, huge turning point for our country, for this world. And I'm not sure exactly what the answer is, other than I'm ready to serve.
You've been serving, and that's the wonderful thing that I find when I've looked at you doing keynotes and accepting awards and writing articles. You've been serving in a lot of different ways, not just how to do a new burpee and or a new way to look at a burpee, because I think there are only so many ways you could do a burpee, but if anybody could convince me otherwise, it would be the TD. Thank you for being honest about what you are, and thank you for being honest about even questioning, how can I continue to serve? Something we have in common is our prayer for wisdom, because there are a lot of things that I don't really care about having, but it is wisdom. We both have mentoring groups, and when people do look up to us, gosh, we better be, if not right, at least wise, so that we can say, here's what's worked for me, and here's what's not worked for me, so we can help people in the past. What's inspiring the Todd Durkin during all of this time that you're either seeing or hearing or scrolling or surfing?
What's inspiring me, honestly, Lawrence, right now, first and foremost, is my family. I've had more time with my family in 2.5 months than I've had in 20 years. You know my wife, Melanie. She and I, for the first time in a long time, have been teaching group classes together online for Zoom. And
I didn't know that. How do we find that? How do we find that? I'm interrupting on purpose.
I'll have to send you some. It's all for our Fitness Quest 10 community. I'll send you some. And
is that like thousands and thousands of dollars a day?
No, it's not at all. Actually, it's not at all. And
okay.
And then my 3 kids, you know, we've got.
I mean, I'm a good payer. I mean, I'm a good player is a good payer. I'm not cheap, but I'm not like thousands of dollars a day in mastermind groups that the likes of you guys do. However, group fitness, Todd Durkin, I'm so in. Oh my gosh, I got to see you. I've seen you stuff at ID on the showcase specials, and that's pretty much group fitness. But I didn't know that you were doing with Melanie. Good for you. What else is inspiring?
In my home gym in the garage. It's dirty, down, stanky. It smells and it's beautiful. And that's how we met way back in grad school. When she was teaching step aerobics. I was teaching weight training, and it's come full circle because now we're doing this on Zoom, New School, and it's been so awesome, Lawrence. And it's as a parent, and you understand this. The most important role that I can play out of everything I do in the fitness world and the coaching world is honestly, it's how can I be the best dad that I can be. And it's been a really interesting 3 months because there's been a lot of tumultuous times professionally, personally, but there's nothing more that motivates me right now than spending time with the 3 kids. And we created a new program called Get Yoked in the first month that the kids were involved with. It was all body weight and it was all online. And my son Luke he's getting recruited to play college football, so I'm helping with that. My son Brady is very eclectic, and my daughter McKenna does yoga with Melanie, and she's doing all the workouts. And I'm really trying to save her this time because I know there'll be a day when I look back, I'm like, man, I wish we could have that time. And then I guess the other thing, just professionally, it's my podcast. I'm doing a lot of very timely podcasts. I've pivoted my whole podcast schedule because I've got very deep discussions on pertinent human, all the topics that are right now important. And I just had a book launch last week, which I'm not sure it's great timing, but it's called Get Your Mind Right. So if there's ever a time for a book called Get Your Mind Right,
Can you
now.
show us? Show us? Can
Sure.
you have a visual? We have
Absolutely.
Beth Shaw's book on trauma and healing. Get Your Mind Right, which is so you. You always get your mind right. And now you'll say that your Lord and Creator maybe is where you will go to get your mind right. And I love that because so many people are afraid to say where their specific inspiration is, which is one of my consistent questions for the last almost half year. What's inspiring you? Good for you. How do we find your book, Get Your Mind Right?
Certainly Amazon, or you go to todddurkin.com. So Amazon or todddurkin.com.
You've got the sleekest, sassiest landing page, I'll tell you, todddurkin.com, and you got a capture right there. And my web guy went there, and he's like, "Oh my gosh, who is this guy? Wow, big business sense. Todd Durkin is it." Because I have big aspirations, but not the Todd Durkin budget. But you're the one we all follow on. We say, who's doing the message, but who's also doing the mission? Because you've got the business sense. So are those all the things that are inspiring you? Maybe anything else you've seen from internet or other people doing? Before I move on to our next?
Well, I think the big thing right now is just staying purposeful on how I could serve. I'm trying to get my gym back open. Lawrence, I'm still in the trenches. I've got Fitness Quest 10. We've got 35 teammates. We furloughed them, and we're waiting to get started. And I'm hoping this week is good news. So really, it's back in many ways. It's back to like, I want to get back to what I do. I was there today just getting my own workout, and I'm like, I can't wait just to get back to doing what I love to do. And I still love to coach. I love to be in the trenches training people. And that's like my drug of choice. And what's really on my mind is, man, I can't wait to get back to the sanctuary and change more lives doing what got me to where I am today. So, and I want to thank you, Lawrence, for doing this. With all of the people who are listening in right now and all the guests that you have, you've always, since I've known you for, 25 years or whatever it is, your heart and soul have always shined. Thank you. You've been someone that I've emulated, saying, hey, you know what? You're true, you're real, you're authentic. And that's what I love about you, brother. So thank you.
Thank you. You're so kind. Hashtag bucket of crazy. When you say you're going to your own facility and you're going in and doing your training, if you ever want to Zoom, I'm happy just to drop in and give you a coaching session because you might want to relook at some chest movement, or if you want some hypertrophy tips, you just come to me and I'm happy to coach you through any of that you might need, and we'll see if I could leave the Todd Durkin sore. Just kidding.
Same. If you need some yoga or meditation, I'm more than happy to help you.
You know what? We could really inspire some people if we did a team thing. And I wore the fatigue things, whatever, and you dressed in white, and then all of a sudden, you never know. Because what people expect, it's not really about the outside and the color anymore. It's more about what's coming out of our heart, right? So, hey, just thinking.
Deep. I like it.
What's from our life before that you don't miss at all? Like the TSA lines because you live in the airport like I do. Something you don't miss?
Travel.
Yeah.
The travel part, listen, I love the actual being at the city and presenting and doing, but no one sees the missed flights or the hotel room that got messed up, and then you got to get stuck into driving an hour at 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't miss that aspect, but at the same time, I can't wait to get back in the huddle and see hundreds of people or thousands of people together in one spot, which we will be here hopefully sometime real soon. But I don't miss that. I don't miss the travel part. I do miss the connection part.
Sure. And for a new venture that was unexpected, I hear, is your additional time with your kids and your wife, right? And now team teaching group fitness.
Yeah, that is no doubt. The family part, Lawrence, and this is so cliche, but we know that time is the most important asset we have. I try to remind myself every morning in my own quiet time is like, what am I going to do today to make this day a winning day? And it's like trying to be in the now, because I realize, man, we don't know what's coming next week, let alone tomorrow. And it's like, what can I do right now to be the best version of me? And some people are going to love that. Some people aren't going to love that. But I just got to show up and be the best version of myself and remind myself of my purpose and mission. Because if there's ever a time to do it, it's now. And the world needs more love.
Right.
The world needs more positivity.
Right.
The world needs more energy and hope and inspiration and motivation. And I know that's my calling, man. I know that's my calling. And it's just going deeper and deeper and deeper. So, I'm excited to just keep going deeper and get this gym open back up and get back doing what I love to do.
I'm honored to know you, let alone be in your presence and be talking to you about your book and the things that you do, that I can even be noticed by the Todd Durkin. And that's not blowing smoke. It's just like I'm the fat kid from Philly, and the last thing I ever wanted to do was break a sweat in gym. And now this is what you do, and you do it for all peoples with a very embracing message. Mm-hmm. You mentioned the time is now, right? And I say a lot, in America, I think we say a lot, there is no time like the present. So we've reimagined what we could do in our retreat, like Suzanne Olsen was telling us about what we could do now and how she's looking at her time. I tell this version of that adage, there is no present like the time. Right? So we have this gift, and how we choose to use it is completely up to us. But it's time that's going to change. We're going to have a new reality moving forward. And how do we make God laugh? Like you said, we don't know what's coming up. Could you give us, please, unexpected question, but I think this is in your wheelhouse, one little teaser or takeaway that finishes this sentence? I really should read your book, because when I read it, I'm going to get
my mind right.
Thanks.
I'm going to give.
That's the title. Thanks.
Yeah.
One specific, maybe. This is your
say,
tip to sell, dude.
Well, listen, I just know this is I share my heart in it, and it really will get not just your mind right, but it'll get your soul right. And when I say get my mind right, part of that's by getting your body right. And how do you get the habits that you've created? Lawrence, I truly believe that every boy or girl, man or woman, grandma, grandpa, all races, ages, creeds, beliefs, everything. I believe all of us have gifts. All of us have gifts that we've been given. It's our opportunity to use those gifts. When I talk about live a life worth telling a story about what's your story, I believe now is the time to go deep inside our own soul, to tap into your whispers, tap into the whispers where that's hard to quiet down at 6 a.m. and listen and do what you do with the meditation and prayer and intentionality, call what you want, and to tap into that. That's what the book is about. It's about tapping into the whisper so you can tap into your body, which has a biochemical hormonal response to get your mind right. And when you tap into your spirit, then you can transform the world. And that allows the world to be a better place to live. Amen.
Now I'm addicted to your book. Thank you. Good, good, good. Thank you for the wonderful present you're giving all of us of your wisdom. We've mentioned your website. We see here Todd Durkin. You're on Insta. From your website, we could find everything else from you. Your book is on Amazon. Get Your Mind Right. And you have a podcast, and you do a lot of Insta pop-ups live. I love those. Thank you for the present of your wisdom you give all of us. You pray for wisdom. I'm not sure you ever have to doubt the fact that when you open your heart, lots of doves spread your message around the world. Thank you, Todd.
Lawrence, thank you, man. I really appreciate you. I can't wait to give you a hug next time I see you.
I hope you squeeze extra hard.
Love you, brother. Take care.
Bye. Peace out. Yay! All right, from San Diego, our second town hall check-in on episode 6. We're going to go up to Canada. Before we do, my friends, if you're just joining us, please make sure you click share and share now. Watching from my timeline is not really fair to spread our virtual around the world town hall. We go around the world when you're sharing. If you haven't made a comment yet, please comment. Hashtag I was here. And where is you're here? From where are you watching? And to get this whole show, as well as our previous 5 episodes, no charge, with love, in one stroke, you type findlawrence.com/fitnessworks, and all of this is yours. I'm going to go back to Canada. Wonderful anthem up there. And we're going to check in with a mindful, devotional, humanitarian, super smart mover and shaker, known around the world and multiple award winner, Mr. Paul Galoro. Paul, I can hear you. Hello?
Hello. I didn't know
Namaste.
that my thing wasn't on. Hi, Lawrence. How are you? Oh my God, it's so good to see you.
I haven't had a guy tell me that his thing wasn't on in a long time, but it's so refreshing. Thank you so much. It's so lovely.
It's on now, though.
But it's just us, so nobody's going to hear that. Now we'll start our interview. Where are we finding you, and what time is it?
Well, right now I'm in Innisfil, Ontario. It's just north of Toronto. It is 5:18 p.m.
Wonderful. And what's your current state of mind, Paul? Lots going on.
Well, okay. So my current state of mind is peaceful, but I've got that under control. And then what I'm focusing mostly on is my heart. And I love to have a heart to heart. So I'm going to have a heart to heart with you, Lawrence. Today, my heart, she's feeling a little tender. Just looking at the state of the world is, just getting me here, which is lighting a fire within me. So that's where I'm at right now.
I love these words I'm hearing from Tony Stone, who started us off feeling that we need to engage, to you being tender and vulnerable and candid, which doesn't mean without hope. It just means there's time to put in a little bit of healing in the things that we need to do. Thank you for sharing that. Now, where you are, what's your closest major airport? Is it Toronto?
Yeah, Toronto. It's
Okay.
about an hour from here.
What's going on? We've always had guests from Toronto on every episode. What's going on now in terms of just a few words about the climate? Gyms open, closed, masks, no masks, slowly phase 1400 opening. I don't know. What's going on there?
We're currently in phase 1 of reopening things. So we've got restaurants doing takeout, et cetera. Gyms are still closed. Pilates studios, yoga studios, still closed. They're saying that's looking like phase 3, but we don't have dates for when that is.
Okay.
But they're slowly letting things happen. So they just announced that our cottages can now be open and up for rent. So
wonderful.
Priorities.
I've admired all of the work you've done when you've presented at CanFit Pro. I've admired the work and continue to admire when you pop up on Instagram Live, announced and as a pop-up. I love that you bring heart into everything you do and how you present. I could go off just about you because I've admired you as a long time, and we've worked together on several different ways in different capacities. And this could be the Lawrence Adores Paul show. What's inspiring you? Take as much time as you want to tell us what's online or in your neighborhood or what you might know a colleague is doing in Asia, anything at all about where you are finding inspiration, please.
Well, thank you for this. And really, I'm finding inspiration in the world, watching what's happening all around. That's really what's driving me. And what's giving me the fuel to keep going is my personal practice. All the stuff that I've done. So I haven't really talked about this, but 2 years ago, I sort of took a pause from the industry. I closed my yoga studio. I packed up all my stuff. I traveled the world and did a lot of self-reflection and healing that needed to happen. And what I've really noticed is, and this is interesting because when this whole thing, we've been sort of in isolation since I think it was the 17th of March. That was, I think, the last class that I taught. And then after that, everything was sort of closed. And as soon as that happened, everybody sort of raced out to be online. And I noticed something within me that sort of, I had to tap into that old, or that part of me that I had discovered in that time that I traveled around the world. And so I had to stop and pause. And I literally gave myself 4 days. I cried it all out. And that's when I was able to tap in and see how it is that I could serve. And so really what inspired me was just to pause and look at what's happening, and then feel it within me. And it was once I allowed myself to feel it within me, I was able to find out how I can help everyone else that needs it. Because
And you've been helping for so long in so many different ways, right?
Thank you. Yes.
Good for you. You put out so much time and energy and thought. And so many people don't know the yoga fit past you've had. So many people don't know the dance movement that you do and have done. And you're got so much spirituality in you to take a pause and say, I want to make sure that everything I do in forward, you've said to me, even before COVID, pandemic, retreat, quarantine, I want to make sure everything I do fuels my message and mission, which we talk about at Fit Camp, which we talk about all over the world. If you have an umbrella, everything we are and everything we do has to go under our umbrella. People don't know that they have an umbrella. Like, what am I about? I don't know. I teach a class. And
And if I could just say something, Lawrence, the stuff that we did in Fit Camp also was, it was supporting me on my little journey around the planet 2 years ago. So I want to thank you for that, because that was honestly a life-changing experience for me personally and professionally. And I love you forever.
You're kind to say that, because people don't realize the value of whole wheat waffles and ice cream at 7 o'clock in the morning.
This is true.
You know, I have to say, people have just said to me, Lawrence, you made us record each other and you made us do cheat sheets. And I never realized that until now. You had a vision of like being on camera when all I did was teach XYZ. And now everybody's pulling out his or her Fit Camp manual and cheat sheet notes. Thanks for explaining where you're finding your inspiration from. Is there anything, Paul, from life before this? And you've when I email you, I get an email automatically that says you're in retreat, only going to read an email on a Saturday, which scares me planning for this. What's from life before that you don't miss at all?
You know, I really do not miss that, like that hustle, that need to be doing something all the time. I've really allowed, as much as I love my meditation, I love my slow mornings, there is that part of me that's always like, go, 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 do. And I've had the opportunity to not. And where I'm living, so the first month of our quarantine, I sort of moved in with my companion. And we spent a month in this, and I say this with affection, we were floating in a little shoebox in the sky. In the middle of the city. And I love the city, but I'm not someone that can stay there, so disconnected from the earth. So now where I'm at, like I said, I'm north, I'm close to a lake. I go for my walks every morning, and it's peaceful. And this has given me the opportunity, because this is, and I've said this a lot, this whole COVID thing was really asking us to just pause for a moment, because we're about to be immersed into something new. You know, we keep talking about this new normal, but I love what you said, this new reality. We're going to step into something new. And if we haven't done the internal stuff now, we're just going to step into the old, and it's going to be energetically, it doesn't match. So we need to, that I don't miss that hustle go. And I love that I can still, I'm very blessed. I've been doing online stuff for a while, so I still get to see my clients. I still get to interact. The yoga studio I was teaching at has moved online, so I still get to be with those clients, but nothing is better than the space that I have right now.
Oh, so lovely. I'm so emotional seeing you, because I haven't seen you in a long time, but I hop on and listen to you on Instagram all the time, and nothing is like visiting on Zoom. But it's so much better than nothing. We need to just schedule a FaceTime. From your new discovery of shoebox in the sky, to use your words, what's an unexpected joy that you're finding now that never was planned, that you want to hold on to when we continue our reality?
Oh, that's, you know what? For me, it is being so connected to the earth. putting my hands in the ground. I've been doing a lot of gardening. You can see I have a plant here. This is where I teach. And I got a little plant here. I got more downstairs. And I've been, you know, connecting with my green thumb. And what I love to do is go out into the backyard and literally put my hands into the earth and be one. So
you've always been very connected to nature, including rain showers.
You know, I get to do that here too. I just don't have a pool to jump into though.
I didn't say anything except you're very connected to rain showers.
I know.
For all of your fans and followers from CanFit Pro, from all your teaching, from all the Yoga Fit stuff, to all the mindful stuff you're doing now who follow you, and those who don't know you, tell us a little bit how we find and follow the Paul Galoro.
You could find me on Instagram at Paul Galoro. And also I have a little private Facebook group that I open up to anybody who's interested, where I talk a little bit about spirituality, about what's happening in the planets. We've done meditations and all sorts of stuff. So that's a little hub for people to explore their spirituality a little bit in a heart-centered space.
And if we want to put that in the comments now, how can we find that Facebook group, or do we have to send you a message on Insta then go find the private group on Facebook?
No, you know what? On my Facebook group, I'm going to post it. On my Facebook page, I'll post the link to that right now. So anybody that sees that can find me on the Facebook, and then you'll see it's called the Living Spiritfully Collective. Feel free to join, answer the questions, and you'll be approved.
I love that you said the Facebook, and I love that you've talked about gardening and sticking your hands into the dirt. I have friends that left Puerto Rico with plants and plants and plants of basil, Ralph and Takio, who had to go back to Washington, D.C., and they left me with all of their basil, and I'm now turning it and watering it and tweaking it and taking it out, and I'm going to start from tomorrow making some pesto, because I'm very psyched about that. I'm not very good with green things, although everything should grow here, as you know. The orchids are in bloom, and now the fire trees are on fire for the summer. I've never been here in June, so it's an unexpected treat for me. Any shout outs you'd like to make for the people who might be watching?
I don't know who's watching, but I just want to say hi to everyone. I love you all. And I want to say to you, Lawrence, I love you tremendously. Honestly, there's not a day that doesn't go by where I'm not reminded of what a wonderful inspiration you have been for me. And I just want to thank you on behalf of myself and all the people that you've touched in so many ways. And I mean that like heart-wise.
Well, you know, we got to be careful with talking about Lawrence has gone through his career just touching people. Oh my goodness, you got to be careful about everything now. I'd like to thank you on behalf of all of our viewers for coming down virtually, zooming down from Canada to give us your wisdom, your time, and what you know is inspirational to you. I hope we stay connected, and please remember Paul Galoro on Facebook, the other Italian on this show, and then he will post in his comments or make a post about his Facebook group that he's opening to everybody. You got to listen to his spirituality. He really does wonderful intention setting and some wonderful things to follow, and now more than ever, what do you got going on that you can't join and breathe, right? Thank you, Paul.
I love you, Lawrence.
I love you more. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Out. All right, my friends, we are going to leave Canada and we're going to go to the United States. What's the United States flag look like? Boom, it looks like that. And we are going to go back to, I believe, California. And if you're just joining us, you need to please share our Fitnessworks message. How? Literally, click share and then share now, depending what device or gadget you're using. And then make a comment, hashtag I was here, watching from Alabama, and then hashtag FitnessWorks. That way we'll know you're here, and I love that. If you want this and all previous 5 episodes, no charge, just emailed findlawrence.com/fitnessworks from me to you. The least I could do is connect us. We're going to bring up from, I believe, California, a colleague from my years of BOSU, someone who is a mover and a shaker and very connected to what clubs need to be doing as they open, Doris Fuse. Hello, Doris.
Hello, it is such a treat to be on today. Thank you for having me.
How could I not? You're so kind to give us your time. You're super busy. You are Team Fuse. You have awards. You've been all over the world. You have been with body weight. You've been with products. You've been with education. You've been with motivation. And that you've carved a little time for us. I'm very grateful. Where are you and what time is it?
I am in Southern California, and it is 2:30, so it's the middle of a glorious day in Southern California.
Well, thank you for being inside just for us, although I'm not sure outside is an option. Is it?
It is. They actually open up the beaches and all the trails, and so it is just so lovely to see people out, and everyone's just so happy to see each other. Even if you have a mask, you can see in their eyes the excitement, the community, and there's a sense of appreciation that wasn't there before.
Wonderful. And what about, well, before we get to your club, the most important question, just to tune in, dial into your heart. What is your current state of mind?
Well, I'm a really optimistic person, but I really believe I'm in a state of renewal. And I say that because when this originally started, I thought, oh, it's a reset. Awesome. Let's slow down before we speed up. Let's not take advantage or take for granted what we have. This will be lovely. And then a few weeks started playing out, and you start seeing the statistics of everything going on in the world, and then you start going, oh, this is a redo. And in those situations, you have the choice of being bitter or better, and you have the choice to reinvent. And I have to tell you, I've never been more proud of the industry and the human spirit than what I've seen of how people are communicating and elevating and making the most of really lonely times. And it's remarkable. And it's at the sound of speed, and it does not discriminate with age. There are sweet seniors who are now learning how to use iPads so they can get trained. And my mom is the queen on Zoom, and it's crazy what we've done. And I really believe we're back to basics, but with a high-tech speed.
Wonderful. And you're over one club, two clubs? What's that like?
Well, I'm currently on furlough, so that's fun. I was a senior vice president for 45 clubs, actually. But I actually have my own company where I consult major fitness brands, as well as I do a lot of speaking internationally, keynotes, and leadership and development. So all in all, I'm in a renewal state because the world has changed.
Sure. So many spinning off questions in my mind will find you as some of my last questions. How do we find you? And everybody listening, this is a mover and a shaker. She has her finger on, obviously, lots of pulses. You mentioned furloughed. Is that something you'll be able to come back to in future, or no, you don't know yet?
I'm not sure yet.
Oh, wow. I'm so sorry to hear that. But with your consulting business, everybody's going to gobble you up and say, tell us what's on. Because I've seen and heard you on panels of telling people how to reimagine, how to downsize equipment, how to maximize the software, which are the people, and minimize the hardware, and reimagine how we go forward. You have been in the industry with products and clubs and conventions for a long time. And I've seen you really get recognition that you deserve. And I think that you are continuing to get recognition around the world. And it's an honor that when I say, do you have a little bit of time on a Sunday, you said yes. What's inspiring you in this really crazy time of some things might open, but not everything? You in one capacity have a door closed. In many other capacities, your windows are open, metaphorically speaking, from work. What's inspiring Doris?
Well, it's interesting. I've grown up in this industry. So from 1984 to where we are today, so I've never stopped my own business, my own consulting company from a fitness perspective. And when this all hit, people needed toilet paper, hand sanitizer, and content. So I was so inspired that from 1984 to 2020, how fitness is a staple, not just to be a size 5, but for mental health and connection and community. So I was so proud of the industry that we have really carved out our heart, the heart and minds of the world. And so with that being said, what's inspiring me is how we're innovating. I also believe the industry has been so competitive and, keeping their secrets. I have been on so many lovely podcasts with so many smart individuals. I've also seen, I've seen some teaching out of people's living rooms and bedrooms without their beds being made, but I know for us, it drives us crazy, but for the world, it's okay because people may not want that recognized brand. They want their teacher. And so I see innovation. And so for me as an industry expert, I would like to say after 37 years of the industry, I just see innovation and the human spirit to connect. I'm seeing Zoom calls where we're cleaning out our closets, to happy hours, to teaching, to communicating. And what inspires me is how we're taking something that should be very lonely and magnifying it through technology to be close. And for me, what motivates me working out is this little Apple Watch and competing with all my friends just because I can, right? Yes. And it's funny because we'll say like, okay, what do you want to do today? Well, today let's do Peloton, and then tomorrow we'll do this, and then we'll do this, and then we'll do this, and then we connect, and then we're with our watch. So even though we're not together in the gyms anymore, and maybe we're not meeting up on a trail, we're still so together. So innovation is inspiring me.
Wonderful. Have you seen anybody throw something up besides a bed not being made that was an innovative approach? You mentioned the detox or the cleaning of closets. I've seen a nutritionist actually open her refrigerator and go through that. I think that takes a lot of daring, but instantly sales increase, because when you put yourself on the level of humanity, and maybe I see for some options a little bit of heavy cream next to the almond, soy, hemp, sprouted protein, dairy-free, whatever that is, you know what? I love you more. Because in Italy, when we make gelato, we get it from the cow. Just saying. Are you seeing anything that's sort of like, wow, now we're doing that too?
I just think what I'm seeing, and we're so used to seeing fitness looking so perfect. I mean, how many videos have we done? We're like, stop, wipe your brow. You can't sweat on a video. And,
Bozu.
Yes. You're seeing people with roots and shaggy hair, and they're in their living room, and maybe a dog goes by, or like, I just think that's been really amazing. And you're seeing people just making ways to connect. And it's so lovely. I really feel like we've gone back to basics. And now
we have, and less equipment, so more people can join in and connect to their own body. I just watched Frozen 2. I sort of live on a rock and under a rock, and I'm the last to see things. And in Frozen 2, the song, right? Into the Unknown. That's the next hashtag, I think, of the fitness industry, because we don't know what we're doing. I like what you said before, that in the beginning we needed toilet paper, we needed something, and content. We needed toilet paper, we needed hand sanitizer, and then content. What you meant was fitness content. People wanted to stay well, train, work out, and be with their fitness teachers. And that's really important to remember where we came from, because we reimagine how we go forward. You take care of your bottom, you take care of your hands, and then you take care of your heart, moving forward with content. And you've been there. Are you Zooming your own sessions?
Well, what's interesting too, another piece is, education never sleeps. We even though I haven't been on a plane in like 3 months, I have delivered 2 Schwinn 10-hour certifications from this kitchen table.
Hey, I think Becky Muck is watching as well.
Right.
Shout out to Becky.
2 10-hour certifications where one of them was with Helen Vandenberg in Vancouver, and I'm here, in Canada, let me be clear. And then another one with a girl in Washington. And then I've done 2 workshops, but I've been able to hit people in Russia and China, or not China, but Russia or other countries from my kitchen table. So talk about being innovative. And I love the fact that this new venue is for not just, as Beth Shaw said, fitness enthusiasts, but maybe for people who are afraid to take these trainings, and now they're coming in. So I just see so much, this redo is just opening up so much more categories for the fitness industry and wellness space, in my opinion.
You're a visionary, and I hope you know it, and I hope in all the ways that you can, the marketing part of my brain is, I hope you're capitalizing on all that you know, because sometimes we don't realize all the different ways we can package what we know. I always tell the people I mentor, food inside the jar can't go outside and read its own label, and when I hear you speak, I am in awe. So I hope you're packaging and categorizing everything. What is something from life before, Doris, that you don't miss at all?
Oh, did I mention travel?
You did.
I did. What I don't miss are too many meetings. Too many meetings that really weren't important. I think when it hits the fan, you really start thinking about what matters. And also too, I don't miss being too busy to pick up the phone and call a friend from high school.
Goosebumps. Goosebumps. I want to interrupt because nobody ever asked me these questions ever, 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 ever. And one of my answers now, before I was thinking at episode 7, maybe someone will ask me these questions. What do I not miss? I don't miss that I'd have to text the millennials or our age and say, when can I schedule a call because I really want to have a back and forth? I pick up the phone now. I don't miss having to make an appointment to use a phone. Believe it or not, it really is a phone, Apple, to use a phone for its purpose. Right? I don't miss that. I just pick up the phone and call. Maybe I get a voicemail, but then somebody calls me back instead of like, oh, wait, that wasn't scheduled on Calendly. What? Yeah.
And I don't miss being so narrowed in and focused. I think with everything being renewed, I'm looking at ways to exercise, way to do my devotionals and how to pray and how to. Today I had an 8-mile run, which was full of prayer and some emotion, and it's just finding different ways for me to evolve as a human being as well, where before I was just so busy, so busy,
Sure.
so busy.
You mentioned it. Can I ask in a general sense if you feel comfortable when you're finding devotion in scripture? Are you using apps? Are you taking a Bible with you? Are you listening to a podcast?
I'm super old school. I love to touch stuff. So
Me too.
That's another podcast. But no, I love to read devotional books, and then I like to be in the Word itself. And so then I love the Bible, and then I love to I'm praying constantly. But I find I'm closest when I run, and as I ran today, my 8 miles today, or yoga. Anytime I'm just still, a lot of things just come to me. And with this being said, I've had a lot more time to run and do yoga. So it's been lovely.
Thank you for sharing that personal, because I'm so inspired by people who are honest, like Todd Durkin was, about their spirituality. Now it's okay. We are shifting to be able to talk about whatever faith we have. I believe love is not a denomination. Hashtag love is not a or maybe just takeaway, Claire. Love is not a denomination, or love is not a religious denomination. Doris, is there something that you've just discovered that you're loving of your life now?
It sounds so silly, but I love figuring out what I'm going to have for dinner. What? I was, we would slide into restaurants and, order things all the time. I am my biggest thing of the day is what are we having for dinner tonight? And to sit down with my husband every night for 3 months, pretty much, and make every meal is such a labor of love.
Wonderful.
His mom used to make he's an Italian mama, he used to make his meals, and he gets loved that way. And so to make that meal for him, and because of that, we're eating better, and just to take the time to sit back and have that meal. So I'm loving that. And I'm also loving the time that I have now is sacred in my calendar of full devotional and full prayer before I touch any business. It has to be done or I'm not in the right mindset.
Doris, thank you for sharing that. Any shout outs before we talk about your social media that anybody who might be watching?
My husband, we've been married for 17 years. We've never been together this long. Ever. So he's my best friend. He's my training partner. He's my business advisor. He's my sous chef. He is it's so funny. I was a little worried about retiring, to be honest with you. I'm in my 50s and I'm like, ooh, what's retirement going to look like? And now I'm like, oh yeah. I'm not ready yet, but.
Well, I can't imagine that you're in your 50s or even close, but thank you for sharing that with us. How do all our viewers follow and find you? You've mentioned social media. You've mentioned the consulting you do. Give us the down low. We've got 30 seconds.
Excellent. So I have 2 Facebook pages, Doris Thews and Doris Thews Fitness. Also on Instagram, Doris Thews, Twitter, Doris Thews, and teamthews.com.
Thank you very much. And you have content and way that people can reach out to you when they go to your site, right?
Yeah, specifically a lot of the strategy. I'm doing a lot of speaking. I'll be doing the Korea idea, and I'll be speaking on a lot of management. So I'm really transitioning more in that management and strategic thinking, and that's why I'm so into this change. It's exciting.
Is that idea Korea virtual? You're going there, streaming there, or you're going there?
Right now, I'm going there, but you know how that email, it could be an email in an hour that says something different. Who knows?
You let me know how that works out for you, but I send you love either way. On behalf of all of our viewers, I send you gratitude for the wisdom of what you've given us this afternoon, because you have given us a lot of tips and a lot of things to think about, because we're not just in a retreat. Fitness works. Look at you, furloughed from this and opened a burgeoning mindset of income strategy. Thank you so much, Doris.
Thank you.
Bye. Peace out. What a mover and a shaker and idea, and CanFit Pro and international, going to Korea. Bless her heart. Just such an inspirational visionary. My friends, if you're just joining us, can I invite you to Facebook share so that you're not watching this on mine, but spreading our word of fitnessworks on our around the world global virtual town hall check-in, episode 6. So you click share, please, and maybe make a comment. I was here, hashtag I was here, watching from where, and to get all of these shows together, packaged just for you, findlawrence.com/fitnessworks, and you'll get over 150 presenters answering the same questions of what works to increase our income. We are going to go to California now, my friends, and I will show you my American flag, which maybe, if you're watching from America, is your American flag. And we're going to go to a mover and a shaker and someone in charge of lots and lots of clubs. Very biblical, inspirational, angelic name, Raphael. Raphael Conforti is going to make us feel comfortable about change and open mindset. Hello, Raphael.
Hi, Lawrence. How are you doing?
I'm awesome. It seems like forever.
It seems like, we were just talking Wednesday, but here we are.
Hey, where are we finding you and what time is it?
I am just north of LA right now in Thousand Oaks. It's 2:45 in California.
And Raphael, what is your current state of mind?
Excitement, relief, and empathy all at the same time. I think excitement and relief for the fitness industry to get going, for facilities to start opening back up, but also empathy for everything that's going on in the world.
Sure. And we've heard a lot from your area in California about what's opening and beaches and mass and obedience for the most part. Can you characterize what's going on in the fitness world of where you are? Opening, closing, if it's a phase number, what does that phase mean, for example?
I think I've lost track of all the numbers, but I know that a lot of facilities are starting to open up June 12th, next Friday in California. And a lot of the clubs that I work with as well around the country, we're already starting to open up, have been allowed to open up with an immense variance in all the different sort of laws and stipulations and everything that they want you to actually do in the club. Some realistic, some a little crazy.
Over how many clubs are you, and are they all in California?
Just over 100 clubs, and mostly Florida, Georgia, Texas, Arizona, Virginia, Northeast.
So a couple different states which might have a couple different laws or, like you said, some crazy suggestions. Any liberty to talk about, or are you able to say one thing that's very practical and one thing that might be a little bit harder to implement, or you can't?
I think one of the hardest things to implement is some counties and start to get into a spat between the mayor of this city versus the county versus the state versus the federal is a very challenging situation, and you can't, you have to go by the strictest laws really for every location that you're working with. And in Fort Lauderdale, for example, they literally want attendants to sit around in every section of the gym and watch sanitizer dry. So we're sort of waiting out through that aspect of everything, which, yeah, is crazy. But I think what we can share is before we bring on any team members again is we're releasing training with them to make sure that they're safe, they understand the policies before they even step foot back into the gym door.
That's inspirational. Speaking of inspirational, as you're overtaking all these guidelines that you can implement easily or with caution, what's inspiring you? You're overseeing all these clubs, and how can you give us some ideas of whether they're going to occur in your club or not, maybe just from scrolling internationally, that you thought, that's really creative or that's inspirational, because you're in charge of not only doing the implementing guidelines, but saying, why don't we think about this? So again, to quote Frozen 2, into the unknown, what's some of the unknown inspirations that you've stumbled upon?
Mm-hmm. I think the biggest unknown is that things are so unknown in an industry, in a gym where everything is so much, what are you doing today? What are your numbers for today? But now we're forced to look at tomorrow and the future and all those things. And so what's been inspirational for me is to see people change their mindset of, I'm so busy, I have all these things going on, to, oh, I actually need to think ahead a week, a month ahead. And so I think that's something to just in the industry in general is a huge shift, a huge change in just the mindset of the future versus, what did you do for me lately?
Sure. Anything else you've seen that might make you inspired to think about doing in your club, or maybe your colleagues already doing during this whole time?
Definitely. I think one of the biggest things we're looking at is digitizing everything. Fitness can be a very old school world at times with lots of paper, which isn't great for the trees, isn't great for the nature, and also, by the way, isn't the most sanitary thing. You can't exactly Clorox a piece of paper or a folder. So one of the big innovations we're looking forward to is, especially with personal training, is looking at how can we make things more digital? How can we make it more accessible? How can we open up lines of communication with clients to trainers in a way that is legal and actually convenient so that you don't have to click 15 different things to talk to a client. So you're just going to end up texting them anyway.
That's inspirational because you see other people are doing it, and it will probably work for your chain as well, your affiliations. Anything else before I move on? Because I know you're always full of ideas. I don't want to rob you of anything else that you might want to share, like, this is really cool too. Or...
Well, I think what's pretty cool is when you go outside now, there's actually people walking, running. So many people have started exercising. It's almost like a giant game of chicken at a time where, you're running down and it's like, am I going to get off the sidewalk? Or are they going to go off the road? So it's just been fun to see so many people outside and meeting neighbors, meeting people that I didn't even know lived in the neighborhood. And people are just finally off the couch because they can't handle being on the computer anymore. So I think it's gotten so many people up and active.
Right. Is there curfew where you are? Where you are? I know not every club like Florida, but do you have?
There was a temporary curfew at 9 p.m. Just with all the protests and things going on like that in the LA area. But that's eased off, and they've opened up beaches and things like that. So there's actually more people out now than ever, even with a curfew.
Because not all of your clubs are open, all the different states and areas that you've said you're over. Are you Zooming in general? Are you Facebook private groups? Is it an individual club decision? Or are you constantly managing the network of people signing on and login links? That would be a mind blow for somebody. What's going on there? Virtual.
Yeah, we are all Zoom all day. I think I spend at least 3 or 4 hours a day on Zoom. Connected with everybody, staying in touch, leading ongoing education development for our team through that. So we did a Facebook group, but it can be challenging. Not everybody's on Facebook, or not everybody knows about the group, especially, looking back, if we could have said, hey, everybody, we have a Facebook group, let's use this to keep in touch. But introducing it after there's already a little bit of disconnect between some of the company and some of the team, that's challenging. So we've really just been trying to keep as close contact as we possibly can with the people currently on the team through Zoom.
When you do open, do you think there'll be the option of people attending live, but also attending, like you said, you're going to go 100% virtual? I could get a virtual membership, as it were, to stay home and take my favorite teacher or somebody I never took from?
So what we actually did was we took the route of, we want to give the highest quality experience possible. And we felt that Zoom and Facebook, now that we've seen 2 months into this, people have gotten really good at it. But at first it was, a little bit blurry, or like somebody said earlier, oh, there goes the bed that's not made in the background with, the empty bottle or whatever you might have laying around. So we decided actually to partner with Les Mills and offer some of their classes, which if you've ever seen some of their no equipment workouts, somebody's literally on a stage in the middle of a crystal clear blue lake, then it cuts to the top of a mountain. It's all these amazing high quality things. So we're continuing to do that for everybody to keep them active, knowing that not everybody's probably going to want to come back to whatever frequency they were coming in the gym.
Sure. And there's always humor too. You've started on your own Instagram through all this, bringing humor with really cool COVID jokes. To be able to look at something like another colleague who's been a guest of ours on another episode, Trisha Silverman, find humor in something, and it's better than crying all the time to be able to laugh. And where do we find you socially, Raphael?
Well, just like my name on the screen, it's Raphael Conforti. It's the same thing everywhere. RaphaelConforti.com, @Raphael on Instagram. I've even ventured into TikTok, which is great for the jokes and interesting things. We'll have to get you on there, Lawrence. You'll do great on TikTok. I know it.
Well, you'll convince me, but I think TikTok can share everything else, and people are sharing to me what I need to see. But your jokes start out on Instagram, don't they?
Yeah.
Okay.
I pretty much post them everywhere, but a lot on Instagram.
Yeah, I think it's wonderful if somebody can make a joke where somebody's not the brunt of a joke and it's about the pandemic and laugh. And you achieve all of that, even starting the series as dad jokes. And I must be the only person in the universe who didn't know what a dad joke was. Because what about the mom joke? Or what about the dog joke? And apparently all those exist too. Raphael, can you tell us from life before, is there something you don't miss at all? Your new working at home reality?
I think just like everybody else, I don't miss the travel. It's good to actually be at home, enjoy. I live in San Diego. It's an amazing place. So sometimes it's hard to leave for other places, and you just want to enjoy it, explore it, and be able to connect with the friends that you've made in that area. So the travel is something I definitely don't miss.
And is there some newly discovered surprise, unexpected, that you're really celebrating and hope to continue into your new reality?
Yeah, I think in this time I've actually had the opposite challenge of everybody else, and it's been anything but a pause. I think I've been busier than I ever have, and that's pushed me to grow a lot. I think the challenge of that and the stresses that come with it and forced me to figure out really what's important to me. What do I enjoy doing? What's important to me? And that's really where the jokes sparked out is I really just want happiness, joy in the world, people to have less stress in their lives. And a lot of that is accomplished through fitness. But I also love to be able to share those jokes out to people and, obviously spend more time like with my dog, as well as we can see finally the real star of the show, Biscuit.
Yeah. He thought I was boring and he was yawning. Today is the official beginning of a week of dog or pet appreciation. It's really pet appreciation, as if there were other sorts of pets. Just kidding. We love cats, love birds, love reptiles. Yes, and you've been posting with your dog when you get out, and I'm sure you were about to say before I interrupted you, the extra unexpected fresh quality time with your fiancé.
Of course, yeah, we are fingers crossed that the wedding and everything still gets to go forward, and the countdown is definitely begun. But we're excited. It's good to spend time together.
And good luck with someone starting a new adventure not related to fitness while there's a pandemic, and you're assisting with that. It's her candle, hand-poured San Diego company. What is that?
It's Wick and Bloom Candle Co. wickandbloomcandleco.com, at her Instagram, Wick and Bloom Candle Co. So yes, I am, as I think we heard other people saying, a multitude of other activities. I'm the CFO, the candle pourer, the candle model, the candle photographer, all sorts of things. It's been fun.
Did I hear model?
Candle model. Very niche market.
There you have that. Tell me, is there anybody you'd like to make a shout out to, Raphael, who might be watching?
Obviously to the fiance, Rachel. But just to everybody who's really watching, I hope that you find some inspiration, some joy, and if you ever are having a stressed out day, I can give you a joke whenever you need to hear it.
And that's on your Instagram, and that also shares to your Facebook as well. Because he's in charge of so many clubs, my friends, contract, follow, connect to him. Even if you don't contract him, you can definitely connect to him. I want to thank you on behalf of all of our viewers for your wisdom, Raphael, for jumping in from California. I know you're even working on Sundays, so we really appreciate your wisdom and the quality of the time you've given us with so many takeaways.
Thank you, Lawrence. Have a great day.
Talk to you soon. Bye. Boxer waiting. Goodbye to Raphael. We're going to stay, my friends, in California. No, we're going to stay in the United States. Here's our American flag. We say goodbye to Raphael, and we go now to someone that I can't say enough about to introduce as a humanitarian who is an open Christian, who is an open, wonderful mover and shaker, a boss of mine when I worked for BOSU, Candace Brooks. You know the phenomenon in fitness of Candace and her husband, Douglas Brooks. Candace, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Lawrence. How are you?
Hi, welcome to our program. I'm going to invite you to start your video. Tell us, where are you joining us from?
I am joining you from, there I am, there you are.
Hi.
I am joining you from our home in Crowley Lake, California. It's
You are
near
in California.
Yep, near the ski town of Mammoth Lakes, California.
Your hair looks beautiful. I haven't seen anybody with really great hair for a long, long time. And I mean that in the nicest possible way. Wow.
I know, it took some work today. Like, I had to finish, I just finished auditing and participating in a 4-hour BOSU live stream workshop. Wow. And then I had to try to like blow out this hair that really needs a trim. So thank you.
Well, I guess you did it for us. Thank you. In addition to doing it for BOSU. What was that for BOSU? The 4-hour initial certification?
No, we did. This one today is one of my favorite workshops, and it's called BOSU Advanced Programming Strategies. Wow. So it's just lots of different things you can do with the BOSU Balance Trainer, and specifically programming strategies. So you're not just not just taking a bunch of moves or copying anything. It's really strategies to create your own.
I'll drink to that. Tell us, Candace, the most important question of a few I think are important. What's your current state of mind?
My current state of mind, it vacillates a little bit, but like most of us, but it's pretty positive. You know, it's been just the craziest 2020, but I think there's been a lot of obstacles, but I firmly believe in, I used to have this little quote up on my office wall that was an Einstein quote about obstacles equaling opportunity. So when I've gotten kind of frustrated, because like most of us, I like to get in a rhythm and just cruise in that rhythm for a while. And I was kind of in that rhythm, and then everything got shaken up. So then I have to keep shifting my mindset and saying, okay, these obstacles that are in front of you are opportunity. Like we have to keep reinventing how we do things. We have to keep changing. And no matter how painful it is, you know, I want to jump in the deep end of the pool, rather than just be trying to stick my nose out and get breath once in a while. So I want to be fully in there and charging forward.
And you haven't taken a break. I remember when I worked for you at BOSU, and we did course development, you'd always say, when we present something the first time or the second time, what do we learn? How do we reimagine and then make it better for our classes and clients and attendees at different conventions? You've always been currently, consistently in there and reinventing. I mean, you're the mother of that. I think from idea, instructor of the year in the last century, you inspired the world and drew a lot of attention to yourself, and not a lot of people have kept up that impetus, right? And look at all the stuff you continue to do. Where you are, what's the status of fitness? Is it open or closed? Are there things slowly opening? Are you allowed to go outside with or without a mask? You're a big outdoors person.
We're, in California, our rules are pretty strict, and it's also county by county. So we live in a little tiny rural county in the mountains, only 14,000 people in our whole county. So when they make rules like, well, you can't move to phase 2 until there's less than 1 new case per 10,000 people, when that's your whole county of 10,000 people, you could have 1 case and they're like, nope, can't move on. So we're still shut down as far as fitness, but this week, some of us just got together. We went to the ball fields in town, and all of us that normally go to the community center, where I love to sub classes whenever I can, we just all got together and we worked out. We took turns leading, and I think we're so hungry for that community and that connection. Like, you can do everything on Zoom and you can have great connection like this, but it's not the same as when we're face to face. So we're not open yet. There's no clubs open here. But it's summer, so I'm hoping I can start, teaching some classes outdoors. And, all of my work for Bosu and Headstrom Fitness and for Be Strong, another company that Douglas and I do consulting for. We've shifted gears so quickly, like all of our live workshops are now online. And so it's kind of stimulating to have to shift gears and get good at something really quickly. And I like that. I work well under pressure. I love doing a workshop the first time, with the wolves, ready to chew you up. That like puts me in my most creative state. And so that part of it is good, but I am ready for personal connection. I'm so sad that all the all the conferences, like I was sad that we missed Ursa. And I'm so sad that, I'm not going to get to give you a personal hug and go have coffee with you at Idea World and, snuggle with Biscuit while we have coffee, but it's just a different year. So we have to flex with it and be mobile.
Candace, are your boys with you?
No, but thankfully both of our boys they're off the family payroll. They're I know, yay. They're both on their own. They both have good jobs. Our oldest son is a first responder. He's a firefighter and medic, which my mom heart worries about him all the time, being out on calls with COVID. And then, last week, putting out fires with riots in San Diego where he's based. Our youngest son works in finance as an investment advisor. So thankfully, every day I'm just like, thank you, God, that they have jobs and they're staying safe so far. But I miss, Douglas and I, our favorite thing is to jump in our RV and travel because we can work from anywhere, our consulting work. And so I miss being able to go down to Southern California and see my boys and see my friends and go to conventions, but it's all good.
It will come. It will come. And I hope that when we do that and have our first couple of live experiences, they're not wolves, but they're a little more accepting of the fact that we're just in person, bearing in mind that they have to evaluate us as they do, as you've mentioned. Candace, because
people are pretty are being flexible right now. Like, I noticed, like, I've taken a ton of live stream classes, and I've really used this last 3 months to, dive deeper in some areas, to get education in areas that maybe I wouldn't have time to go to that topic session at a conference or something.
Right.
And I feel like everybody's been really patient as we're all learning our way into this technology. And I think we're all, when people, the Google eyes, when you have to go up close to your computer screen, figure out what it says in that little chat box. But I think that people are being really open and really tolerant. And I'm experiencing just a sense of inclusivity when we jump on Zoom classes or Zoom conferences, that there's a sense we all want to be there and we all crave that community and connection. And it's part of the whole who we are as fitness professionals. And I think we're getting it. I think it's one of the things I'm really proud of everybody that.
Sure. So optimistic. One of my key buzzwords is inclusive, and I'm so glad you used that, because now, professionally and politically, it's such an important word that we look at ourselves in the mirror personally and professionally and say, how can I become more inclusive than ever? My words, not yours, although the value of inclusive is something that you mentioned. Thank you for that. When you mentioned you're taking some things that otherwise you may not have taken, or in terms of general inspiration you're getting from our community that you know so well around the world for traveling with Douglas around our world so much, what have you seen in this whole start to now that's inspired you?
I've just seen everybody stretching out. I've seen an eagerness, like the heart of who we are as fitness professionals and what we do is we want to get people excited about moving. We want people to be healthier and more fit. And I think that I I think that as crazy as it's been the last 3 months, I don't think things will ever go back to the way they were before. But I think when we go back to, you know, being able to be in clubs, and I love like being at a convention, sweating shoulder to shoulder with other people and that interaction, you know, whooping and hollering. But I find so many people like doing like live stream workshops. People are saying, oh my gosh, I live someplace like conventions, workshops don't even ever come here. And now those people can jump in with a group of other people. And it's not like they're just doing online learning by themselves, wonk, wonk, wonk.
And no babysitter.
Yeah.
And no
they're
trouble.
They're in. So I think what we're doing now is going to expand the fitness industry. And I know friends and relatives that are getting into exercising through like online and Zoom programs that they've never done that, and they never will, and they never have gone to a club. So
Sure.
I think there's some really cool things happening that way that are stretching all of us, and we don't have to go back to the new normal. Will be expanded and bigger, and it'll expand the heart of who we are and what we try to do as fitness pros.
So wise. Whenever I had to get you on a call or you'd had to get me on a call, I had pages of notes when you were done talking, because I learned so much, because you've become so wise from working with so many different kinds of mentalities and cultures and countries. Is there any new unexpected find from this being at home that you love? Something I never thought that I would love so much, like an unexpected treat of this retreat?
You know, I think one of the things that Douglas and I have found is, you know, usually we hit the deck running and your day is really structured. And I think that especially in the first 6 or 8 weeks, like more and more structure is returning, but I kind of enjoyed like staying up till midnight working on a jigsaw puzzle or playing Scrabble, and then like sleeping a little bit later in the morning. And like Paul was saying a couple of people back, that like we're working on our yard, we're gardening. And so sometimes at the end of my work day, I'm not feeling, I still have a lot of work, but I'm just finding time to do other things, like, oh, let's take a walk down to the lake, or let's go work in the yard, get our hands in the dirt for a while. So I want to keep that.
Can I say that if you find yourself having a little extra time, you're the only one I've ever met in my life that makes pecan handmade toffee at holidays. If you want to find a reason in June, July, or August to make something that would send to Puerto Rico, listen, I'll make it worth your while, because not only do I love toffee and pecan toffee, but do I know anyone who handmade it ever? No. And that year was the nicest Christmas, holiday, Kwanzaa, New Year's treat I ever got, was that package that you sent to New York. Thank you for that. You might want to come up with some summer reasons why you might want to make some toffee, since you got time for Scrabble and puzzles.
Ship it to Puerto Rico. You know what's funny is I haven't made it in a couple of years because Douglas and I downsized. We sold our big house in Mammoth, and then we spent 2 years living in our RV. And everybody should scale down and live in less than 200 feet for 200 square feet for 2 years.
Right.
And
well, it's made you wise for sure. And a lot of people want to find your wisdom. I've made sure your name is here. How can we find you or your husband or all the things you're involved? Can you list us, because people are typing what you say. Can you list us how we find and stay connected to you and all the different fingers you're in, or all the pots you're stirring?
Yes.
Not pecan toffee.
Well, Facebook is always a good way to get a hold of both of us. Mostly now, we don't spend much time at all building our own brands. We are really doing a lot of work behind the scenes, mentoring, bringing other people up. But people can
we have your
get a hold
Facebook
of us through Facebook or Instagram, and
Bosu?
Through Bosu. Yep. I mean, that's our primary contract, and could always get a hold of us through education@bosu.com. Somebody could reach out to us.
bosu.com, and they have Instagram as well. I want to
Yes.
thank you for sharing with us your time. It's really lovely to have you with us because you've been in the industry to see all the cracks. And when you've seen the cracks, you know how strong a certain thing is. And I really appreciate you sharing your wisdom. You've been with us, and in addition to being the world's best toffee maker, you are a mover, a shaker, and a really fair, ethical, wonderful boss. Let me say that because I don't throw out a lot of names that are fair and ethical and wonderful. Maybe one or two of those adjectives, but not all three in the same sentence. So I'm grateful to you.
Well, thank you, Lawrence. I miss you. I love you. And I'm so honored that you included me.
Are you kidding? How could we not? Thank you. Give my best to Douglas, please. Tell him hi.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, my friends, we're going to go to California. I'm going to put up our U.S. flag. And my friends, if you are just joining us, please, to spread our message, which is my mission, connecting fitness world with ideas and inspiration across working countries and continents. You're not watching this from my timeline. You're going out of my timeline. Click share this, or share now onto your timeline and make a comment. Hashtag I was here watching from blank. Insert your location there. And maybe hashtag fitnessworks to get all 6 episodes when we're done for free as a gift. Please just remember findlawrence.com/fitnessworks. From California, a mover, a shaker, someone who was a leading idea presenter for years before I ever entered into that world, Kathy Murakami, working in Mexico and in California. You see her contagious smile. You see her picture here. Coming up live to the screen in just a moment is our Kathy Murakami. Hello.
Hello. Hi.
You've made it. The rest is so easy. Kathy, where are we finding you? What time is it?
It is my time, 3:18. I am in Encinitas on my film set.
Right, you've been streaming all the time, sometimes with Manuel, sometimes on your own. Pilates and more and gyrokinesis. Rancho La Puerta has boasted the fact that you are part of their curriculum and instructor on staff, not guest instructor, for lots of years. They're currently shut down in Mexico, but that drive from you, depending on the wait through the toll bridge building site of a wall, is about how long door to door?
From my house, because I usually get to leave Sunday mornings, door to door, maybe an hour and 15, hour and a half or so.
Not bad to be both countries, Mexico and U.S. employed. And now you've been in your space, although you've been going out. I've seen some of your posts for brunch on Saturdays, making me peanut butter and jealous. How long have you been now in San Diego exclusively?
Since the middle of March.
Wow.
Yeah.
But you're not in retirement. Fitness works. The girl is zooming, and the girl is earning, and the girl is charging, and the girl is successful. You amaze us all. You were one of the first people to connect Zoom with I think PayPal and Eventbrite and other kind of forms to collect money and get people to sign up, and Zoom, and nothing is perfect, but you inspire us all with not just waiting for permission. You jumped on, and girl is working. What is your current state of mind, Kathy?
Oh, my current state of mind in this moment, got a little nerves going on. My current state of mind with the current world events, it really fluctuates. I had one day feeling kind of a lot of despair, but on the whole, I feel and I know that we're really in a big transition. And the word I actually wanted to share with you was liminality. This is the state where the caterpillar has not yet become the butterfly. I want to share with who's watching and some of your followers a great article. It's on miscellaneousmagazine.com, MISC magazine.com. And it's about liminality. And I took a few notes because it's part of we're no longer where we were, but we have not yet gone to where we're going. So it's that of the one trapeze and you're suspended and you haven't caught the next one yet. So there's that moment where, and everybody's in a little different stage of that, from, as you know, from every you've spoken with.
But nothing to teach me liminality. And I've always said when people say I'm crazy with Biscuit on long haul flights that I used to, I can't talk about future, love long haul flights. Why, Lawrence? 16 hours of just movies? It's the only thing I've ever discovered that allows me to be able to say I'm between leaving and arriving.
Yes.
I have left and have not yet arrived. And there's no, until now, Wi-Fi, no incoming messages and no outgoing messages. That's liminality in what I've loved, and now I have a word for it. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Good for you. What's inspiring you, Kathy?
Just seeing everybody just at first get a little shocked when everything was going on and shut down, no work, and then jumping forward and really getting uncomfortable. And I would guess on the whole, most fitness professionals weren't techies, and we all just kind of jumped in that curve. It was a big steep curve for me that I'm still climbing, but I have to
You've conquered. You've conquered. Oh my gosh, the Zoom, the microphone, the foam roller on the floor with the cat in the background. You've got it going on. Look at your set and your colors and how you blend in, but you distinguish yourself from so people can see your body parts. I mean, on a scale of 1 to 10, when we follow you, you get an 11, unbelievably. What else when you're scrolling or connecting to maybe your people at Rancho La Puerta that are also in hiatus, or around the world with your connections? You've inspired the world. You've presented at conventions all over, including Asia and other countries, in various languages, including Japanese. What else is inspiring you besides jumping onto Zoom? Anything else?
I think it's inspiring to see how kindness on the whole and mindfulness on the whole has increased. And most individuals I know are stepping back and taking a breath and just allowing things to be a little bit as they are and more accepting of things as they are. I'm sure you have friends that feel very differently about masking, not masking, distancing, not distancing, and all of that. And we're going to need to come together and respect one another's ways, and you can still be friends.
I agree. I say a lot, agree to disagree, and keep communication going. I think we all agree we want to support professionally our Zooming and politically our whole tumultuous times right now. And how we support will always be different. How we define activism, how we define voicing out, how we define not being silent is different for all of us. I agree that we can celebrate each other's desire to make a change, even if we don't understand or agree with someone's specific choices. So well said, Kathy. That was just brilliant for you. And I think that is a way to be inspired. Just different ways to listen to the news, right? Because you've been here in say, Southern California area for a while, your closest major airport is San Diego. Is that right? For as long as you've been there, is there anything that you don't miss from life before all of this?
Oh, yes. I don't miss the traffic and the crowd or the pollution. In my own life, I don't miss I don't have enough time. I don't miss that at all. And my plan is to incorporate a lot more of those pauses as part of my schedule.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
With additional time now that you found, what's an unexpected treat that you're loving that you might be capitalizing in addition to extra time with Kat? Anything that you're loving that you never thought that by being inside, you're actually discovered this? Let's face it, some people are just counting their days, but you have made sure you're making your days count. What have you found that's your unexpected surprise being at home?
My unexpected surprise at being home, actually here where I live, is really hearing nature a lot more. Pretty amazing. In the mornings, the birds are really going off. I've noticed this year a lot more monarch butterflies everywhere. And on certain days when the tide is high, because I'm a half a block or a block from the beach, I can really smell the ocean air. And that, the resurgence of the earth is something is very important to me. And I am really relishing that a lot.
That's lovely. And you're in a beautiful place where you can go out and smell and feel and touch. And you've always been a very nature person as well. Before I ask you if there's any shout out, it's not an unexpected question because you're so successful on Zoom. Are you doing Zoom exclusively and people are finding you and buying into those packages? Are you also doing private Facebook groups? I think those are the two messages I've been hearing of really successful fitness icons as yourself. You've been in the industry for a long time, your Pilates and your gyrokinesis. You've been all over. You've been at AFC, Return, super, super highly rated and valued. The first time I was at a fundraiser for IDEA at 5:30 in the morning, you were there, Connie Towers, myself, Moira Stott. Where are you putting your services on?
Well, I do little teasers on sometimes Facebook Live.
Right, I've seen those.
Post on my wall, but I have my own website, which is my name, and I have now created a little library. And I have a regular schedule right now, which of course will change when Rancho La Puerta opens back up. So just find those there. You can get the links. And then of course, my shout out, Manuel Velasquez. We have this.
Who?
Yeah, exactly. Who? A special bonus class like once a month. We're kind of making it regular, like a pop-up. And we collaborate together and we have a great time. And I think that's very palatable.
Sure.
So it's because we're pretty versatile in what we're able to present. And it's all done with just a lot of fun, just fun. Because it's
and a beautiful set and beautiful lighting and beautiful computer and sometimes more forwards than setbacks. But once in a while you have a little opportunity to say, oh, I didn't know that happened to me, and you reimagine and you move forward. I think that it's wonderful that on your teasers, you've always said, if my suggested fee is too high, I always offer scholarships. Love and kudos to you. You're about connection, not about cash, although fitness works and not for free. So good for you for keeping your humanitarian aspect and always offering that the way the best companies always have. Sort of not publicized, but a sliding scale. So you don't say, if you don't come to me, it can't be because you can't afford. Good for you for doing that. Anyone that you might know watching us, Kat, that you might want to make a shout out to?
Let's who see. I just have every screen open. Oh, Liam Lee. Oh, Claudia Miko. I think I saw Sankita. I know I saw Jennifer Martin. I know I saw Amanda. Oh, yay.
So sweet of you for doing that. And Claudia was a guest of ours, and she's now in Hawaii with hypnosis. She said to me the other day, I'm not really sure what my unique selling point is. Hypnosis and yoga and mindful and barefoot. Hello? Food inside its container can't see its own label. It takes a mentor or someone else to say, listen, this is really unique to you. Kathy, thank you for your time. Thank you for the wisdom gift you're sharing with the world. I have followed you for years. I've gone to your sessions in the back when I felt so out of place. I didn't even know what it was when I used to pronounce it pilots, and it was Pilates as an icon. And then to be able to say, not only are we colleagues, but we're friends, because there's a backstory. Thank you. Thank you for the gift of your time. I appreciate you. For all of us trying to find you on social media and your site and hear about these classes with a sliding scale, can you please share with us?
It's KathleenMurakami.com.
How wonderful. Yep. And you're also on Insta and maybe TikTok too now?
And Facebook and Twitter. Twitter, it's just Kat Murakami. But you'll find me.
We will. Yeah. You're so sweet. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. I love you. And I send you just joy.
Virtual hug.
Bye. All right, goodbye to Kathy Murakami. My friends, if you're just joining us, I would like to tell you, please, that watching this on my wall is not the same as clicking share. If you share, please, you are bringing love and light and our message around the world. Fitness works. It's a virtual town hall. If you do one thing, click share, make your comment, hashtag I was here, watching from blank, because hashtag fitness works. Not that I'm a control freak and telling you what to comment. I'll give you all of our shows just with no charge when we're done, of course, because we're midstream now before we go to our first doctor on the show. I'd like to say that all you have to remember is this link that you'll see in comments, findlawrence.com/fitnessworks. And I will give you all of our shows for you to share with your classes and clients and clubs and clinics, and you can dissect and you can resect and you can screenshot and do whatever you want with, and you can stick it wherever and however you want. We're going to be in America because here's our flag. And we're going to bring a humanitarian, someone that I have consulted with, someone that I call a colleague, someone that I call a friend. I have not been in touch with for a while because of our pandemic, if you will. Dr. Michael Montel is coming up to share with us his visionary inspiration. Hello, Dr. Montel.
Hello, sir. You have to unmute me.
I did. You're unmuted. We can hear you. Welcome.
Right. Okay. Hi, Lawrence. What a joy and a privilege and an honor. And I could go on and on and on, but we don't have time. Wow.
It's been too long. Thank you for, first off, before I ask you any questions, for being the first visionary to say, it's not social distancing. We're more social than ever. It's you who say, hashtag physical distancing, because that's what we're doing. And people are talking about building communities and Zooming and creating this connection, and then social distancing. It's social connection and physical distancing. It's you, my friend. All credit to you. Where are you and where are we finding you and what time is it?
It is now about 3:32 or something like that, 3:32 exactly. I'm in beautiful San Diego, California. You can tell by the palm trees. And it is beautiful. I just think that San Diego must be your favorite city because so many people on today have come from San Diego.
Absolutely. It's our least Asian attended event because I wanted to make not only a culturally diverse program, also, I have to always go by who's responded to my invites. I'm sure I'm in so many spam boxes of people who have never responded, or for whatever reason, I like to say they never saw my invite. Even though I send it by courier pigeon and a lot of other ways. And I also like to say that I'm keeping U.S. because now's the time right now to talk about U.S. in general. What's your current state of mind, Dr. Montel?
Well, I'll tell you, I'm always hopeful. I'm never anything but a learned optimist. I believe that we're broken in so many ways and have been for so long. Mm-hmm. So when I see a crack, I see an opportunity to plant some hopefulness, to plant a renewed commitment to our neighbors, to friends, to each other, to family, and reach out to people who are afraid right now. And so many are. So you might say that I don't see the negative, I see opportunity. And everything I'm about, everything is when it presents something, oh, this is not working right. Let's look at what is. Let's look at what we can do. I want to tell you very quickly, if I can. I shared this recently because I was reminded of it based on what's going on. A number of years ago, I was asked to come on the Oprah show. She had me on 3 or 4 times. This time she asked me to come on about race and violence in America. And a lovely audience member stood up and said, well, Dr. Montel, I like to take pride in the fact that I'm colorblind. Now, I took a deep breath, as you know I can do, and on live television on Oprah, I said, Oprah, could you come over and stand next to me? And we stood cheek to cheek. And I said to the audience member, you don't see a difference? And the audience all started to clap. And I said, let's look beyond the outside to that which lies within. Let's look at what someone can become, not what she or he has been. Let's not pretend there's no difference. Of course there's a difference. Let's honor our differences.
Sure.
So my state of mind is bliss, a sense of oneness with the world that comes from very simple pleasures.
When you were very close to Oprah, did she smell good?
She smelled good. We kissed. She gave me a hug. She thanked me for the blessing.
Thank you for sharing that story. One of the things I love always about you is not only that you so casually can name drop, but I have used your services because you help me understand that the link to anything, happiness or chaos, is what I think. The link is what you think, like your book, right? So thank you for that. When you're looking around our world, and I'm sure you are, locally and abroad, where are you getting your inspiration? What inspires you these days through all of this?
You know, everyone talks about what kind of an outlook we have. We have to have a better outlook. And I love the fact that everybody in fitness is focused on mindset today, because that's what I talk about for years and years and years, more years than I sometimes want to think about. But I don't look at my outlook. I look at my in-look. What my inspiration comes from inside.
Takeaway.
I hear something. I have in-look, not outlook. I see a situation. I am all about, like, how can we make that better? What can we do to make this a better situation? A simple example. Every gym in America and all the businesses and the politicians that I'm consulting with and the hospitals, we're welcoming people back. I go, oh God, why are you welcoming people back? Put up a sign, welcome to our future together. Let's not go back. Let's be forward thinkers. Let's look in the windshield, not the rearview mirror. So my inspiration comes from that. It comes from my childhood. My father had stores in Newark, New Jersey, in very challenged neighborhoods, and he would give shoes away to kids. And people used to call me Boy Tell, not Man Tell, because I was a kid. And so that's where my inspiration comes from.
Your past has fueled your present. Look in our windshield, not our rear view mirror, and not an outlook, but an in-look. Proverbs, maxims, wisdom. I'm already boasting with, I'm sure I'm going to see comments and takeaways and summaries and hashtags. For those of us not familiar with your Facebook, I really invite people, as all my guests are so much smarter, so much more inspirational than I, to follow, because you made a post recently about how to reframe our thinking, not to get over this, but how to get through, and the key is what we're thinking here as we're outreaching, with specific practical steps that you're giving us. Thank you for sharing your inspiration. And is there anything from life before this new retreat reset that you don't miss at all, that you don't necessarily need to go back to?
We're from New York, or the New York area. Sometimes you wait and you hail a cab, and you're standing there and someone jumps in the cab. Hey, that was my cab. No, you didn't get in. It wasn't your cab. So in answer to your question, what do I miss? What do I not miss? Nothing. Because I don't think about what I miss. I think about what I have constantly. I never think about, oh, I miss that. Look, both of my parents have deceased.
I'm sorry.
We talk about people who have lost their lives in COVID in the most horrendous situation. I must mention Mr. Floyd. I must mention Mr. Floyd. It just takes my breath away. Do I miss these people? I miss the idea of having coffee, but they're here and they're in my heart. They're always with me. So in practical terms, I will tell you, we don't miss going to a restaurant anymore. Paul is busy constantly, getting things ready and preparing and all that. But I have the mindset of don't miss. Think about what you have.
Thank you for sharing that. Thank you for the shout out to Paula, who is now probably doing a lot of inventive things in the kitchen. ACE certified personal trainer that she is. You and I have collaborated in countries like Thailand, and you and I have collaborated in projects like for American Council on Exercise. decades, it seems, ago. Is there anything that you've newly found, Michael, that you love and want to celebrate that is an undiscovered new part of quality time with Paula, for example? Something that's you didn't predict on loving now?
Well, we were devoted gym goers, of course, and
Right.
We have all kinds of daily activities. We go to the gym and then coffee. Our new thing is we go for walks in our lovely neighborhood, and we meet friends and new people, and we have opportunities to talk, and it's a tremendous opportunity to really be at one with these folks. But aside from that, I'm a writer. I love to write, and I love to have people. And what's going on in America today, police departments from all around the country are calling. Can you help us look at our screening? Because I used to do that for the police departments in the 1980s. But what I just completed 60 days consecutive articles for Ariana Huffington's Thrive Global. It was amazing. Every day, wake up, and I would write an article. It's on the website, so you can find them. Every imaginable topic to help people get through COVID-19. That's what I'm about. That's my purpose in life. I was created to create. And I feel that by having committed to that writing for 60 days and now once a week.
Thank you for sharing that. Todd Durkin to serve, you to create. We're all doing things differently. We're not doing different things. Good for you.
This is terrible to do, but I must just share. When Todd came up, I looked at my book. A link is what you think. And on the back of the book, there's a beautiful endorsement from Todd Durkin, all about mindset. The guy is a genius. He's phenomenal.
So are you, and I've already mentioned your book, so it's not a terrible thing to do because you have helped me through a really tumultuous upheaval decades ago by a 20-minute conversation outside with a metaphor about diabetes that changed my life. Because a miracle in A Course in Miracles is a change in perception. And you gave me, in my personal life, that perception. Thank you for that. Thank you for sharing the newly discovered parts of when you're going out and your new life. When you're going out, are you having to wear masks or no?
We're not having to. We don't.
Okay.
As long as we're walking in the neighborhood, we don't. We go to Whole Foods or Trader Joe's, one of these other places for food. Any store, we put it on, of course.
Right.
I think that goes without saying.
Sure. Well, it doesn't, because I asked. I can't assume anything. I've been in my place since January 1 in Puerto Rico. I have not left even to get my mail, which is outside of my property. I have everything brought in or delivered or dropped off. My vet has made house calls weekly with Biscuit, and I don't know what it is in the outside world. And if you want to talk about who possibly would be a great candidate for PTSD, you and I might be talking on a private FaceTime or Zoom time, and I'll be PayPaling you or whatever it is that you accept.
You know I wouldn't do that.
Michael, are there any shout outs you want to make to anybody who might be watching?
Well, of course, to the woman that I met on January 26, 1966. She stepped in the back of my shoe. I started to fall over. I turned around. I said to my friend, I'm going to marry her. And in December of 1971, we did get married, and we've been together ever since. So Paula Mantell, yay. But there's two other people, real quick, that just come to mind. One, Cedric Bryant from ACE. Cedric, I feel, is ultimately responsible for having brought me into ACE and given me the stage to talk about coaching, training, and mind and behavior change and all that. And the other person, interesting, that just popped in real quickly is Chuck Runyon, who brought me into Anytime Fitness as their chief behavior science consultant. And I owe a great deal to these two people. And ultimately, guess who else, Mr. Lawrence? You. I feel that you are an inspiration. We haven't talked in a long time, but you're still part of us. Right? Us, I mean Paul and I. You're in our hearts, you're in our minds.
Thank you.
Come out of our mouth.
You're very kind to include me. I make sure that Cedric will hear your comments. I don't know the second name. Please make sure you forward to the person that you made your second shout out to. Thank you for including me. I have always admired and consulted and talked about what you do. Thank you for #physical distancing. I don't know what pleasant, loving word I can use. What person developed social distancing, and it took off around the world? It's social connection we're creating. At a time of loneliness and depression on the rise, we're creating physical distancing out of love, not fear. Thank you for spreading that, and I've picked up on that and spread it as well. Thank you for being the catalyst. Thank you for the gift of your wisdom to all of us, especially your time. I appreciate you, and I send my love to Paula.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. Pleasure and privilege to be here with you.
Bye, Dr. Montel. For everybody who wants to follow you, it's Dr. Montel. Tell us your social media one more time, please.
drmichaelmantel.com and Michael Mantel on Facebook, Dr. San Diego on Twitter, Fitness Psych on Twitter, on LinkedIn, Instagram, Dr. San Diego. I'm all over the place.
Dr. San Diego, is that DR or DOCTOR?
DR.
DR San Diego. Nothing to do with your name. I'm so glad we did this. Dr. San Diego and Michael Mantel. Seriously, because I want people to follow you. If I invite people on my show, on this town hall, it's not because I know anything. It's because I want people who are speaking and I feel stupid from the beginning. It means you're doing something right. Who wants to be surrounded by people who know less? Hello? No.
I love people to come on my Facebook, especially for my daily 5 every day. That's really important. So check that out.
Facebook, Dr. Michael Mantel.
Michael Mantel on Facebook, and look up my daily 5. Mantel Daily 5. Okay. You'll see it.
I love you. I miss you. I mean it. Bye.
Bye.
My friends, if you're just joining us, please make sure you share. Please hashtag I was here. And please make sure to get all of this, as well as our previous 5 episodes by emailing. No, just visiting. findlawrence.com/fitnessworks. You'll see it in our comments as well. We're going to go to California. What? West Hollywood for a mover and a shaker. Someone who's inspired me in a long time, more than a lot of people, because we are movement coaches, but a psychiatric, if you will, a philosophical and a mindful movement specialist, Coach Jeffrey Bornman. I'm going to invite him up here. He's in California, like our California time, and he's going to be coming up here with us to bring us some of his motivational wisdom. Not muscles, but mind first. Hello, Coach Jeffrey.
Hello, my dear friend. What a joy to get to be here with you. I just love watching you work. It's just magic. It just is. And what a thrill. It's just, everybody that you
Hashtag bucket of crazy. Hashtag it's a shipwreck behind the scenes. But life is okay.
But that's the beauty of it. And you talk about mind, body, personal training, and mindset. It's all okay. Like, you can't mess this up. You're serving mankind. How can you make a mistake?
Thank you. Where are we finding you, and what time is it?
I am in West Hollywood.
Of course you are.
I'm at home. It's 3:48, and it's a beautiful, beautiful Sunday.
Yes, and I'll just put this out there right away. Jeffrey is a trainer of celebs, and he doesn't like when I ask him if he can name drop, but I will drop one name because she's not with us anymore, except she's from heaven, because we're all touched by an angel, that wonderful woman who was also a producer, Ardella Reese. You used to train her, and now you train her spiritually from heaven, in addition to the current people you're not allowed to mention as a professional and ethical trainer. We loved me some Della. Yeah.
Me too. I got to tell you, I don't know for sure that she probably trained me more than I trained her. I'll just say
Isn't that always the way? We teach what we need to learn. Yeah.
Incredible woman, an incredible spiritual teacher. And what I learned with her still informs and defines the path that I take still. I just say thank you to her almost daily. Almost daily. I love that you brought her up.
Jeffrey, what's your current state of mind?
I feel great. I am really optimistic, and I feel as good as I've felt about my life and life on Earth. It's as good as I've felt about it my whole lifetime.
Wonderful. As a movement coach, you have clients in West Hollywood. You love to take them up to the hills where we have friends that live up there. I'm nowhere near the 90210 friends list that you do, but you pick them up maybe, or you meet somewhere, you wear a mask, and then as soon as you get up in the hills by the sign, for example, you take off your mask and you train them, correct?
That's correct. And usually, though, I'm a little more west than the sign. But there's sometimes we go up into that part of Griffith Park where the Hollywood sign is. But a lot of times where I live in the Hollywood Hills, the street paths are still steep and circuitous and offer a lot of options for good quality workouts. Yes. So
sure, great quality workouts, not to mention the fact as a movement coach and a life coach, you've also been a photographer at the Oscars, right?
That's true. Really, my parents were the photographers. I mostly just sort of found myself in the little niche of being able to assist photographers because I grew up sort of, and in film and darkroom days, like I learned to really anticipate what the process of photography is that's now all automatic. So I could be present to assist people that were shooting on the red carpet or shooting at the governor's ball or at other, events. And that was, I had a whole little sideline work going on there.
I'm sure you did. Darkroom, not to be confused with backroom.
Right.
Jeffrey, because you inspire me so much on a personal level, and I'm admiring of what you've done, originally from East Coast, been in California forever, and you're not a California guy, you're a West Hollywood trainer of celebs. Let me just say that because you hate that title, because I'm saying it, you're not. Can you take a few moments, please, and give us where Jeffrey, that I love and admire professionally and personally, we met at an idea convention, Inner Idea, 100 years ago, over some stinging fire ants, long story. Could you please share with us what is inspiring you? And then all of our viewers will get some possibility light up in their head.
Yeah, it's such a great question. And we've been talking about it. I've been, of course, watching your episodes the last several weeks. So, I mean, months, really. I guess, what is this, 6 or 7 that we're doing right now? And I think everybody has been inspired by the number of people that have so quickly taken their training online. So we kind of have established, like, wow, what an amazing way that fitness professionals have arisen to the situation and made it work. And one thing I think that we all understand is adaptation is such an important part of fitness. And I just believe that because we as fitness professionals, adaptation is our, is what we do. We set up opportunities for adaptation to occur. Like that just informs our mind. Everything that is a part of your body, informs your mind, and of course your mind informs your body. So adaptation is something we're so used to, and I have loved watching how so quickly everybody has been moving their programming online. But the thing that I found most inspiring from all of that is that I think that every person that I've talked to that has moved their programming, to their living room, they're doing live programming from their, moving the furniture out of the way. Like when I was a kid, we used to do that at my home. My mom and dad would move all the furniture in the living room and we'd have a dance party on a Friday night. So that's what I'm watching people do. That was 50 years ago. I'm watching people do that and bring in their classes from their home out online, and look at how many people have followed you. Look at how many people have been willing to go to your living room with you. And so the power of the place that the role we play in society has been never more clear than right now. You are a leader. You are a thought leader. You are a spiritual leader. You are a physical leader. All of you that are group exercise fitness class trainers, all of you are personal trainers, look at what an important role you are playing in the healing and the revolution that's happening right now in the world. That inspires me because I really get to excited about the idea that people are now starting to see who they really are. So if you were just teaching a class at 1 or 2 classes a week and you're sort of like, that's my little side gig, I really do this other thing, this is your gig. You have a place of service to mankind that nobody else can fulfill. And that is what I am so inspired to see, that young kids are stepping up and taking the responsibility to hold up their seniors, hold up their active agers, or hold up their 20-year-olds that need that place of support and sustenance. And what I'm really inspired by, you can hear the level of excitement in my voice, is that I've been like we've 3+ decades now as a trainer, and so now I'm sort of by number moving into that elder statesman of fitness role, but I'm now watching the younger generation who just like I'm watching them take over. Like, here's what we prepared for you. Here's what we did. We got it this far. We got it to where everybody has a gym membership. We got it to where everybody has the idea that needs to be a part of my life. And now you kids have stepped in and said, well, let's move this online. Let's use our social media. Let's do this. Let's do that. And not just for the purpose of growing your attention and growing your followers, but to serve your clients, to teach, to love, to give, to grow. And it's just moving me so much when I watch all of this happen, and all the people that are on your show that have, you know, talked about how they've moved their product online and how well received it is. And
thank you. Can you
tell
tell
everyone?
everyone?
New age.
Right. Can you please tell everybody what you told me a few weeks ago that changed my life? You said trying times don't change people.
Circumstances don't change people, they reveal people.
Thank you. You have changed my life by telling me that. I'm not so great when time is short and my blood sugar's down and I'm underslept, but you know who I really am? That's still part of me. Even though I may have to apologize that I responded and that I reacted instead of responded, I remember your words. So wise. Thank you. Is there any new part, Jeffrey, of your life that you don't miss? Part of life before this retreat pandemic?
That's such an interesting question. I thought about that when you and I were talking recently. And I would say it's sort of a flip answer. What this has done for me, well, one of my personality traits is when there's an emergency, I get very focused. I get very clear. Time slows down. I can see the path to where we need to go. I see what you need to do, what you need to do, what you need to do. Now you get over there, do this, do this, do this, do this. One of the things that benefited me so well on a red carpet event. But the flip side of that is what this has done for me is it has made perfectly clear I was born for this. Where we are right now, this is my job. I see where I'm going. I see where I'm taking my followers. I see where I'm taking my tribe. And I've got 30 or 40 or 50 years worth of path already just visibly clear for me. So what I don't miss is the questioning of, am I doing enough? Am I doing the right thing? Have I succeeded? Am I a good person? Like those silly random questions that pop up when you're on the journey. And for whatever reason, this just rock solidly, concrete, slammed that clarity right into my life, where that anxiety does not exist. I know there's no way I can fuck this up.
Thank you. And are you doing anything in your life now that is unexpected that you like? Like, I think you are not meeting all your clients personally, aren't you?
Right.
Haven't you discovered Zoom, Mr. I'm not a techno person?
Well, yes, in a way. I love that you brought that up. I love you, Lawrence. One of the things that I realized, you know, as I got into my 50s, that I was going to have to, if I was going to keep training for another 20 or 30 or 40 years, much as I would like to, I was going to have to find a way to be able to reach people that didn't require me to use so much time to get there, be with them, and all of that. So slowly, I have already been moving a lot of my clients to online or at least phone call type platforms. And so this just sort of brought that whole full speed. Again, I could just see it so clearly. And the willingness for clients that otherwise really love their time with me one-on-one, which I also love. And that's, I always want to have that practice of one-on-one clientele, always. But because that just informs who I am as a person more than anything.
Our remaining three things. Number one, Biscuit would like to say hi, because you last saw each other at Tom Ford's house in West Hollywood. Not that we mention any names. Number two, can I please? And it's National Pet Appreciation Week starting today. Biscuit, that was Jeffrey.
I always appreciate petting.
Number two, for someone who's not on Facebook or any social media, but a Hollywood trainer in demand, how do we find more of you?
Well, one of the things I love to do is teach people how to meditate. So I'm part of a spiritual meditation retreat center in Massachusetts that we provide all kinds of online meditation. Find me at spiritfire.com.
Spiritfire.com. And it's Coach Jeffrey. Wonderful.
Yes.
And is there any? Yeah.
Go ahead.
Is there anyone watching that you might want to make a shout out to, like any celebrity names you just want to throw out? I'm kidding. Anyone you want to just shout out to that might be watching?
You know, I really want to just shout out again to the younger trainers that truly are just taking this baton and running with it. Just keep growing, keep loving, keep training, keep getting better, keep healing the world. You are inspiring the old people and making us young and excited and interested in a whole new level of fitness business that you guys are creating for us now. Just keep on rocking. It's really great.
Thank you. On behalf of all of our viewers, I would like to say thank you for the present you're giving all of us of your wisdom. I admire you. I follow you. When you speak, I listen. It's all good. It's all God. All the things you've ever influenced me stay with me. I really appreciate you being on our Around the World Town Hall from West Hollywood, a very privileged place that is still going strong in fitness.
Yes. I love you, Lawrence. Thank you.
I love you more. Bye. Bye, Coach Jeffrey. For those of you just joining, my friends, if you are just joining us, please make sure you share and share now. So we're not watching on my timeline, but we're watching from your place. And you make a comment, hashtag I was here. From where? And to get all of these shows all together, all 6 episodes, no charge, as an inspirational gift for you to share with classes and clients, clubs and clinics, just findlawrence.com/fitnessworks. We're going to go now to an inspirational, motivating, big guy, if we're going to look at outside, but an even bigger heart inside that we can't always see if we judge appearances. This is Coach Chris Lane coming up to us on our show to give us a check-in of what's inspirationally going in his part of the world. Hello, Chris.
Hello, how are you?
I'm awesome. My goodness, no shirt. Oh my goodness, what's going on?
You caught me in my afternoon flow, so I just exited and thought, what a better time to come from fitness and go into talking about fitness, so you have to apologize. But to you, Lawrence, you're always fashion forward. I love your shirt. I can't see the bottom of it, but I'm digging it.
Well, there's nothing to see. If I stood up, I would never have a show again. Can I ask you to unplug and replug whatever it is you're talking from, just because there's a little bit of static and it might be on my end or twisted or something? I'm referring to your microphone, of course. Where?
Check 1, 2, 3.
Maybe.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4.
You don't hear it, but we do. It's okay. There's a pandemic. I'm so happy to be in the space of you.
Hey Lawrence, if we have a second, I can switch over to my mobile device.
Sure, I'd love you to switch over to your mobile device. I have a second. My God, you don't have to put any clothes on, but it's fine.
I'll be quick.
Where are we finding you?
Southern Ohio.
Southern Ohio. Okay, great. I think he'll be back with us in just a moment. That was a little eye candy treat from Coach Chris Lane. We are going to bring him back. He's bringing himself back. The magic of not having to host your own show. Hello. Chris is connecting to audio, and Chris will be back in a second. Chris did not connect to audio. I'm giving you the behind the scenes messages. I'm going to click a button that says invite you to unmute yourself. If you lower that camera anymore, I'm not sure we're going to be still on the air. But now we hear you. Okay, so you're in Ohio. You're kind of East Coast. And what time is it where you are?
7 o'clock, 7 p.m.
Okay. Coach Chris Lane, what's your current state of mind?
Oh, wow. Anticipation. Big week coming up this week. I'm actually going kind of through the final stages of launching Boombox Academy, our 20,000 square foot fitness, restorative therapy, and sports complex here in Southern Ohio.
Therapy and fitness. I love that. Can you tell us a little bit more about that philosophy?
I thought you would never ask. Yeah, first of all, how's about audio? Everything good?
Yeah, so much better. Thank you.
Awesome.
Sure. It wasn't the audio I was concentrating on. Sorry, go ahead.
So Boombox Academy is a holistic approach, right? So, and everyone, all of your panelists, everybody that's been on the show, we offer fun, crazy, awesome, dynamic, and cutting edge fitness. And you're going to get those from every place in all shapes and forms. And that's great. I wanted to offer something unique in offering that fitness variety, plus restorative therapy, things that we do to decrease risk, reduce inflammation, and really optimize quality of life from the inside out, as well as with the fitness components from the outside in. And then the lifestyle services from our meal planning, nutrition consultations, various workshops and educational opportunities as well.
And that's why one of the reasons why your local news has you on all the time, because it's not just moves, it's also the motivation behind and the whole wellness package that you see as part of just important, because people might look at you and say, you know what, he's a bodybuilder, but you are so much into the internal aspect and the wellness. And I love at this time more than ever, we're learning that outside doesn't always denote inside, and we might have some prejudging or prejudice that we need to be aware of and move on from. So good for you for being so well-rounded. When will you think you'll open?
So we, with the COVID pandemic, and hopefully your family, everybody and everybody who's watching is doing well. That said, we're doing a soft opening, releasing our personal training services first, while our therapy installs are completed. Restorative therapy will launch next, and then finally our group exercise class schedule.
Do you teach any group exercise classes?
I do. I enjoy, a lot of my followers and viewers know me as Chris, the strength coach, when I'm wearing my strength coach hat and I'm bald with a beard and tattoos. And, but what I'm crazy passionate about is all walks from one end of the spectrum to the other, from personal training to group exercise class, athlete sports performance, etc.
And will you be streaming those for the people who aren't ready to come back into the physical business?
So whenever we do our soft opening, yes. Those things, and if it goes towards content or people want to zoom in or dial in and just kind of watch to see, kind of how we do things, our style, so to speak. But something for everybody, some things, multiple somethings for everybody, to where, and even if someone comes in and, I'm more used to, one-on-one intimate personal training, studio boutique style, we get them outside of their comfort zone and they start to be social with group exercise and vice versa. So
you
again,
dress like this. You dress like this. You ask people if they want to zoom in, and you talk about if you want to become more intimate. I don't think you're going to have any business.
Well, there's no dress code, so we'll get that out of the way.
Really?
But you asked about
people. Oh my gosh, Chris Lane. We got to find him. Follow him.
Whether it's Southern Ohio or South Beach, it's all the same.
You were a fitness idol at SCW convention. You competed and you won and you went on to present, and I was one of the judges, and I thought, this guy came out of nowhere and is one to watch, rising star, and look at you now. Not that you were nothing before, but then you went more international with a traveling fitness show. Chris, what's inspiring you these days when people are finding hard to find inspiration?
Wow, what's inspiring? I think, and watching the segment, prior to mine or whatever, I think the youth becoming more and more involved. Online training, the youth coming up and doing more mobile and adaptable.
Hello? Oh no. Hello, Chris? The magic of live TV. Hello, Chris? Earth to Chris. Lawrence to Chris. Are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, great. I don't know what happened. Maybe you had an incoming call when I was talking about becoming intimate and no dress code. What's inspiring you?
What I mentioned earlier was the segment before us, talking about the youth coming in and just this, everything is fresh. I'm super inspired by music and art and creativity. The part of the Boombox Academy, not just, beyond a clever name, everything is very musically influenced. I'm a huge advocate and fan of dance, hip hop, art, music, creation. It's all creative. And that's one of the inspiring things about fitness and programming for me. It's a blank canvas. So whether you're in the mirror dancing to a song or you're with a blank sheet of paper writing lyrics, you're on a blank, all of those different things. It's a moment to be creative and design something unique and new to inspire other people or to motivate other people as a result of. So that remains, and again, peeling back the multiple layers of what is Boombox Academy and the name behind Boombox. That is one of those. It's just the musical influence, and not only that, but just inspiring creativity for people to be unique in themselves, not only through fitness, but through all walks of life.
Inspirational. From your life now, as you were ready to open and now you had this huge reset and pause, delaying everything, what's something you don't miss that when you do open and go back, you don't really want to go back to? Any part of your life that you don't miss before the pandemic?
No, I don't miss my old way of thinking. I think this pandemic was a reset for all of us, and
Sure.
brought us back to being humble and appreciating the things that maybe mean most to us. Allowed my family and I much needed time. It forced me to break because, life was ultimately suspended, and gave myself and family and those closest to me time to catch up and get away from electronics, get away from work, and really, really slow down and bring it back to a really, primitive way of life that we should be reminded of and be humble about whenever we have all this technology moving forward. So it was a blessing in disguise for us because we're able to slow down and spend
Sure.
quality time together.
That's a really inspirational answer I'm finding that I want to keep, which is what I don't miss is the way I used to see things, or my old mentality, which means we really have grown through this, if we could say that. I continuously get a little bit of frustrated when people are still saying, I just want things to go back to the way they were. Are you really wanting that? Look at our opportunity now. The world is what we go back to, plus what we've learned to have. Zoom and institutional virtual realities that now the world is our oyster. You can have people join your boombox from Tokyo if they want to pay and be awake in the middle of their night. Imagine now what can happen. What have you discovered in your life now that's a new unexpected thing that you love about your stay-at-home preparation, new reorganization of your day?
I found that the use of technology, where we got away from it, the use of technology, for the same reason we're able to have this conversation right now, you can actually get more done from, remotely. But that said, that's kind of bittersweet statement for me, where I really, I would love to be sitting right across the table from you. And
you have no idea.
Touch my hand. There we go. So I'm with that personality though, but it allows us to connect from all across the world. So I really, have a renewed appreciation for Zoom and Skype and all these mobile apps or whatever that can connect us and still get great work done, and train,
Right.
have conversations, consult, all of those things.
I'm telling you, one day, 5 hours, from boomer to zoomer. And zoom used to be a verb I used with Biscuit. Zoom meant when we would be somewhere and he would be off lead, or if we're at the beach. If I say zoom, I have to be careful using it now inside. Zoom and run crazy, get all your pent-up energy out. No choreography or no specific command. Zoom. And now I have to be very careful when I say I have to zoom, because it's a whole other mindset. And I'm sorry we didn't know about Zoom to take stock in Zoom before this all started.
I know, right?
Chris, is there anybody that might be watching that you might want to say a shout out to?
My African American friends that are here. I want them to know that I am doing my best to listen and understand, their feelings, their past, what they go through each day, and I don't feel their pain daily, but I feel their pain through what is happening, and I want to be a part of that solution.
What a really timely shout out. Thank you for that.
No, I hope we can all do better in this, shed some light, and no, change has to happen. Why not now? And I really hope that we can all do collectively, as one race, do our part to make that happen.
The human in human race and the kind in humankind. I believe that. Thank you for that. Thank you for your shout out. For those of us wanting to find out more about why I think Chris Lane is one to follow, and his upcoming event and establishment that's going to open, and why I've invited you on this panel, how can we find out or maybe see more of Chris Lane?
Well, I could stand up, or you can find me on my social media channels, at Coach Chris Lane, at weareboombox.com, at We Are Boombox on social media as well. So between there and that We Are Boombox content will be, getting blown up, and plenty of that content coming up soon. But daily, on my social media.
Yeah. BOOMBOX. Tell me the short version. What is We Are Boombox about? Music-driven fitness?
Correct. Well, everything's just musically enhanced, and again, we all have our earbuds in, and we're all listening to music, and it's a soundtrack of our life. And what better way, to influence? So, a lot of our afternoon sessions and classes and group training sessions are live DJ'd. More than just the novelty of having a DJ, They connect with the instructor to enhance, based on the synergy of the class. So if there's, a heavy, resistance training block, we may be playing some old school hip hop. If there's a cardio block, we may be playing some high BPM electronic dance music. If it's a cool down session, we may be playing a little Bob Marley. You never know what you're going to get. But more than just the novelty of having those things.
Okay.
So again, all of this sprinkled
Innovative.
throughout Boombox.
Inspirational, one to watch. Those of you who are working for clubs or clubs who are deciding what else could possibly be new out there, keep an eye on Coach Chris Lane. I know I have for a long time. On behalf of all of our viewers, I want to thank you for the wisdom that you're giving to all of us. Truly, there is no present like the time, and we've shared a wonderful time with you. We'll follow you. We'll stay connected. And from my heart to yours, thank you.
Lawrence, love you. Thank you for the opportunity.
You love me. Oh my goodness. How wonderful is that? What a way to leave with Coach Lane. We're going to stay in the United States, my friends. And guess what? If you're just joining us, please share. We're not watching on my timeline. We're watching from yours. Put a comment, hashtag I was here, watching from blank. And to get all of these shows, including this live Episode 6, completely packaged for you to share and comment or extrapolate what you want, please remember, findlawrence.com/fitnessworks. We're here in America, and we're going to go to a mover and a shaker, podcast extraordinaire, leader, swim, and different kinds of mindful gait work. We used to collaborate on projects at American Council on Exercise. Pete McCall of Pete McCall Fitness. I'm going to bring him up, and he's going to give us his inspiration. He's one to follow, and if you don't listen to his podcast, you really need to, because he has movers and shakers from all over the world. Mr. Pete McCall, I think we can hear you. Hello?
Hey, how you doing, Lawrence?
And
pleasure
now
to
we
see
can
you.
see you.
It was a pleasure to hear Mr. Lane as well. So I really hello to everybody out there, and I want to say thank you, Lawrence, for inviting me to be a part of this wonderful thing you're putting together.
How could we not have you? Are you kidding? Oh my gosh, it's just been far too long and overdue. Pete, where are you watching from and what time is it?
I am located in beautiful Carlsbad, California, and it is 4:15 in the afternoon.
So California wins for this episode of Episode 6 of Around the World. And where you are, regardless of where you are, or maybe because of where you are, what is your current personal state of mind?
Ooh, yeah, I was thinking about that, getting ready for this. Somewhat conflicted, in all honesty. I mean, I don't know, for people that know me and pay attention to what I do, I grew up in Washington, D.C. area. I grew up as somebody who, when I was a young kid, my mother was actually an elected official on a city council. And when we moved to D.C., she worked in politics. So I've grown up and I worked in politics. I worked on Capitol Hill, and I worked on a couple of very important issues before I started my fitness life. So seeing everything this week, in the last couple of weeks, and just there's so many more important issues that really, deserve our concern. And on one hand, I'm elated to see how just so many different people are coming together to support such an important issue as Black Lives Matter. I mean, what's been going on for far too long is just unacceptable. And so I really think we are at a point of tremendous change. And it's been heartening to see people around the world coming together for that. And in many countries and many cities, and people really coming together for positive change. And that's the other thing is, like, I look at that and I'm like going, okay, great. How important is fitness right now? Is fitness really that important? I haven't been, I haven't done much on my social media the last week or two because of that. And I'm like, to post about fitness stuff seems relatively irrelevant when you have so many other important issues. But yeah, and the other thing is I'm looking forward. We got a few more days now, and we can start opening fitness centers again here in my county, in San Diego County, on July 12th, which is this Friday. So I'm really I'm excited for that, and we'll be getting geared up to get back to work.
Well, congratulations. And as you're looking towards that, you're also scoping what's out, because as a podcaster and arranging someone with guests, and you have your hands in lots of pod and fitness from Schwinn, I see your shirt logo Nautilus. I know where you are. You're presenting. If there's a convention, you're there, from gait to mobility to all the years that you were with American Council on Exercise, and all the ways that people look up to you in all the conventions where you are and all of your personal events, as well as what you do for other companies. Where you get inspiration from has to be important to all of us. Tell us, what's been inspiring you during all of this?
Well, what's been inspiring, Lawrence, is seeing how, like you mentioned kind of at the end, right, with Zoom. I don't believe in, because of my work in politics, I was exposed to conspiracy theories when I worked on Capitol Hill many, many years ago. I don't believe in conspiracy theories, but if you told me that Zoom and the teachers unions were somehow behind this whole pandemic, I would buy it, because it's been tremendous. I've been inspired by seeing how we've pivoted, and we now, whereas a couple months ago, some people were doing virtual fitness, and it was, for some people it was like, oh, scary, they don't know what to do. But as a community, as an industry, we love giving to others, and we love sharing our energy with others. So I've been just totally inspired by the people that have been able to pivot, and been able to carry on and forge forward. That's some of the work I've been doing with Stairmaster and Nautilus. Is we've been doing a whole series of at-home workouts that I've been very involved with. And we've done that through our Schwinn brand, and we've done that through through Stairmaster, our high intensity interval training brand. And we've just been trying to bring the gym to people in their home, knowing that when they can't access it. So that is the amazing thing, just to see how many people in our industry really just took on the challenge and just tackled it and got to it.
You mentioned some companies online. It's a little on the spot, and you can just pass. Have you seen anything individual that was kind of creative that you might not have thought of? Yoga, Pilates, the companies you mentioned, anything that made you say, wow?
Well, you had something on here, and I'm going to give a special shout out to a good friend of mine, Trisha Murphy-Madden, and I know she's been on the show. She has really been one of these people. She's one of the leaders in our industry, absolutely, who within like days of everything being shut down, I think she's based in Seattle, within days of everything being shut down, she pivoted, and she had everything, all of her programming. She works for a group, I think, Bar Above.
Right.
She's been doing stuff online the entire time. Like every weekend, I'll text with her, just like touching base, and she's like, "Nope, I'm teaching this weekend." And I've been amazed to see that, where some people might throw up their hands and go, "I can't do anything." She was one of these people that said, "You know what? This is a situation. We can't sit there and waste time worrying about it. Let's do something new." So she's really been one of those people that I've been inspired by, of just who doesn't take this for an excuse. It's an opportunity. And that's the thing, Lawrence, and for everybody out there, I hope they've taken this time. I think it's the Chinese character for crisis also is opportunity. And this really has been an opportunity, a blessing in disguise, if you will, for those of you who haven't been personally affected by any health issues. I think this has been an opportunity to either slow down and spend more time with family, or take the opportunity to do something different, something new with your business.
Right. Our next Peter Twist, taught me when someone asks you, what time is it? You say now. And has also, I've reinvented from yoga study in India, not there is no time like the present. You just mentioned, what are we doing now? There is no present, no gift like the time. And how we're going to come back out of this, people are going to ask us in the future, Pete, oh, you were one that lived through that thing. Well, how did you look back on? How did you use your time back then? And how we describe with hindsight is just revelatory. I'm so excited to see how so many people are going to say, well, honestly, I shut down. And there are those of us who do that. And there are so many people who are learning new breathing and new teaching and new techniques and streaming. To Trisha Murphy, before my next question, Trisha Murphy-Madden, when you were a guest on her Bar Above, you inspired me because instructors and trainers and owners and business people take note. When she had you on your show, you were so brilliant. We have to multi-purpose, we have to multi-use, and we have to multi-strategize. You were answering her people here on the Facebook Live. Over here was your Facebook Live on yours, and over here was Instagram Live on yours. So smart. So you made me think there's less sweat equity or more use for our time for talent. So good for you. So inspirational. If we're doing something on camera once, unless it's a contracted conflict, a contracted conflict,
you have to pay attention to that. Yeah.
Right. You multi-purpose that. And when we're doing our stuff for groups that asked us to answer questions or be live, if you will, there's no conflict. We're out of here to give and spread and share and help people through inspiration. Is there something part of your new life that you're really loving that you didn't expect to have now, Pete?
Well, one of the things, one thing, I got a new dog. So hold on, let me.
Chloe.
Last week. This is Coral. Actually, my kids
Coral,
named her
sorry.
Coral. Close to coronavirus. That's one. And so I'm a bulldog aficionado. Is my third bulldog, and two is really just been spending. I mean, this has been a gift of time with my kids, and I am probably not meeting the their needs as an elementary school teacher as I maybe should. I could probably get better being an elementary school teacher, but I'm certainly just enjoying the extra time. And you know what, I'm just, when I look back on this time, Lawrence, like you said, my memory is going to be my kids' school has been closed now for almost 3 months. And I just really am going to cherish the extra time that we've had during the day to just, whether it's arguing over fractions and how to do fractions, or just, taking walks around the neighborhood for PE, I really am going to cherish that extra time with them.
I like that for PE. I haven't heard that in a while, so I like that. Just physical activity. I like that. Or physical PE, physical, what do you call it? Physical education.
Physical education. They still do that. And that was been my area. Like I said, fractions, maybe not my area,
Right.
But getting out and riding our bikes or walking around the neighborhood is certainly something that we've been enjoying every day.
I still have a response to that emotionally when I hear PE, because it's the only time I've ever seen the letters F on a report card. But I'm still here and I still graduated. But there are lots of things I've not been very successful in my life. That's why now I just talk to people who are really brilliant and empowering and motivational like you. Pete McCall of Pete McCall Fitness. Tell us, what is something from life before that you don't miss at all?
I was looking at that. Honestly, sitting in traffic and driving, I had to go get gas the other day, and I think I'm filling up my gas tank once a month, every 5 weeks maybe, as opposed, to once a week. And and that's the other thing, right? Is this is showing that we can change human behavior. Like, we've pivoted overnight. Air is cleaner. There's been a tremendous impact. Again, globally, there's been a tremendous positive benefit on the environment, and it's showing that when we need to make change, we can make change. So I think that's the other thing we can carry away from this, is that we can have a hope for how our behavior and how what we do impacts the environment in general, right? I mean, I'm sure you might notice in Puerto Rico, you might notice maybe different sunsets. You don't get as much pollution filtering in from around the way over your island.
Right, especially now, which is just the beginning of summer, and then we lead right into hurricane season, and I've never been here in June. I'm always in Mykonos, and so I'm seeing things bloom, and I'm eating from my mango trees, and normally I just get pictures of, here's what you're missing. Yes, everything is clearer, the seas are clearer, and the beaches are just reopening. Your beaches are open?
Yeah, we've been open we can walk on our beaches, but it's only been the last maybe week or so where people can we can recreate. There's a difference between walking and staying on the beach. Before, you weren't really allowed to stay in one place. And I felt bad for the lifeguards who had to be out there being like babysitters and kind of hustling people along. So you could go for a stroll on the beach. You could walk out the beach into the water if you're a surfer, but you weren't supposed to be spending any time physically like on the beach in one location. But that's starting to shift a little bit.
Masks at the beach?
What's that?
Masks at the beach?
Masks at the beach, they're recommending, when you're walking, and everything. And actually, I picked up a couple masks that are designed for cycling, designed for cyclists. So they have a different air filter for pollution. So and then
brilliant.
My kid's mother works in a lab, so we have an ample supply of good fresh respiratory masks. So we've been very fortunate there.
You are, and plus you're in California, where all my guests tonight from California are like so visionary, which is why, fittingly, we're in the U.S. and Canada, and we've begun, of course, in Europe and beyond, but we also have a lot of inspiration from what comes out of California. All the certification bodies seem to be based there in have you heard of the Pete McCall Fitness? They're kind of based in California too. Listen, can you, you made a shout out. Is there anybody else you might want to shout out to that might be listening?
Well, actually, I'll share the story real quick. I interviewed Judy Shepherd Massette a little while ago, who was the founder of Jazzercise. And Lawrence, I'm a history geek. I went to college for history and politics, and I love the history of our industry, and I love when I have an opportunity to speak with people like that. So for people that aren't aware of Jazzercise is Judy created what we do. What you do, Lawrence, what I do as educators. Judy was the first one to come up with an education program. And she shared with me this story that back a number of years ago, Kathy Davis, who founded IDEA, called up Judy Shepherd and was like, hey, I'm thinking of starting this association for instructors, because nobody had done that, right? Nobody had created anything for instructors. So to hear Judy's story about how Kathy reached out to her and, you know, kind of with the idea for what became IDEA, and IDEA spun off the American Council of Exercise spun out of IDEA many years ago. So to have that conversation was just, to me, you know, it was kind of really cool. I mean, and to speak with somebody who, when she created the first instructor training program back in the 70s for jazzercise instructors, that's what you and I do now. I mean, we train instructors, and you know, Judy was the first one that really did it to scale. So having that
That's
opportunity to speak with
inspirational shout out. Give us all your social media handles so people can find more of you in our few seconds left, please.
Certainly. And I appreciate this, Lawrence. Yeah, it's the All About Fitness podcast. You can find the All About Fitness podcast anywhere you find podcasts. On Instagram, I'm Pete McCall_fitness. My website is Pete McCall Fitness, and I'm actually I've been working on ebooks. So I have a couple ebooks coming out soon, and I'm working on my, I'm just been taking content I've done, and I have my next book for human kinetics coming out soon, Ageless Intensity, how high intensity exercise is the fountain of youth. So watch for that coming out late fall, early winter.
You've been busy, my friend. Instagram and Facebook, we need to follow you. For now, from my heart to yours, I thank you on behalf of all of us watching for the present you're giving us of your wisdom. Thank you, Pete
Thank
McCall.
you, Lawrence. Take care. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Wow, wonderful. We're going to leave California. Can you believe it, my friends? If you're just joining, my friends, please share, please comment on our post here, on our live, on our episode 6 Around the World Virtual Global Town Hall check-in. Hashtag I was here watching from, and insert your place to get all of these, including our next motivational, educational, inspirational cancer survivor speaker. Guess what? You're going to get them all. findlawrence.com/fitnessworks. Oh, Canada. We're going to go to Canada, and I'm going to introduce someone who's a humanitarian, over 20 books, over 500 papers, the most of many people who are in demand in fitness. I cannot tell you anyone who's more in demand. He is an inspirational character. He is an inspirational coach. He is an inspirational speaker. Just a second, because I want to build this up a little bit, because he's inspired me on countries and continents from Canada to Thailand to motivational, tear gut-wrenching communiques we've had in Starbucks lines at 5 o'clock in the morning before 5:30, 6 a.m. sessions. He's a cancer survivor, as I mentioned, posting his journey when so many odds were stacked against the founder of Twist Conditioning. Peter Twist is a humanitarian. He's a father. He is a dog owner. He's proudly posting where he goes with his dog. He's a friend. He's a colleague. He's an inspirational speaker. And most of all, he's one to watch, because when he speaks, people listen. A friend, a colleague, a humanitarian, so honored to have on our show, the Mr. Peter Twist. We can hear you, I believe. Hello, Peter.
Hello, hello.
Hi. I will start your video, or invite you to start your video. You'll probably see something to Hi.
There we go.
We see
All
you,
right.
we hear you. What a nice shirt. What do I have to do to get one of those?
Hey, you just did. That's all I need to hear.
Tell me,
when
my friend.
we cross paths, I'll hand deliver it for you.
Starbucks in Bangkok. Although we don't know when these days. Tell me, where are you and what time is it?
I'm just up the coast north from Pete McCall over the U.S.-Canada border on Pacific Ocean in beautiful Vancouver, Canada. And it's the same time zone as you had Coach McCall, 4:30 here.
Okay, tell us, because everyone wants to know, as someone who's been through it, as someone who's bounced back 100 times, as someone who's inspired so much the world over. I remember when you posted outside of one of your treatments at the very beginning stages of your diagnosis in the snowstorm on the windshield of your car, the crucifix or the cross. And from then on, I had goosebumps, and that you're here talking and giving us your time. I'm so inspired. What is your current state of mind?
My current state of mind, well, I guess since COVID started, which was, I was first aware of it late December, early January. Just have to be on China's WeChat, which is their Facebook. So any agency expressing surprise they didn't have enough notice. You know, I'm just a dumb jock from Canada, and I knew through friends in China early January. So So since that time, seeing that happen, see it come into North America, around the world, and then of course our current passionate focus on equality and eradicating racism, watching the earth repair when we did quiet down in the world from the frenzy with the lockdown. I honestly went from a little bit of fatigue where I've been going nonstop for 25 years. So I gave self permission to catch my breath. I honestly felt myself mourning, not so much what was happening back in the early COVID days, but mourning the anticipation of people anxious to return to the old normal, which I don't think a lot of people were fit, healthy, peaceful, happy, and the earth wasn't doing well. Then I shifted, it's like the light switch on a wall. You just eventually, how do you turn it on? And I went to motivated, and now it's super intense. I feel the weight. I'm a white Canadian male, and so there's lots of ways I can show up better and do better. But I am a Canadian. We believe in respect, kindness, collaboration, and so I remember posting a post on presenting this beautiful church in Bali, and it was a triangle. You could see glass church that you could see, a non-denominational church. You could see the ocean in behind. It was just symbolic of peace, and it was amazing. And I proposed the church of peace, love, and acceptance for everyone. And that produced a lot of love, and it produced a lot of anger and hate. People don't like that concept. We're in a very us versus them. And I think fitness and coaching has the solution, but we might get into that. So I feel my state of mind now is, I feel the weight, and, and I've been oriented, being, I guess, Canadian, a little bit more around kindness and unity, but certainly can improve so much of my understanding and how I show up. But it's a dark time. We're trying to break a dark system and present and create a new one. And when there's darkness, what do you control? We need to be more love. We can show up with more light. The more dark it is, the brighter we can shine. And we try and gather like-minded people that way and make that the norm, make that the mainstream, and affect other people with that. So I feel my most loving. I feel my most light. And purposefully to exude that so we can continue this fight in a collaborative way.
You have your time with your daughters. You have time with your dog, Bruno, right?
Bruno, right? The handsome husky, yeah.
I follow you all the time. I love what you say in your politically honest things, even if it makes me ashamed of being American. I love that you call us what you see. And we follow you because you're inspired and you're a survivor and you look to the future. What's inspiring you these days? Whether it's on Zoom or it's around you or it's something that you're reading.
Allow me to answer that honestly. And Canada is much like the U.S. We're just a toned down version and a lot smaller. But I travel the world maybe more openly. Lots of us do, but more openly than some, learning and embracing other cultures and races and skin colors. One, because the world needs more of that. But two, there's no country that's good and bad. The Canada has committed a lot of atrocities against people and the earth in our past, as has US, as has China, as has every country. But we've also done a lot of good things, as has USA and so on. And so when you realize you're kind of indoctrinated who to hate and who the good guys are based on which home team you're on, once you realize that, and that everything you learned in elementary school and history books is biased in favor of your country and your culture, maybe you can be more open to the world, because we're kind of all in the same place. So the future with the role of fitness, I'm really passionate and enthusiastic and optimistic about. One, the direction we're going with Black Lives Matter and equality and breaking that system. We'll get done what we can get done, but it's going to be my daughter's generation. who sees things a lot differently. I've got a baton here from this is from the Cancer Relay of Life, where you're carrying life forward and passing it, and things are like a baton. So we'll get done what we can get done, and it's going to be my daughter's generation that's going to receive this. And I think their mindset is already in the right place. They see through a lens of equality and more respect.
Wonderful words.
Yeah, but Lawrence, we're in such a us versus them. It's just that we're in an us versus them society. You're the USA, because you have more power than Canada, but war and weaponry is 11% of USA's total economy. And so to justify, that's massive.
Sure.
That's massive of the entire economy. So to justify 11% of your economy imposing that on other countries, we have to be taught fear and hate so that we can support that that's the right thing to do. And then religion, which I grew up in a church, which I gained so much, which I love so much of, but even as an 8-year-old, and which I realize today, I've got friends in traditional churches who are wonderful people, but it's that us versus them that we seem to need. And they look at me, and based on their beliefs, I'm not going to be ostracized by not being in their group. I'm going to be tortured, and I'm going to be tortured for eternity. It's a very vengeful approach. Me and my daughters are going to be tortured for eternity.
Sure.
For the act of thinking differently and merely declining an invitation to join a group, us versus them. And why I mention that, and it's a little bit of like dominate and be the greatest versus collaborate and help other people be great and so on. And I've been a big believer in how we think, not what we know, but how we think. So when you take a mind that's indoctrinated so much in us versus them, and we impose penalties on those who are in the them versus the us, how do you take those minds and shift them and make them pliable to see through a lens of love and kindness and unity and equality? Fitness and coaching is one of the many actions for that. We get equal funding in schools so that all schools have good resources, and it's right-brained activity. School is a left brain, it's math, science. We just see things literally, concrete, but creativity, seeing through, what's the gatekeeper that you and I see through before we say something, before we act, before we implement something? It's respect, care, empathy. It takes it from me to we. And the right-brained activities, right, are art, music, dance, yoga, meditation, functional movement, play, creativity, right brain. And right brain development is what gives us care and empathy and cooperation and creativity for solutions together. That's training, that's fitness, that's coaching. This needs to be a bigger part beyond fitness and health and having a body that works. But we build right brain activity that creates the attributes and the perspective that brings more respect and equality. Trainers have a role in this. This is important. Right. We need to be everywhere.
Mr. Peter Twist, for those people who know you, they are more inspired than ever by listening to you. And for those people who may not, as difficult it is to believe, have known you before you've given us your wisdom, how can we find more of you? What are you involved in online? We see your name here, Peter Twist. Can you tell us where we find more of you?
Yeah, you can find me, Coach Peter Twist on Instagram. That's an easy one to start. Twistperformance.com is our website, but I'm not so much oriented promoting that side. Coach Peter Twist, similar version of that on Facebook, and I want to commend all the trainers and instructors that have been online with their heart, with care, offering their services to inspire people. And you know what, I myself, I've done 1 million hours of that, and I admire it. And this time, I decided I used to say, when you're going to start something, jump in with both feet and hit the ground running. Jump in with both feet, Lawrence, hit the ground running, and we're just going to get it done. And then I was given a mentorship, and one of my students said, Coach Twist, you know, wouldn't you ever want to pause to make sure you're jumping in the right direction?
Right.
And I'm like, you just blew up my whole life philosophy. And yeah, sometimes we pause. And I felt that people exercising online had a million trainers to choose from, and lots of them phenomenal from their heart. I chose to kind of take a stand, being a little bit more in my career, saying, you know what, until they're giving tobacco away for free, until you can get Doritos and donuts and alcohol for free, until you can go to your car shop and work on your car vehicle.
Right.
I think what trainers do with the mind and health and the body and immune system during COVID, resiliency during this challenging chapter is the most valuable of all. So I didn't feel good myself about doing that, but I admired others doing it. So I was working a lot on youth physical literacy with United Nations and Global Community Health and International Board to come out with ways for sustainable health and unity and cooperation that we're aiming to get into 193 countries. And I've been working.
What an initiative. Thank you. And you know, you're modest, but one of the reasons why IDEA is launching an initiative into China this year, you mentioned China before in WeChat, is you're the catalyst spearhead of that. And congratulations. And if I don't mention that because I learned that from you, I'm not sure that the world will know. So congratulations for all the things you do behind and in front of the zooming and camera effects. I invite everyone who may never have known the name Peter Twist to find him and follow him and learn what his journey and story is, because he kept it on the forefront of the public eye. So we can follow you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for carving time. You are so much in demand. I've always called you the Starbucks of fitness because you are, and coaching and virtual. I'm super, super grateful to you. I send you love and more gratitude.
Thank you very much. I appreciate, as everyone does, all you're doing. You've been a thoroughbred with a big capacity, being able to get all this together and host it all. And for everyone watching, use your voice for what you believe in, bringing people together, more kindness, more love, mindset, health. Keep doing what you believe in. And I've got the bands on Better Every Day. Encourage you to help yourself, help your clients through this community and the world better every day. Some of those you mentioned, like IDEA, also American Council on Exercise, AFC, lots of big players using their voice, giving us a platform. But be willing, one person at a time. As a trainer and a coach, keep inspiring, keep adding positive change. And Lawrence, thank you. I love and admire and respect you so much. Keep being 100% you, my man.
The Peter Twist telling me he loves me. I could stop now, but I got some more guests. Thank you. I send you gratitude and I send you love.
Thank you. Have a great day. Bye.
Bye. From Canada, the Peter Twist. Guess where we're going? We're going to come down to America. My friends, guess what? If you're just watching, please do me a favor. Even if you don't know me, I'm going to make a call to action. Share. You're not watching on my timeline. You're watching from yours. And make a comment. Hashtag I was here watching from blank. In addition to that, to get all of these shows, including this tonight, episode 6, Around the World Virtual Live Town Hall. Only for you, what I hold my urine for 6+ hours. Guess what? findlawrence.com/fitnessworks. And an inspirational, motivational humanitarian that I have worked for, I have worked with, and I have admiration towards. This is a dear friend, a colleague. Many of you know what she does. She's going to share with us what she does. She's one to follow. And if you followed conventions, she's programmer. If you followed mindful work, she's a visionary. And if you follow angelic work, she's one of our living angels among us. Kimberly Spreen-Glick is coming up to the screen very soon. I know we can hear you. Hi.
Hello, my love.
Namaste. Thank you for calling me your love. It's so nice at this point of the show just to have that. And then Peter Twist and Chris Lane tell me they love me. This is a love fest. How wonderful. Where are we finding you and what time is it?
You are finding me at 4:49 p.m. in Aliso Viejo, which is in Orange County, California, in my living room.
Very close to San Diego, right?
About an hour, hour and a half north. Yeah.
Not bad at all. California wins again. You're a visionary. You're an angel. You're super mindful. You are super connected. You're super spiritual. Tell us, what's your current state of mind?
You know, I have to say, we've all been through a number of different states of mind, but where I'm at right now is positively expectant. And I don't mean pregnant, so let's not go there. What I mean is that by definition, it's having an excited feeling that something is about to happen. And I do believe that there's a shift to not normal, not even a new normal, but like a next chapter gets to unfold and we get to write it. And it applies to all things that we're going through it lately. And so I'm positively expectant.
I love that. I'm sure we're writing that in our comments, and our scribes are putting takeaway from you, positively expectant, parentheses, not the pregnant kind. Thank you for sharing that. That's visionary, and it's just a hashtag that I think should start going around the world from tomorrow like my bucket of crazy. Kimberly, tell us where you're getting inspiration. And before you answer, could you tell us about this wonderful group you have that I've joined, that I need to be more participatory in, that I think you open to everyone? And then after that, could you please continue the same question, where are you finding inspiration?
So the group that you're referring to, which is actually streaming this as we speak, has been streaming it all afternoon. In addition to my page and all that fun stuff, it is the Make a Difference Academy instructor community. And it is a place for all, fitness and yoga leaders to come together to help bridge the gap in an area that I'm particularly passionate about, and that is bridging the gap between physical fitness and complete well-being. And honestly, it really links to where I'm finding such a tremendous amount of inspiration right now with this global pause that so many have been impacted by, seeing fitness professionals who have traditionally focused on the physical, teaching classes, and I applaud and give so much kudos to those who have rallied themselves and jumped into the virtual world to continue to serve their community on the physical front. And on that side of it, because it's such an important part of our well-being, right? We're born to move. But what I've been so inspired by, yeah, I know, right? I've been so inspired by the number of fitness professionals who have taken this time to focus on their own personal development and to start to recognize that we are more than just these bodies, that well-being goes beyond the physical. And when we come back from all of this, as we're starting to, people are going to need us. We get to be leaders of light, and it is simply going to require that we show up, but that we show up differently. And that means being able to meet people where they are on all levels, not just physically, but mentally and emotionally and socially and spiritually. It's such a gift that we get to have the platform to experience.
You're love and light, and I know why so many conventions have hired you as a consultant now more than ever, that I hear you, because I haven't seen you and met you in a long time, but I've worked for you at some of your conventions, because you're so connected to the spiritual side of things, and the world is ready for this now, and you were visionary to put program Mind Body years ago. So I'm so glad to know you and that you continue doing what you're doing. And I'm not blowing smoke because I'm not looking for work. I'm honored to be in your presence on Zoom. Thank you for streaming this to your group. I had no idea, because there's very little I know about anything anymore. The more I listen to the news, the less I know, except how stupid and privileged I am, and have to change my approach to everything to become more inclusive and diverse, accepting.
We've got work to do. We've all got work to do.
Right. So thank you for explaining where you get inspiration. Before I go to my next question, can you share with us, for those of us that join your Facebook group, tell us one more time how we get in or where it is, and what will we get when we're there?
Oh, gifts. So it's the Make a Difference Academy instructor community. The words that go after the backslash of groups is just MATA instructor community. It's open to
M-A-T-A.
all, M-A-D-A. It's
M-A-D-A.
Make a Difference Academy. Where you could just search it and it'll pop up for you. It's open to all, just request to join. And if you're in our industry and want to be a part of the way forward in a positive way, you know, we're stronger together, and I invite you all to come be a part of it. And once we're there, I really just want it to be a place that we can come together and lift each other up. And we'll do some like community meetups via Zoom and such, and just share our resources and our
Thanks for building a team, because the team makes the dream, and we need to dream now.
Totally. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Thank you. So I love the gifts, and I love the community and the possibilities to have more on time with you, because that's Zooming and streaming and seeing you. What in your life now is an unexpected treat of this global shutdown, if you will?
I am ready for this.
Oh, tell us.
With him. This is mine and Rob's 7-year-old boy, Tyler Michael.
Rob Gleck is what she's talking about, a fitness icon industry who's agreed to be a guest on our next and possibly last show. And you're spending lots of extra time with him. What are you doing?
Well, we have been able to experiment with homeschooling. And
day drinking?
It's been a lovely experiment, Lawrence, because now I officially know. I wondered before. Now I know I am not fit for homeschooling at all.
Our nation in a few years will be run by students brought to us on the courtesy of day drinking homeschooling. Just kidding. Not really. And has there been something that you don't miss from life before, and when we get to go out, that you don't really want to find again? Everybody's been saying traffic and a few other surprises.
Yeah, I would say, life was pretty blessed before, but, there were the moments of the go, go, go. And I appreciate the time to find extra ease. I never like to rush. You don't want to rush a good thing, and life is a good thing. So.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And in addition to what you see other colleagues doing out there that you've mentioned in inspiration, are you following anything that maybe you didn't before? Not only inspiration, but education. I'm taking a breathing class, arts and crafts, anything that's sort of like a newly discovered thing?
I'm actually diving deeper into some studies I'm really passionate about. Like, I'm so many amazing teachers and mentors have touched my world. Some no longer with us physically, but certainly still with us, like Dr. Wayne Dyer, Louise Hay, Marianne Williamson. And I'm doing more work with Dr. Robert Holden. I've been learning more about the Enneagram and then
the what?
The Enneagram.
What's that?
Oh my goodness, Lawrence, you must Google it up. If you go to the enneagraminstitute.com, you can do like either a free or like a $12 assessment, but it's basically like a spiritual Myers-Briggs, so to speak.
Right. How do you spell it? Or just a...
ENNEAGRAM, Enneagram. Okay. And it really just kind of helps you see how you perceive and move through life. I am a 2 on the Enneagram, which is known as the helper. Which helps explain a lot of how I kind of have moved through life and the struggles that maybe or obstacles, I should say, that I've kind of overcome. So I've continued to study the Enneagram. I love it. And then I'm just working with people that are a lot smarter than me to get better at what I do with the coaching.
Coaching? I've been a coach. I don't know who you're going to find smarter unless someone's going to tell you a marketing tip. What I'm constantly learning. What do you offer for no charge? What do you offer for this charge? What do you? None of us in fitness, I think, is given a natural right of how to charge for our services. We all feel guilty, but Fitnessworks is about whatever it takes. We're not going broke because no one's working for free. Right. Just ask people how they can contribute if they will. For those wanting to find more about you, and I encourage all of our viewers to find more about you, how can we find more of Kimberly, where and how, and what will we get there in addition to your Facebook group?
Yeah, I'm mainly on Facebook. You'll find me on Instagram, but I only really pop up on Instagram because it's easier for my phone to post on Instagram because it goes on Facebook too. So it's like an easy button. So it's just my name, Kimberly Spring-Glick. And then my website is Inspired with Kimberly, not by Kimberly, but inspiredwithkimberly.com.
Thank you for that. Inspiredwithkimberly.com. We'll see that in our comments pop up soon. In addition to all those things, you've also been doing some wonderful appearances on social media groups. Do you remember any of those? I think you've done... I've seen you as a guest. Was it Shannon? Was it Bar Above? Was it the Yoga Alliance?
I joined Shannon inside Ace Group Fit. We had a lovely conversation. I've done some in the Make a Difference Academy with a few others. I have a good friend, Donna. We've done a few kind of appearances. I've up at the end of June, Miss Petra Kolber and I are going to be leading a 2-day intensive training called the Reimagine Leadership Intensive. So I'm so excited about that.
Thank you for telling us about that. How do we find more on that? petrakolber.com or your site?
Actually, if you follow us on Facebook and Instagram, we'll be posting about it. We're wrapping up the final details. We've been back and forth in text and phone calls today, and we'll be posting more within the next year.
Wild, smart, charismatic powerhouses. We'll see in our comments, petrakolber.com, and we have your site as well. Kimberly Spreen Glick, I've known you from afar for years. Now publicly I say I love you up close, more than ever. On behalf of all of our viewers, I am so blessed to know you, fellow child of God. I really encourage people to follow you for your valid, spot-on movement skills. I mean, what did you do at Lifetime for how many years? You were the mover and the shaker and the decision maker, and now more spiritual than ever. Please, my friends, if you believe anything or know anything about me, just follow this angel, because it's value that you will get on our planet, solutions and inspirations. Thank you for the present of your wisdom that you've shared with us tonight, to each and every one of us.
I love you.
I love you more. Bye. Goodbye to California, and hello, where should we go back now? How about somewhere we've been? Somewhere with maybe a maple leaf? Oh, okay, let's go to Canada. I won't sing the national anthem, but I mention every time, at least once per around the world check-in, that I love Canada. My friends, guess what? If you're watching, please share this. Our message, #fitnessworks, only goes around the world if you share, and we're going around the world. In addition, to get all of these shows, all you have to remember, my friends, is this. findlawrence.com/fitnessworks. A mover and a shaker in the personal training, movement, coaching, marathon, public speaking, coaching, award-winning, conventions of the year. Someone who gave me so many tips years ago for free, lovingly, to get more clients, Sherry. Hi, Sherry. I'm going to unmute you. I've invited you to unmute yourself.
Hey.
Yeah, there you are. Miss Sherry McMillan, all the way from Canada. Namaste. Welcome. How are you?
Oh, I'm great. But guess what? I'm not actually in Canada right now.
Where are you?
But that's great, because you can take the girl out of Canada, but you can't take the Canada out of the girl. So that's very fitting.
You are Canadian, right?
I am Canadian, but I live in the States, so I'm kind of like both. So
so let's do this for those people who will be taking pictures. Welcome to our girl who lives in the United States, who is really from Canada. There's
Canada's
work
in
under
my heart.
pressure.
My heart is in Canada, but my body right now is in the States. So
Where are we finding you, and what time is it?
Well, it is 5 o'clock, and I'm in Vancouver, Washington, which of course is why everyone's confused, because it sounds like Vancouver, BC, Canada, but it's actually not. It's very far away in a different country, different state. But yeah, so I've got both. I'm going to cover Canada and the USA for you.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. You inspire me. I followed you forever, from marriages and new marriages and new relationships and all the inspirational work you do, to all the lives you've touched, countless. The world is a better place, our world, because you are in it. What's your current state of mind? Loaded question.
Gosh, it is so, I don't even know how to explain it. I feel like I've got every emotion going through my body right now that could possibly I could possibly be feeling, from sadness. I'm sure you know Sharon Mann, and the news of hearing her passing yesterday, just devastating, just as a mom and a wife and just a colleague that I've looked up to my whole life. So, when I heard the news yesterday, I just bawled because, you know, I have one of my best friends who's going through breast cancer right now. And it's just to lose someone like Sharon, like this beautiful spirit right now. And I think with all of her emotions on high, with everything else going on in the world, I was just like, why Sharon? Like, out of all the, you know, people, why are you going to take someone that is just so beautiful in every single way? So I feel, you know, just sadness for that. I feel sadness for, you know, everything going on with Black Lives Matter. And, you know, my daughter has, you know, is someone of color, and my son as well. And so she's feeling so many emotions right now, and wants to be a supporter and wants to be, you know, wants to learn everything she can. She's been going to the protests every single night. And, you know, so I feel, you know, sad for the, you know, the horrific deaths that are going on, you know, across our world, you know, because of the color of someone's skin. And I'm just like, why? Again, like, why? I don't understand that thought process. And, you know, and I'm trying to help her see that there's still so much positive and good in our world. And let's not just focus on the horrific things that are happening, because if you go looking for evil, you're going to find it. And so, you know, I'm dealing with that right now. Like, I'm dealing with, you know, the sadness of losing someone in our industry, and trying to manage everything going on with Black Lives Matters. And our studio is opening tomorrow. Like, we just got moved into phase 2. So we've been scrambling as a business. We just found out Friday. We've been waiting. We've been, you know, closed for 12 weeks. So we just got news Friday that we get to open up, you know, right away. So we're opening tomorrow. So we've been renovating, organizing, getting all the signage up, getting all the, you know, clients scheduled. And so I just feel like, gosh, like just a whirlwind, stress, nervous, scared. Like, you know, you've got COVID going on, the pandemic, you've got, you know, Black Lives Matter, you've got protests, you've got just people dying, and you're just like, what is going on? I feel like the world is upside down. And at the
It
same
is.
time, I know.
You know what's going on? Your openness about talking about Sharon, about talking about your loss, about talking about your kids and their quest for truth and diversity, and to be supportive and be supported, about opening up a wellness institution, brick and mortar walls tomorrow, right? Congratulations. And that just helps us put our finger on the pulse of our fitness community worldwide, that as a mover and a shaker, it's okay to have more than one feeling, and it's okay not to have all the answers. Thank you for that really valid personal share. I really send you love and light and support. And it's a time where we don't know what to say, but at least we're willing to break silence and pray for the wisdom to speak out. Thank you for sharing that. Where are you finding inspiration? What inspires you through all this, or just recently right now?
Yeah, well, here's a story from yesterday, actually. One of our athletes. So, you know, I've got Northwest Personal Training as one business, and then I also have Y Racing events. You know, what's your why? And we host marathons and runs and triathlons, and you know, we've already hosted 3 very large virtual events with like 1,000 people.
Can you mention both of those one more time in case people would want to write them down and find your websites later?
So Northwest Personal Training is our training studio. And for the last 12 weeks, we've been doing everything virtual, virtual classes, virtual private training. We pivoted within like, you know, 24 hours the next day. We were like, boom, doing full on. Our team was having to learn all of the systems and platforms, and I'm so proud of my team. Like, they just have crushed this. We could have closed down, you know, and been like, see you whenever we can, you know, but we decided, you know what, we can still do what we do virtually. And so there's that. And the same thing with our races that we host. So we, with Y Racing Events, WHY Racing Events, we host marathons and triathlons and runs. And same thing, we found out a week before our first event of the year that we had to cancel the live version. So we instantly went to virtual, and it's been so positive and so amazing, because again, it's like, we can still do what we do even though we can't be with each other physically. So we just pivoted, transitioned to complete virtual events. We've already done, this is our 4th. In fact, like I was saying, we just hosted our event this weekend. So on top of everything else going on, we also hosted a triathlon series of 5K, 10K, half marathon triathlon events all this weekend. And yesterday, one of our athletes, get this, the sweetest man on the planet, 90 years old. It was his birthday yesterday. He turned 90 years old yesterday. So on his birthday, to celebrate turning 90, he did the sprint triathlon. And it's the PDX Triathlon Festival. Yeah, he was the cutest thing. Like, we got him so much press around because he's like 90 years old. And what do you do during a pandemic? What do you do during all this like crazy stuff going on in the world? Well, of course, you're 90, you're going to do a triathlon. So he did it like right from his house, and he swam in a canal like close to his home, and then did a bike ride and did a run. And he's just the sweetest man. And his interview was so funny. In fact, if anyone wants to look for it, I posted it on my Facebook page a couple days ago. And it's so endearing and so adorable. His tips on how to age gracefully. And
which Facebook page is it? Sherry McMillan?
Yeah, on my personal one. Yeah, on Sherry McMillan. And he's just what he was talking. He was like, oh yeah, the interviewer was like, so are you ready for this? He's like, I was born ready. He's like, this will be a cakewalk. And he was just so cute and talked about, his goal is to live to 120. And he talked about fitness and that I mean, he does not look 90. He's just vibrant and strong and energetic. And he was just saying, like, you need to move your body and you need to challenge yourself and you need to push hard. And when you feel like you're about to pass out, push harder. He was adorable, 90 years old. And he was talking about when he passes someone, he will let them know, like, hey, how's it feel being passed by a 90-year-old? I'm like,
what an inspirational
that would be
story of the night.
Yeah, super adorable. So that's very inspiring, right? You can either just sit home and watch Netflix and eat a bunch of, bonbons, which, hey, some of us do that sometimes. I'm okay with that. It's cool. Or you can do triathlons when you're 90 years old during a pandemic. So, you got lots of options.
Sherry, anything inspiring you from colleagues? That's great about a client and the 90 years old, and it's incredible. Just before I go on to a next question, in case you've seen any colleague do something that's motivational.
I just think our entire industry as a whole, I think, we're always focusing on improving people's health and fitness and helping them adopt positive changes in their life. And, instead of being quiet through all this, it feels like our fitness industry has just embraced it and has gotten louder. And it's like everybody is out there, in our fitness world, right? Just offering tips and exercise and nutrition and and I think our industry recognizes that people need us right now more than ever. Like, they need their physical strength. They need their mental health. They need their immune system to be boosted. They need stress relief. And so instead of being like, okay, I'm out of here, it just seems like our whole world, our whole fitness world has gotten so loud with our message, because it is important. The reality is that those of us who are fitter and stronger will fare well with any kind of illness, or any kind of disease or whatever it is. If you have a heart attack, well, if you're more fit going into that heart attack, you're going to recover a lot better on the other side. So the message is louder. So I feel really proud of our industry that we're there for people and they need us. And so I pray that as we get past this, that our world takes note and says, you know what? Yeah, I better start taking better care of myself because I need this for my physical fitness and my mental health. And so I think just as a whole, I think it's beautiful what our industry is doing right now.
Thank you for sharing that. I go back to my line from that song from Frozen 2, Into the Unknown. But let's go into the unknown with the sanest, safest health possible. To your point, that what we can take responsibility for is the choices we do make for our mental and social and physical health.
Yeah,
good for you. Is there something that you've just discovered in this whole time that you're inside that's an unexpected treat that you didn't really know about before or have so much time to do?
Well, I think, my daughter, she's just in her first year of university. Can you imagine your first year? This is your experience going through all this. Well, she did this video.
I knew you when.
I know, right?
There was no daughter. Wow.
I know, isn't that crazy? She did this project for one of her classes where she had to document from the beginning of her going through the quarantine and, the stay-at-home orders. And it was just so beautifully done. Like, she put it to music and she just talked about all the things that she's been doing through all of this and how she's experiencing it, as a 19-year-old young woman. And it was so cute because she put in there all of our family walks. And, every night, like, come on, guys, we're going for a walk. We're going for a walk. And it would be like, oh, here we are, another walk, another family walk. But both of my kids, we talked about it. Like, what would you, when we all get out and get back to normal, whatever, what do you hope we don't stop doing or what doesn't change?
Right.
And both said, we've really enjoyed these family walks, just taking our dog out, together as a group, talking, walking.
What's your dog's name?
Oso, because he's oh so cute.
I love that. It's National Pet Appreciation Week.
Oh, awesome.
For America, anyway, and since you're here in America. That's wonderful. See, it's not such a bad question. What do you have now that you want to continue to create?
Totally. And so I think we want to just keep doing that as a family. And it's just, just walk and talk. And we typically do about a 5K. And it's just a really wonderful way to wind down I make them.
Thank you.
They don't always want to go.
How do we find more of you on social media, please?
Well, Sherry McMillan, SHERRI McMillan, MCMILLAN, and then Northwest Personal Training and Y Racing Events. We also have the Northwest Fitness Education, which is more for fitness professionals. We try to help them with the business side of the industry, how to market better, how to program better, how to just thrive in our industry. So lots of options. Yeah.
And you're on Insta. You're on the gram. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. You taught me years ago, closing remark on my half, you said a busy trainer is a successful trainer, and a successful trainer looks busy. So if you have downtime, are you doing this, or are you helping someone who might not even be a client because you look busier than the moron over there checking his wall or something who's not very busy? As soon as you see a line outside of a restaurant, that sends a message. What's going on in there? Thank you for that, because I've taken that all over the world and it boosted my business. For that and so much more, you're a visionary. From idea to CamFit Pro to award winnings to be an icon, in addition to now, believe it or not, we've all thrown into this, we're activists because we're going to spread breaking our silence and finding the right way to have conversations with people like my next and final guest. Sherry McMillan, thank you for the present you've given all of us of your wisdom. If anyone knows me or believes me, we are going to friend and follow you because you are one who, when you speak, I've learned so much, and no one knows it all. Thank you so much for the gift of sharing your wisdom with us. God bless.
Thank you, Lawrence, for everything you're doing. You are just an absolute gem and the golden boy of our industry. So
oh my
love
gosh.
you.
That you even know my first name is enough, but then Chris Lane and Peter Twist said I love you, and you called me the golden boy of our industry. I'm going to play this sound bite. I'm going to take it somewhere and never make an extra cent from it. But you know what? Thank you. I really think that is sweet. God bless.
Love you. Take care. Bye for now.
Bye. How sweet is that? The golden boy of our industry? What? I'm not even blonde. I'm not even having a lot of hair. My friends, as we have our last guest, where could we go to finish our episode 6? The epicenter of the universe. I think not really America, but its whole country on its own. Where? New York City. My friends, I'm going to introduce an icon, someone that's on everyone's convention programming list if there is a budget, and someone who's been in the industry for a lot of decades, someone who's made organizations and troops and partnerships, someone who sneezes, not during COVID, of course, and everyone says, "Are you okay?" And I mean that metaphorically. A mover and a shaker, a humanitarian, and I can say a colleague, but more than that, I can say joining us from very close to New York City, a friend. The incomparable, there is no comparison, Mr. Calvin Wiley. Hi.
Hi. I was like, how does it start? I don't see myself.
Well, you see yourself now. I love to be in control. You know, what can I say? How are you? How are we finding you? Where are we finding you?
You are finding me not in New York City. You're finding me in Maryland.
Wonderful. And you've been there for a while with your family, right?
I have. I've been quarantined and isolated here. I felt that I could do the best job isolating here than in New York City. Like, how do you isolate in New York City, right?
Right, exactly. You just can. And plus, I know that you have family and you want to be with them. So good for you.
I have no family in New York City except for the extended family.
And my gosh, everybody loves you in New York City. And I've learned through this whole pandemic that I suspected before, Calvin, that blood makes a relative, but love and choice make a family.
I
And
love that. That
so,
is so very true. That is so very
yeah.
true.
So that
How
means you're
are
part of
you?
mine.
How are
I'm
you?
oh my gosh, you're going to turn the tables on this interview?
Yes, I
I'm
am.
Well, I'll tell you what, I am thirsty. How about that? My last guest.
Have your wine. Have your freaking wine.
No, because you're super important to me, and I can't do that to you.
Oh,
Not
yes, you
that I
can.
changed,
Yes, you
not
can.
that I changed that much in the first few sips. Tell me, because it's a loaded question. I want to start off our interview with this. You asked me how I am. I'm interested in your answers. How's that for deflecting? As well as I am interested in stepping up to the best version that I can be based on what my race has not done. So I'm super interested, I'm eager, I'm curious, and I'm scared as shit. Thank you. That's beautiful. Beautiful hat. I'm scared as shit that I'll make mistakes, but I'd rather ask for forgiveness than stay silent by letting people think that I don't have room to grow. Calvin Wiley, tell us, what is your current state of mind?
Okay, so first of all, you only apologize for something that you've done wrong. Okay? So
Right.
if you're saying you're sorry, then you have not done the work to make sure that everyone is equal. So this is Pride Month, right?
Right.
So you want to make sure that people who are, have sexual differences than you do or other people do, that all have the rights and the breadth to be who they are.
Right.
And so I would never say that I'm sorry for, to someone in Pride because I am there.
Right.
And
Right.
same thing in race. So I've known you forever. And so I don't think, and from my perspective, that you have anything to apologize for because you've been quite engaging. You will pull me to the corners and ask me, how are you doing? Like, really, how are you doing? You will pull me to the side and make sure that I'm doing the things I need to do business-wise. So that, to me, is giving to people of color, and that to me is given to minorities, and that is to me is joining hands. And so that is doing the work. You've been doing the work over the years and over the decades. So there's nothing to apologize for as who you are. For someone to say, I've been receiving a lot of messages, inboxes and DMs and private messages
Sure.
and texts from my concerned white friends and students, which I really appreciate, and trust me, it's been giving me so much power. But never apologize for something that you shouldn't be apologizing for. If indeed your mind is in the right place, your heart is in the right place, and you've been doing the work. You've been out there making sure that all people are receiving the same opportunities and all people are receiving the same information.
Thank you. I want to do more. And that's maybe I'm sorry I didn't do enough before. And now I can start with today for tomorrow to be even more inclusive and speak out more against all the discrimination that still exists. So I am determined.
Well, you are. I've seen over your interview processes that you've stepped into inviting more people of color onto the platform, and that is critical within our industry. That there are so many amazing white counterparts and partners and friends and inspirations and icons and people who have lifted me up and people who give me jobs and all of that. But the other side of that is making sure that you see diversity on every level, executive levels, at conventions, on interview shows, because group fitness and wellness and recreation is not all one color, for sure.
Right. And spa. And a little backstory. Remember, we see diversity, but no one sees how many emails and invitations I have made, because not every invitation leads to somebody being on and around the world global.
And you have gone to bat for me for so many conventions and say, you got to get this person in. And I think it was in line with diversity. I think that, you traveling around the world like I have, see that there needs to be more diversity in centers
Sure.
of conventions, because even international conventions, for example. International conventions are not inviting as many Americans as they used to be back in the day, right? And it's no longer international if you're not inclusive of all continents.
Right.
So, for example, Europe says international because it's all European countries.
Right.
And, okay, it is. It's Italy and Spain and Greece. And okay.
Meanwhile, you go on a train for 40 euros. Yeah.
Exactly. And we know that you have to really do a broader, you have to broaden that. And so we see that Asia is on the mark with that. Asia is really doing a great job to make sure that the net is thrown far and wide to make sure that it's all inclusive. And I think that Europe needs to go back to setting the example they used to set back in the day.
You're right. Thank you for speaking out to convention organizers. I hope you're listening across countries and continents about diversity and the need to really step up and look at your definition of international. Calvin, what is inspiring you right now when it's a little bit challenging to find inspiration?
I think it's what everyone else has been saying throughout the day and throughout your series is that the fitness industry and instructors are inspiring me. The things they're coming up with and the things they're doing and how they're jumping out front and they're not sleeping on a child. They're like, look, I would do this in my backyard. I would do this while my baby's crying. I would do this with an unmade bed, but I'm doing this. And the bravery and the courage of that is freaking amazing. And it's really the foundation of our industry. Our industry is built on courage and has been built on people trying things in their basement.
Thank you. That's right. And I have followed you from the day you first put on, I think, There Where You Are, not in New York City, in Maryland. You're back to dance outside on the beautiful deck with the music, with your PayPal link. And you know what? The world came alive because we wanted to know what Calvin was doing. And when I saw that, you inspired all of us.
Well, thank you for saying that. Behind the scenes, so many people were having to talk me into doing it. And so many people were, saying, it's not perfect, it's not this, it's not that. And they had to talk me off the ledge and talk me back into some sense. It's like, child, look, this is what it is. And so you have to have those people around you to ground you and to bring you back to common sense.
Take away people around you to ground you. Thank you. I'm loving that, stealing that, just like your grapevine.
Exactly, right? And so people had to ground. So once they did that, I was like, okay, I'm going to do it. I was like, I'm out of shape. I'm out of breathing. I'm not in my place. And I did what I could do. And
brilliant. And everybody jumped on. And then you the next day said, thank you for all your contributions, which was wonderful. And so you don't even have to ask because people want to know what we can do to step up. Between us, because nobody else is listening, there was a time when I said, I will never do Zoom. I lost a contract for a huge conglomeration chain of hotels through the Caribbean who would only consult with me from Zoom. And because our first meeting went so horribly wrong, I said, I can't do this. I'm going back to Skype and I will never do Zoom. Well, I was also one to say 100 years ago, I'll never give up my BlackBerry. Well, I gave up my BlackBerry for another fruit called an apple, right? So I'm the first to say I was wrong. I didn't know. I'm here to grow. Pain comes from being wrong, but then you also can transform. And you learned about lowering the volume of your music. And in addition to PayPal, maybe put Venmo or whatever else, right?
Right. I think that we're all having a crash course in this new landscape. For
right.
Sure.
Are there any colleagues you found anywhere that you are watching or following? Because we love the people that you love. Any of your friends or colleagues? Like we started tonight with Tony Stone and we're finishing with you, and he's doing some stuff and he's speaking a lot in his groups that he's invited to be as a panelist, and he shared that with us on Zoom. Anybody exciting you with classes or anything online that you're paying attention to?
You.
Oh, no.
You.
Oh, you're so sweet. No.
Who in the hell? What? Around the who? For the 6 hours? What? Like, what is...
Oh, you're kind. Okay. Next question. No.
Whatever
No.
caffeine that you're on, honey. Oh, that's the caffeine, right? That's finishes it. Okay. But I was like, what caffeine is he on? How can he talk that long? Like, oh my God. I was like, okay. No, really, seriously. No. So I've seen, no, really. So I think with Myrna Brady, she called me. She's like, "Did you see Lawrence's?" I said, "What girl?" And she went through the whole thing. She was like, "And he's doing this, and the flag changes." Da, da, da. I was like, "Girl, what?" And she was like, "I'm gonna send you the link." And she sent me the link, and I was like this.
You're so kind. I don't want this to be about me. I want this to be about you. Calvin.
Not about you. No, look, don't pose a question if you're not ready for the answer. Okay. All right. So look, you posed the question, I gave you the answer. Receive it. All right.
With more and more love, I fall in love. Calvin, life before was crazy. You were traveling, you're on the road, teaching at you can mention the clubs of the companies you teach for, because if there's a club, you've taught for them or continue to. In addition to all that, life has changed. What's something from life before that you don't miss at all?
I don't miss the subway. You know that. You're a New Yorker as well. I don't miss the subway, especially at this time of year. It's like a crematorium. It is so hot, and I come to the gym. I go to teach my classes already sweating. So
right.
You can't walk in fresh and like, hello. You can't. I'm like melting. I'm a sweater, so I don't miss that. Most importantly, I don't miss that.
You don't walk in, first of all, because I've talked about you in this book, Cream Rises, that you're the only one who has a waiting committee outside because they couldn't get in, hoping that someone will drop off so you can get in. And you walk in with
I don't have Cream Rises. Why don't I have a copy of that?
Honey, because now I don't think I can call it Cream Rises anymore with all that's going on. I probably have to call it All Colors Rise. Oh, my goodness. But in terms of milk, that does a body good, or if you're dairy-free, I'm so sorry for you, unless you need to be. But Cream Rises, the little things we could do that are outstanding, and you do so many of those little things instinctively that I talk about. So I guess by selling my book and giving the proceeds to my charity, I've been pimping you out for years. But the point is, when I talk about you, I talk about the fact that you have a waiting committee because they couldn't fit in. I mean, 19th Street Equinox, when I'd go to those dance classes and your body bar classes and your strength classes at 63rd Lex Equinox, where they swallow up flies, people, and you would command a room by having a waiting room before you even arrived. And then children, what up? You've worked a room by making a room. I've seen you put people in the windows and made everything, excuse me, an experience. You never teach a class. You create an experience. Next question about life before. Not what you.
Let me say that just one thing on that. I call that building community. So, of course, when you teach, you're building community, even if you don't know it or not. But how you nurture and feed and water the community before and after class and beyond class is a whole nother thing.
Well, Calvin Wiley, you can water me anytime. Let me tell you that life now has some unexpected twists, like extra time with your family. Now that you're in Maryland, has anything popped up during this time that's an unexpected treat, a new part of your life that you didn't have before February that you're kind of liking?
Oh, absolutely. I am gardening again. I'm around summer.
What?
I'm in oh my God. I'm like gardening because I'm trying to find creative outlets for the creative stuckness that I'm feeling.
Let me see your fingernails.
No, you cannot. No, you cannot. So I'm like gardening. I'm going to the gardens. I'm going to the, nursery all the time. So my brother's like, stop gardening, stop bringing new flowers. So because I have no outside space in New York City. And it just reconnecting to nature is one thing. The other thing is I haven't been around my family this long since childhood. Like I would do visits, reunions, weekend visits. I'm in the area kind of thing. But I haven't been around my family I'm around two family members. I have a large family. But around two family members, a brother and a sister. I haven't been around them this long since we were children. So
anyone else that's part of your family that you want to tell us about?
What do you mean?
Well, you're around two people, and I think you have children?
Oh, yes. I have a son and daughter.
And where are they?
They're in Colorado and Nebraska.
And so you're talking to them every day, FaceTime, Zoom? What are you doing?
No, not every day. No. I don't talk to anybody every day. Maybe Marvin Foster, maybe. Like Marvin's not a child to me.
Foster the body. Listen, I put a call out because I can't reach Shaun T, but I've already done that with Tony Stone and a few others. If you can reach Marvin for me, because I must be in his spam, I would love to have him on our show in 2 weeks.
Have you reached out to Marvin?
Of course.
Really? Oh, you have to. Okay, I will let him know.
From Istanbul, Foster the Body. Are you kidding? Yes, we go way back to Shaun T and Robert Steinbacher and all my friends of all colors. I've been, just because they're not on my show, my friends, before you all send me some messages like, why aren't there more? Listen, you never know.
You have to understand one thing. Patience is the virtue. Okay, number 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5. Let's talk about 6. Okay, so as your show gained traction, the word is getting out. So all these guests that you want, you've already manifested. It will happen.
Tell Beto. Okay, wonderful.
That will happen too. Don't you stop this. Even when this is over, do not stop this.
Really?
Really. Even if it's not as often, maybe once a month or whatever, whenever you have time, because I know you're going to start getting busy and going back.
Me?
You're going to start, moving around the earth. But you can do this from anywhere you are. And so I think this is something that's, this is a hidden gem in this crisis that, that you've turned into, to something, and you really should keep going with it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Remember, tell Marvin. Find Lawrence. It's easy to find me on anything. How can everyone find and follow you? We see your name, Calvin Wiley. For the people for the babies who might not know Calvin Wiley and the institution that I've chosen to finish my show with.
Google is a wonderful thing. Hello, goodbye. Okay. Google. Okay. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Like, seriously. So
but you're on Instagram. Come on, tell us.
Yes, I am. And I know that you've asked this question at the end of all your interviews, but I want to say, first of all, Google. So anytime that you want to research someone to dig deeper, Google. Not all the shit that you find is true, but, Google, number 1. Number 2, calvinwiley.com. Number 3, Instagram, Calvinography, which is my dance fitness brand. And then on Facebook, Calvinography. And also Calvin Wiley, which is the profile, which is, I think it's full. I think it's full. And that's it. I don't do
full, but you can still click follow.
I don't do Twitter. You can. Hello, goodbye. And so I don't do Twitter. I got off of that. It was just too much to manage. And I was like, I don't have to be on everything, child. I don't have to be on everybody's ship, okay?
Right.
It's serving too many gods.
Yeah.
And so,
And the nice thing about you is you are one that will follow to, and all our moths will come to your flame, because anything that you do, even when I'm not very coordinated, and from 63rd Street and Equinox, and with Carol Scott and ECA, I've been in your sessions. I may not be the one that when you divide the men and the women, or the left and the right, or the different ways you divide people, that I'm going to do a performance and I'll sit out of my shyness, because people don't know I'm intensely shy Italian-American son of immigrants who didn't speak English. However, I can relate to the fact that when you were doing something, to be in your presence is to be in the sense of greatness. And that's one of the reasons why people flock to your light. Because, Calvin, we may look different, but you are a child of God. And some people have said that all humans are a child of God. Therefore, I'm a child of God. And when I look at you, the child of God in me is so grateful to be in the presence of the child of God that is you. Let's work together to communicate against injustice. And in the meantime, still have fun in the process, because no one works and moves and theatricalizes a room like the Calvin Wiley. On any list of Dream Team,
I really appreciate you saying that. And one of the biggest things I remember about you is every session that you were in, or that you came and gave grace, a walkthrough or whatever, that you had the best feedback. You would tell me every nuance of things that I didn't even see. And I was like, what? What? And you would tell me what I was thinking. I was like, how did you know what I was thinking? Oh, I know what you were doing that, Calvin. You would analyze it. I was like, if there was an analyzer of this process, you would be like the master of it.
Oh, thank you.
The other thing about the what's going on with the heightened awareness through these unfortunate racist deaths, and it's just one after the other, is that for our industry, bring it narrow your focus. Narrow your focus to what you can do. And start where you are. And so what I mean by that is, for us, because we're so embedded in this thing we call fitness and group fitness, we've been in it forever, start there. There are so many injustices within that, within this space, that we need to take care of that before we, expand outward. Of course, police brutality and all that is an urgent matter. But people keep asking me, what can I do? I was like, one of the things you can do is to start to focus in on the inequalities within fitness, because it exists. It exists. Trust and obey, because you're open to gay people and you love gay people on stage. Oh, applaud you, but dig deeper and see what else is going on behind the scenes.
Thank you. I have nothing else to say to finish my show, but I will try to find
Have
something.
water.
What is that?
This is aqua.
Do you drink any? Do you ever drink alcohol?
After I get off of this.
Oh, thank you. Well, I thought we could do it together, but that's okay. That'll refer to another thing for another time. What?
I was so sorry. I should have known that you wanted to toast your last interview.
No, it's okay. I will get you a copy of Cream Rises. I will wait for something from Marvin. So, June 21 is Father's Day in 2 weeks, and I'm definitely doing another 6+ hour around the world check-in. After that, I will take into your consideration. No, I have to have a few women because I've already invited them and now they've said yes. And I have to have some people in Asia. And I'd love to have all poppies, all men. And then I'll get written up for that, right? You should see the inbox. Oh, my God. You can't please everybody. It's the gay show. It's the straight show. It's the black show. It's the white show. You can't please everybody. Sorry?
When is your next episode?
June 21, Father's Day in 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks is your next episode. That's episode 7?
Episode 7.
Okay.
7 sacraments, 7 days of the week, 7 colors of the rainbow.
Okay, that's easy to remember. So in behalf of all the fitness professionals around the world, we love you. We thank you. We are so grateful for you. And thank you for this opportunity. Seriously. On behalf of all of us, Patricia, everybody, we love you dearly and we appreciate what you're doing.
To be seen is enough. Thank you. To be thanked by Calvin Wiley is beyond. I'll sleep very excitedly if I sleep at all tonight. Thank you for your conversation the other day. Thank you for time for us. Thank you for letting me finish my show. Well, be careful when you say to me anytime, because you know what?
Anytime. You know that, Lawrence. Anytime, child. You need to chime in, call, text, anytime. But you get some rest, honey. You've been talking. Your jaws must be like sore.
I've just been asking questions. I haven't been answering. Listen, I've loved you, from a long time from afar, and now I love you from up close. Thank you for being a humanitarian. Thank you for being an inspirational character, and I mean that in the nicest possible ways. There are many fitness personalities, but there are just a few characters. You make your money, your livelihood, your attraction is all because you are a character. People love what you are, and you've never been a character by pushing the envelope in terms of bad language or racist or sarcastically rude. You've always been inclusive, but still Calvin Wiley, the diva. But some divas can point a finger and make you feel, oh, I don't step up. You make people feel, I want to step alongside of you. Thank you for the gift of your wisdom. Thank you for your presence.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll talk soon. I love you.
You promise? Okay. I love you more. Bye.
Bye, everybody. Bye, Lawrence. You get some rest, my love, and I'll be looking for you on Father's Day.
Okay. I'll be looking for you, Father. Bye. Bye. My friends, that's it. That's our show. That's episode 6. If you're just tuning in, you don't have to share anymore. Please make a comment. #I was here watching from, because #fitnessworks. To get all of this very soon, please remember findlawrence.com/fitnessworks. From beginning in Africa to finishing with Calvin Wiley in New York, really Maryland, I like to say thank you for the generosity of dropping in. If you've been with me this whole time, God help you. That's a lot of Lawrence. I'd like to tell you what my prayer has been lately in terms of all of that's going on. And my prayer has been about fast and slow. May I be fast to see what I need to see. May I be fast to listen to the things I really need to hear. May I be fast to speak up when I really need to speak out. And may I be slow to judge when I don't know the backstories and I can never relate to the feelings of being inside another skin. With love in my heart and a firm commitment to spread wellness without walls, I'm Lawrence, expressing my gratitude to each and every one of you on episode 6 of Around the World. From humanitarians much wiser, much more successful, and much smarter than I'd like to say thank you for dropping by, for staying the whole time, for just being interested in our profession that makes the world a better place through wellness and fitness and movement, and maybe, if you insist on that word, exercise. We're here to make a difference. And the degree that we make a difference shows the degree that we're willing to grow, even if we might make a mistake. Mark Fisher in New York says, if there's something that you want that you don't have, it means there's something out there that you don't know. And my mission of putting all of these mastermind humanitarians together is to put together options that maybe say, hey, I didn't know, or I didn't think about, or I wasn't aware of. May we remember that let no opportunity be too small for our time, and no opportunity be too big for our possibility. So with an open mind and a super full heart, I say thank you, peace out, and there's a kind of hush all over the world with gratitude from Fitnessworks. Episode 6. findlawrence.com/fitnessworks to get this episode and all the previous 5. With love, peace out.